Morning, we have a special guest here, Veronica Ward. Please stand. Veronica is a lifelong Tampa resident and elementary student at Peninsula Prep who already shows a remarkable curiosity for the world around her. She enjoys playing chess, is a black belt recommending Taekwondo, is passionate about Meals on Wheels as a volunteer, and is gently guiding, quote unquote, bossing around her two younger sisters. She hopes to one day change the world positively for girls everywhere, and I think this is her first major presentation, especially on TV. Welcome. Please stand and we'll do the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, Tampa City Council. Dear God, thank you for being here with us today. Please bless our meeting with kindness, respect, and understanding. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That was amazing. Great job. Thank you for coming out this morning on a cold morning. Bye. Okay, clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Miranda, Maniscalco, Hurtek, Young, Vieira, Carlson,
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
We have fiscal quorum.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Shelby, would you like to kick us off with some rules?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of council, members of the public. Martin Shelby, the city council attorney. Just want to briefly talk about today's workshop, and I'm going to read from the rules that no public comment will be taken at the start of the workshop meeting agenda, but public comment on the matter which are the subjects of the workshop shall be taken up to a total of 30 minutes at the end of each workshop item, 3 minutes per speaker. Only public comment on the subject of the agenda item shall be permitted, and no official action on the matter which is the subject of the workshop shall be taken during or after a workshop unless the public is afforded the opportunity to comment prior to action. Mr. Chairman, did you want me to talk about decorum?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, speakers and members of the public are reminded to please refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds or displaying signs or graphics. And as for comments or talking from your seat, the chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the city council from outside the speaker area at the podium. Persons failing to comply with council's rules may also be ruled out of order and, at the discretion of the chair, may be removed from these chambers for the remainder of today's meeting. And finally, city council members should refrain from engaging a speaker during public comment, and the public should be aware that the city council does not take questions or have a dialogue during comment. This is your opportunity to express your position. I should, however, point out that with regard to your workshop rules, it does say that any member of the city council may ask questions of any person present during the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Okay, everybody have an opportunity to look at the agenda. Is any modifications? Or?
Well, item number 2 is asking for a continuance.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it to continue item number 2 to June 25th,
Also a
2026.
continuance for item number 5.
So moved.
And we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco to continue item number 5 to February 26, 2026. Second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
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 But
Opposed?
I want to say
Councilwoman
that the memorandum is asking for consolidation with file number CM 23-1835 and file number CM 25-19839.
Okay.
I think we should leave it the way it is. This was my motion. Nobody from staff has talked to me about what that means to combine those two. So
Could
it's a
they
separate
then
item. It's a
just be
standard
grouped together in the agenda
just
in
to
that
group
order?
together, but to write
or
a separate
one or
item.
two In lieu of that?
Because
That's fine. I think they're just trying to consolidate into one topic, but I guess that's fine.
On one day.
And you
So
can choose to do that the day of the,
during the agenda review.
But what happens if somebody combines a specific topic with a budget topic, then it gets hidden. and the pension, that we have a $1 billion pension deficit has been presented to us, so we need to figure out what that is.
Mr. Shelby?
I don't believe that a motion has been made
Correct.
to consolidate it, so it
Correct.
stands the way the motion was made and
Correct.
voted on.
So, yeah, I'll take care of that. I see that Dennis Rogero is at the podium. Dennis, would you like to provide some background on this explanation of why?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. Of course, it's the council's pleasure. All three items from our perspective are interrelated because they involve long-term liabilities, whether it's debt, whether it's other post-employee benefits, whether it's pension obligations. So we were attempting to combine it, again, so we're not piecemealing the information to council and give you a broad picture.
So my suggestion is the day of, as Mr. Shelby suggested, that this issue be dealt with an agenda review and having them back-to-back, and then you can provide the information during that time, since they're all three related. During that agenda review that morning, you can request these items be heard,
And
We
may
can certainly
I ask
do
a
that.
question, Mr. O'Hara?
Yes, sir.
Are those two file numbers that you listed, are those already on the agenda for the 26th of February?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, the first time that we were presented the debt on the pension was during the budget process last year, and we really, since I've been on council, I've not had a robust, separate discussion about the pension. There are a lot of pensioners out there who are obviously concerned about this, and they want a separate conversation. So I think we have a duty to the folks who worked hard at the city for many years and now are on pension to have a robust conversation about this. If you want to put it adjacent to it, that's fine, but I think it would be disrespectful to the people who retired to not have a separate conversation.
Understood, and that would be wonderful. Again, just so that all of the information is taking place for the public and council at the same time.
So
Or adjacent, as you said.
If for some reason it doesn't show up on the agenda that day sequentially or together, please bring it to our attention that morning during the agenda review for a consolidate, so that they are heard sequentially, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay,
Council.
so the motion stands as read, and Councilman Miranda.
If I may add, Dennis, is there any way, Mr. O'Hara, is there any way, are the pensions all in the same fund, or you have a fire fund, a police fund, and a general employees fund? If they're not different, or they are different, can you tell us the difference?
They are different, exactly as you described. There's a fire and police pension fund, and then there's a general employees fund,
And-
run by two different boards.
And they're all, does the city follow up? They have their separate fund manager funding buying the stock market or whatever they do?
Yes, each of those funds have investment managers.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of thoughts this morning. Obviously, we have a lot of public interest in the workshop today, and then, of course, the city council meeting this evening related to a couple of issues, including the South Howard Flood Relief Project. I wanted to emphasize that if you are speaking on, the information that's going to be presented today is going to be replicated at the hearing tonight. So you do not have, you're perfectly entitled to come today and tonight, but the information that's going to be provided today is going to be the same information that's tonight. It's the same ears that are sitting listening, so you don't necessarily need to come tonight to provide unless you have some new information to provide, or you feel like you want to be able to add to that information. I just want to make sure people know there's not going to be anything new tonight. You're going to hear the same thing today. When you're speaking, this is just an observation. One, you don't have to fill the whole 3 minutes. I think sometimes people feel like they're compelled to speak for the entire 3 minutes. If you have new things to add new things. We want to hear about your personal stories, about your personal evidence, about personal things that will potentially be affected by you. But honestly, you can come up and say, if somebody's already come up and said everything you wanted to say, you can come up and say, you know what, somebody spoke and said everything I wanted to say, I agree with that point 100% or something to that effect, and then you can go. Because we have an overflow room downstairs, there's more people than we can accommodate upstairs. We have a lot of people downstairs. Once you finish speaking on your topic, which by the way, on a workshop, you will speak after each topic. So we don't have the normal public comment time in the beginning of the meeting. You will speak after the presentation, after the information is presented, so that you can hear everything that we are hearing. After you speak, I'm going to ask you to immediately go back downstairs. There are monitors down there. You can hear and see everything that's happening. And what that happens in basically 10 at a time, we'll be able to take the people downstairs and get them upstairs to prepare for them to want to speak. We didn't do our normal cards that we usually do. What we're going to do is after each issue, because we have so many issues and people can speak after each one, If you're here, when we're finished with the presentation, you'll be able to stand against the wall 10 at a time, and I'll just call you up one at a time. So it'll be the first 10 on the wall, and then if you're not part of that 10, sit down until the next 10 come up, and try to keep it in a nice orderly fashion. I want to remind everybody, I know there's a lot of passion and emotion in the room on both sides. We don't do booing, we don't do clapping, we don't do noises, we don't do anything. And I said recently in a thing, everybody likes to have that affirmation from applause, but the problem is, when you're doing that, it prevents us from hearing what the speakers say, and it's disrespectful, even though maybe they like it because they like to be applauded. But it's still, we're trying to listen to what, we really are attentive and trying to listen to what you have to say. And we don't want booing either. Just let us listen to each speaker at the dais uninterrupted so we can understand the issues that they're bringing forth before this council. And with that, I think one other thing I forgot to say. I know some of you love me, some of you hate me, some of you love my fellow workers up here. We don't call out members. It's one of our rules. We don't call out members. I don't want you addressing any individual of this council. You address us as a body and not as individuals. So you don't call out people's names. You don't, whether good or bad, don't tell me I'm wonderful, and don't tell me I'm the worst person that ever walked the face of the earth. Just don't call me by name. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, could you just, because there was a lot of information circulating about what this is today regarding the South Howard project, could you just explain for item 1 and then item 1 tonight, what we are doing, what votes will be taken and what will not be done, sure. just so they can know in general. For example, people have been told this is the final vote or the biggest vote. That's going to be in September. Okay. So could you just explain what we are and not?
Absolutely, it's a good idea. Thank you for paying attention. So this morning, item 1 is about the South Howard. Well, initially this was our grade 8 presentation, where the administration comes forth with their biggest 8 capital improvement projects. Because of the interest in the South Howard flood project, they requested to narrow this presentation this morning, the verbal presentation, to focus on the South Howard flood relief project. And that's going to be the full scope of that project. And that's what we're hearing today. This is a workshop, so this is a little bit more interactive with council members than you normally would see in a regular city council meeting, where there's a little bit more rigid structure. So what's happening is, tonight we have an agenda item about transfer of funds from another project into the South Howard project. And that's just what it is. It's a transfer of funds from one flood project to another. What Councilman Carlson insinuated is about how this progresses is we are at I think it's 30% or something, 30% design on the South Howard project. So that's where we are. It is one of the critical decision points. It's not the final decision critical point, but it is one of the critical decision points of moving, of either we move forward or we stop. That's what's going to be on the agenda, because only because the project is dependent upon the transfer of that funds, because otherwise we don't have the money to do it. Councilman Carlson.
No, but this morning, correct on that, but this morning there's no vote.
This morning there is no vote. It's just a presentation. But again, I want to emphasize, the presentation you're going to hear today is going to be the same factual information that you'll hear tonight. So you don't have to come back again. Same 14 years sitting up there listening to you today. And I wanted to make sure the record reflects that Councilman Vieira is here and we have a full council. Okay, very good. Okay, are we ready? Anybody else want to add anything else? Councilman, I want to say a couple things real quick. Because this is a passionate, I also asked for my colleagues to indulge me, and if you want to speak, please turn on your mic, wait till I call your name to speak, and if you're not going to speak, turn off your mic. And so hopefully we can be just as orderly as we possibly can, because there's a lot of passion in the room. Okay, very good. I think we are ready to go with item number 1. Ms. Duncan.
Good morning, City Council members. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. We appreciate the opportunity this morning to be here to talk about the South Howard Flood Relief Project. This, as you said, is normally our grade 8 projects update, and we had asked to focus on this one particular project today. We have submitted a written report of the other projects that we're working on. A lot going on besides this project. We're happy to answer questions about those other projects at any time, but you do have that written report that you can refer to. So this morning we have a brief presentation. We have our design build team to answer questions. We would like to take those questions at the end of this presentation. So with that, I will start my clicker skills here. So I wanted to start today with this photograph.
Hold on
This
one second, Ms.
photograph-
Duncan. CTTV, can you please get the presentation on council's monitors?
Oh, sorry about that. Tell me when you're ready, Chairman.
You're good.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to start today's discussion with this photograph. This photograph is a storm that was about 5.3 to 5.4 inches of rainfall, and it caused major flooding in the Parkland Estates area back in 2015. And for those who were around for this flood, it caused a lot of damage. We had flooded homes, flooded businesses, road closures, no access to the hospital, obviously a lot of cost repairs from this flood. And this is the rain event that we're designing the South Howard Flood Relief Project for. And the bottom line is building this project ends this type of flooding that you see on this photograph. So we've heard flooding concerns. We've also heard concerns about the cost. And back in 2022, we had a concept that we developed a planning estimate for, which was $65 million. And fast forward to today, that cost is more in the ballpark of about $98 million. And there's several reasons for that. First of all, of course, anything you purchase now was cheaper back in 2022. But again, the construction costs have gone up dramatically during that time. And more importantly, one of the main reasons the cost is grown is because the project has expanded to protect more people, homes, and businesses. And I'll share a little bit of information about that in just a moment. There is a silver lining in that it is possible for this cost to come down as we develop more project detail and have a better understanding of all the particulars of the project. When project estimates are done, a lot of risk is built into those estimates. As the risk is more known, the cost can sometimes come down because there's more accurate information. But one thing is for certain, that any delay of this project is going to mean that the cost is going to go up and the problem is going to continue to get worse. So again, I wanted to explain a little bit about what I said about the expanded project. So any of it, you can see the graph, I apologize in the back, it's hard to see, but there's an orange line here on this graphic. That orange line represents our proposed project, the basis of it. And that is a 10 by 10 box culvert that will carry the stormwater. It will start at Bayshore Boulevard where we have an existing outfall. An outfall is a pipe or a box where water goes out into the bay. It starts at Bayshore Boulevard and extends north on Howard Avenue and west onto Swan Avenue. So during our analyses and modeling, that led us to the decision that we really needed to leverage an existing drainage asset, and that is the AMI pond. And the AMI pond is that blue rectangle that you see right above the orange line. And we determined that for the best return on investment, for the most protection to the Pomosea Pines neighborhood, that we needed to extend the box culvert north to connect to that AMI pond. And for those of you who are not familiar with this pond, it's really a hidden drainage gem under the parking garage of the hospital. And if we can extend this box culvert to that pond and connect to the pond, we can then drain those floodwaters of Pomosea Pines, into the pond and into the drainage culvert that's going to go up to Bayshore Boulevard. This will essentially turn that pond into a giant collection area or inlet that can drain those floodwaters now south into the bay. And this is what that investment is going to deliver. This graphic here shows our existing flood condition without our system in place. The blue is the flooded streets, impassable streets. The red boxes are those flooded businesses and homes in the area. And when we superimpose that same flood condition with our system in place, we actually get a 95% reduction in flooding. We get significant improvement to Pomosea Pines and Parkland Estates. And believe it or not, if this system had been in place in August of 2015, you would have not seen the flooding that you saw in that photograph. And additionally, if this system had been in place we would have seen about 70% less structural flooding, which means that about 220 homes and businesses could have been saved. And that's huge. And we can't design for hurricanes, but our major stormwater projects can be very impactful with reducing the problems that we get from those extreme events. And I apologize if these photographs are disturbing some folks here, because they had to go through a traumatic experience when those floods did occur. And there's a very simple reason why we have this flooding problem. It's basically the topography is to blame. Our study area is within the box, the black box there on the screen. And if you see the green, those are the low elevations. The darker colors are the higher elevations. Clearly, the water is pooling in those lower areas, and it really has no good way to get out. This is just another graphic to make the point. If we took a couple cross sections, one is on Swan Avenue, one is on Audubon. Clearly, you can see from the graph that we have a low area. Again, water pools in these areas. It does not have sufficient infrastructure to get out of the area. And this is a long-standing problem. It's well documented. The problem has been studied for over 40 years. And the current infrastructure that's out there was built sometime between the 1900s and the 1950s. And this infrastructure is woefully inadequate for the drainage needs that we have. So I'd just like to show a short video that will show how the proposed box culvert system is going to work.
The South Howard Flood Relief Project is a major city drainage project aimed at fixing the chronic flooding we see in Parkland Estates, Palmacia Pines, and the nearby neighborhoods. The root of the problem is pretty simple. These neighborhoods sit very, very low, and because of that low-lying topography, they are especially prone to flooding. These neighborhoods are also shaped like giant bowls, so when heavy rain hits, water rushes in, fills up fast, and doesn't drain the way it should because the current pipes there are way too small. City engineers and independent experts are designing this system to handle a serious storm, about 5 inches of rain over 8 hours. That's enough water to fill the iconic Rivergate Tower. And when all that water has nowhere to go, it can cause a lot of damage. So what's the fix? The proposed solution uses a massive 10-foot by 10-foot box culvert system capable of moving roughly 20 million gallons of stormwater every single hour. Think of it as a mile-long underground river designed to pull all that excess water out of these neighborhoods. The system would start near South Howard and Bayshore, head north, turn onto Swan Avenue, and then continue north into Palmacia Pines by connecting directly to the ponds beneath the HCA Florida South Tampa Hospital parking deck. That pond would essentially become a giant inlet, pulling excess floodwater out of the neighborhood and sending it south where it can drain properly. And remember the sheer volume of water we're talking about, a beer can building worth. This system is designed to move it out of the neighborhoods fast before it can cause serious damage. This approach isn't new. In fact, it's tried and true. Similar projects across the city, including at Henderson and Dale Mabry, are already proving how effective this type of drainage system can be. Bottom line, less flooding means safer streets for everyday drivers and first responders, fewer homes at risk of catastrophic damage, lower insurance costs, and real peace of mind for families and businesses who just want to know their investments are better protected.
And as you saw in the video, our proposed project is a 10 by 10 box culvert. You can envision the blue on the right being the bay, the gray line is the box culvert, the blue on the left is the flooding areas in Palmacia Pines and Parkland Estates. This system is going to work with gravity for the water to flow down to the bay. We have an excellent slope to work with. We don't have this great slope in other parts of our city. And that slope is going to allow the water, again, to move by gravity, which is not going to require any sort of pump system or complicated system that's going to fail during a storm or need maintenance. And we've heard the concerns about the tidal influence of the box. Well, the elevation in the bay, or the storm surge in the bay, would have to rise to about 15 to 20 feet for that bay water or storm water to get forced back up into the box, back into the neighborhoods. That condition has never happened in Hillsborough Bay. And if that ever were to happen, we'd have bigger problems on our hands because almost the entire South Tampa Peninsula would be underwater in that case. And since the Stormwater Improvement Assessment was created in 2016, our team has had proven success with a number of major stormwater projects, complex urban projects that we've built throughout the city. A few examples here, you heard some of those in the video: McDill 48, Cypress Street Outfall. We're currently constructing the Manhattan Avenue project now, and we've completed many other smaller projects all throughout the city. It goes without saying, we have an excellent team. Kimmons is our contractor. Atkins Realis is our design engineer. We have professional engineers on staff. They're all working together on this project. And so I just want to say one thing, that the city is fully committed to working with the business community on a Shop and Dine Howard Avenue campaign. Something similar was done over on Gandy Boulevard when that major project was constructed. We want to do something similar and support the businesses. We've also heard from many residents who have said that they plan to frequent these businesses during the construction to support those businesses. So with that said, I'd like to ask Mr. John Zamina to come up. Mr. Zamina is our contractor. He's Vice President of Kimmons Contracting, and he's also going to share some information about the construction during that time.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Zamina with Kimmons Contracting. What you see on the right side titled draft is our preliminary construction phasing plan. We would not typically present that this early in the project at 30%. We would really start refining it at 30 and finalize it at 60. I don't want you to think this is a final design, because it's just very preliminary, and the boundaries may change somewhat depending on where utilities are. One thing I want everybody to be clear of, the first activity we have to do is to relocate existing utilities and create a corridor. This phasing plan is for the box culvert installation, which would take place after that. So I don't confuse you. Phase one would be moving water lines out of the way, which would just be lane closures, no significant MOT changes, just moving those water lines to make room for the corridor that this phasing plan shows. Over the next, and we're at 30% drawings right now, as I heard mentioned earlier. So for the next several months, we're going to spend our time meeting with residents and business owners, reviewing the 30% drawings, looking for ways that we can try to minimize the impact to them, their access points, when do they get deliveries, are there any, as we get to the residential side closer to Bay Shore, is there any special needs in there for the school buses, park bus lines? I mean, we spend a lot of time preparing this so we can try to set it up. It's worked very successfully for us on the McDill 48 and the Upper Peninsula project, these preliminary meetings and getting everything set up. We're going to have a public meeting in early March to review the 30% drawings and get public feedback. That's already scheduled and in the way on the works for moving ahead. So there's a lot of things we have to look at. I mean, and you're going to hear them. Parking, what are we going to do? I don't have an answer for you today. I've got to go look and see if we can find lots we can rent. The business accesses, we want to keep businesses open at all times that they want to be open. One thing we've met with a few business owners already, but I'm working with the Epicurean. They have one season, for example, it's very busy for them. We're going to see if we can stop construction activities in front of their building or before there during that time period to try to minimize that impact to them. So these are the things we're going to do from a public involvement and construction, because we have the ability to do that, because we can control the project. And as Gene said, we're going to work closely on the Shop Howard campaign. And one thing that's a little unique, we restore behind us as we go. So when you see starting at Bay Shore in that first block of time, when we move to the next block, we're restoring behind us, so that everything's moving. The system goes into place. As you heard, it's a gravity system, so as we install the box culvert, it's in operation. We get the asphalt, landscaping, sidewalks restored, so that when we finish your neighborhood, I call it one and done. We come through, we're done, we leave, you're clear.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. And John has showed us with other projects. He is hands-on throughout the entire project, as well as his team. We're going to continue that during this project as well. So also want to mention that, as John said, one and done, we do want to work with the businesses and property owners to provide new and improved improvements to the area as part of this project. We know we can put in some aesthetics, some landscaping, hardscaping. These are just some visuals or some ideas. We want those benefits to come to the businesses when we get done with the project, to have an even more enhanced area along the Howard corridor. I want to address a couple other concerns we've heard, one being about maintenance, the other being about our preferred alternative. You know, maintenance alone is not going to solve the flooding problem that we have here. We have a capacity problem, and we need significant infrastructure to handle that capacity, which you can see evident by the flooding. We've also heard concerns about whether this is the best alternative. Well, our engineers and the design build team, we've studied more than a dozen alternatives, some of those provided by the public. And there are no other options that were better than our alternative. The others are either more expensive, harder to build, more disruptive, and there is no other plan B that's going to deliver the kind of flood relief that we believe our proposed project is going to provide. And where we are today, John mentions a little bit of this. We're on the cusp of getting the 30% cost estimate. We are going to be having a public meeting in early March of this year to share the design plan details with the public and get their input. We will also be having a similar 60% public meeting for those 60% plans and details to be shared and discussed. And as our chairman mentioned, there's 2 actions by council that are left on this project. The first action is this evening, and that is a vote on a financial resolution to move about $20 million from another project that we just completed, the McDowell 48 project. We came under budget on that project, so we're going to take advantage of that opportunity, and we're asking to move those stormwater funds from that project to the South Howard Flood Relief Project. The second vote will come in about October of this year. That is the vote where we will bring the guaranteed maximum price to the City Council and ask for their approval for moving forward to start the construction on this project. And I just want to say that this project is going to deliver long-term benefits for the area. It is a generational project. It's going to protect families, protect businesses. There's actually water quality benefits with the project. And this photograph can really be a thing of the past once we get this project in place. So I did mention about the cost estimate a minute ago. I'd like to ask our CFO to come up and share a little bit more detail about that funding and financing.
Thank you. Mr. O'Hara.
Thank you, Council. Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. Before I present, it's a very brief presentation, much of which has already been shared. I do want to set the table and clarify a few items. We've had one-on-one briefings. Again, thank you for your time and interest associated with the finances and this project. One of the things I want to reiterate is this is a funding plan. We think it's a very well-crafted funding plan. But as you've heard, we don't even have 30% design information yet. So I'm going to compare it to the budget that council approves every single year. It's the best estimates and best recommendations that we have based on the best information we have at this time. It's the future, so things will change, but we think we've got a very good plan here. Yes, sir.
Please silence your cell phones. Take this moment to look at your cell phone, make sure that it's on silent. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, sir. I also want to reiterate, this is very similar to other stormwater projects the mayor has presented and council has approved in the past. It's a patchwork of many funding sources, our funding sources, but also allows us, and we've been very successful, allows us to maximize, as we've discussed in the past, Councilwoman Hurtak, getting money back from the state and federal government that we've given to them. We like to call it other people's money, but it really is our money. We've given it to them. They want to give it back for some good purposes. Having said that, I have some slides. If I could have the wolf up, please.
It'll activate when you drop it on. Can we get the wolf on council's monitors, please? Thank you.
Thank you all in the back. And please let me know when you can see it.
We can see it.
All right, thank you. So a $98 million project, our latest estimates, how are we going to pay for it? And you see what's already been approved in the budget. Council has appropriated it. It's right there in the budget document, nearly $29 million. The stormwater improvement assessment of $8.4 million. Let me reiterate, that is all of the funding we anticipate using from the improvement assessment for this project. Stormwater Bond Series 2021, which has already been approved, again, and issued, $8.2 million. Stormwater Bond Series 2023, 1.9, almost $2 million, already approved and issued. And the FDEP grant, also known as the Resilient Florida Grant, for a little over $10 million. So that's what's in the budget right now. And here is what we define as the linchpin of this project, and council will consider this evening. It's almost $21 million. It is already issued debt. So this is not any additional debt that the city is taking on. We are very fortunate that we got a large grant for the Lower Peninsula project that obviated the need for this funding in that particular project area. But we would submit it's even more important because approval of this project will allow us to pursue the next slide, funding on the next slide. This is, as it says, potential funding. Another portion of that Resilient Florida grant, the FDEP grant, $25 million. It's already been applied for. From the Tampa Hillsborough Expressway Authority, $11 million. And a hazard mitigation grant associated with Hurricane Ian for not quite $4 million. So you see nearly $40 million in funding is hinging on approval of that transfer of the bond funding this evening. Now, I can't assure you that we're going to get any of this funding. Okay, it's potential, but we're very confident. You heard Administrator Duncan talk about our proven success. You know, the state, the federal government, they're just like any other grantor. They don't want to throw good money after bad money. They want to throw good money after good money. And we're good money. We get jobs done. Thea, I understand this is for a portion of the project we're discussing right now. If we don't do this project, we're not getting that $11 million. And the same with the hazard mitigation grant. So again, almost $40 million leveraged by an approval tonight of the $20 million. And if you're doing the math on your own, you'll note we're just about $9 million short of the $98 million with what I've presented. And I have a summary slide, a couple summary slides for you too. How do we suggest dealing with that? Well, we've got a backstop in there, as you see, of $9 million from the community investment tax. The renewal of the community investment tax. You'll recall we start collecting it end of this year, if I'm not mistaken, and about $780 million for the city of Tampa. We anticipate over the next 15 years, almost $200 million of that just for public works and transportation. This $9 million would be less than 1% of, or about 1%, excuse me, of that funding. In the meantime, as we do, we have potential other funding opportunities. You've heard us talk about the Community Development Block Grant for Disaster Recovery. This is a $700-odd million grant received by Hillsborough County following the hurricanes. We don't know what we're going to get yet. We've submitted over $400 million in projects, requests for this funding. I can guarantee you we're not going to get that. But we anticipate we're going to get a very, very large portion of that funding. It's $700+ million. And the second item there, of course, we are always aggressively pursuing the state and federal grant funding. We've been very successful. We've got a great group. The departments are very aggressive in seeking grant funding, but it's not just us. We have willing grantors, again, based on the success the city has had with other grants. And to sum up the recommended funding plan. You see approved, $28.6 million. The pending money of almost $21 million. That is the item tonight. Almost $40 million is in potential funding that hinges on approval of that item tonight, that financial resolution, and our backstop funding of $9 million, for a total of just a little over $98 million. So that is our funding plan for this. If I could dive just a little deeper briefly, and to reiterate, we have it broken down in terms of what we have gone into debt for, and what we call PAYGO, what we're not going to finance. And you see it right here, the improvement assessment, the 2 grants, THEA, the CIT renewal, and the hazard mitigation grant. So over two-thirds of this project is PAYGO. Bringing in the final third is, again, already issued debt service. The $20.9 million in question and the 2 appropriated components of those debt issuances, 2021 and 2023, for $31 million. That is the extent of my presentation. Again, just a view of our funding plan, and I can answer any questions at any time.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. If you could put the last, the Stormwater Bond Series 2023 slide on, something, whatever one you think fits best. So
Yes,
that works. So one of the things I think that we need to talk about is, first of all, only $8.4 million is coming from stormwater assessment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So only 8.4. So looking at the stormwater bond series for 2023.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. Looking at this one is fine. What can we spend the stormwater bond series on, this 2023 bond series?
Going to the wolf again in the back.
Okay.
Can you zoom in on that, please, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Harrod? And push it down a little bit. Thank you.
Oh, up just a tad?
Whoops, sorry.
There you go, just right.
You see that well? Thank you. This is from the bond document City Council approved. It is confined to a particular geographic area associated with where we assess the improvement. And you see at the very top there, coincidentally, the South Howard Flooding Relief and Streetscape. 1, 2, 3, 4 bullets down, you see the Lower Peninsula Flooding Relief. And that was this original component's assignment to that project. So the geographic area, we intentionally crafted the issuance to allow us flexibility to move this funding to applicable projects just in the event that we received outside funding. And it came to pass, and now we have this opportunity.
Okay, and so looking at this, you said this is geographically limited? So it must be used basically in South Tampa?
Within a particular, and the expert in the restrictions and limitations of this revenue is here today.
Good morning, Council. Assistant City Attorney McLean Evans. I believe our CFO was referring to the Central and Lower Basin. That is the entire area for the capital improvement assessment for the stormwater assessment.
And can you, in layperson's terms, say what that basin is, just for those of us who are not as ingrained in this as you are?
Very roughly, I mean, being a lawyer, I'm into precision. However, and we have the maps attached to all the resolutions if anyone in the public would like to reference them, but roughly from Fowler south.
Okay, so wow, so it's a good portion of the city. Okay,
Anything
thank
else?
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, but going back to the stormwater bonds, we use stormwater bonds for only large capital projects. We do not use these for maintenance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
that this was the specific purpose for assessing an improvement, an improvement assessment, was to use that funding in contrast to the maintenance assessment, or the service assessment we call it, was to use this funding for capital improvement projects. That is the reason this exists.
But generally speaking, it's not a good idea to bond for maintenance.
Oh, no, it's, generally speaking, it is not a good idea. Yes, ma'am.
And that could affect our bond rating. And then the only other thing I want to talk about when it comes to money is, and this might be, Kimmons might have to help you a little bit on this, but because we are doing this in segments, do we have an idea of how much more this project is going to cost because of that? My understanding is if we just dug it all out and did it all at once, it would be cheaper. Could someone speak to that?
Yes, I would have to defer to the contractor. Yes, sir.
If you could just repeat your name again for the record.
I'm sorry, I'm John Zamani with Kimmons Contracting. You might gain some time savings. I think it's not going to be as significant as you may think, because we've still got to, you can only put the box culvert in as fast as you can put the box culvert in.
Oh, I'm not talking about time, I'm talking about money.
Oh, money?
Is it cheaper to just do it all at once, or I mean, from my understanding, it's much more expensive to open up, close up, move on.
Yeah,
Open up, close up, move on.
I think there's probably some savings. I would be speculating to just throw a number out at you, but I think there's some savings potentially. We'd have to kind of look at it from a different perspective, because we've never looked at it from that perspective of closing the entire roadway. I'm sorry, I didn't probably answer your question.
Oh, no, that's fine, that's fine. I just was curious. So we can't really save any money by doing the project,
Well,
you know, just
I
all
think
of
you
it.
could save some. I just
Yeah.
don't know. There's a pain threshold there, you know. how
Exactly,
much impact that
and
would-
that's why we're doing it, so that we don't have that pain threshold with our businesses.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Harrow, I have a question for you. The stormwater assessment, it keeps being repeated that this is the remaining of that fund balance. Can you speak to the duration of the stormwater assessment and the projected income into that assessment?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Council will recall this assessment, about a 30-year assessment, goes through 2046. Over the next
20 more years.
I'm sorry?
20 more years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And over the next 24 years, we anticipate, and again, this is pro forma, we anticipate it's going to generate about $330 million.
That is unallocated. We have not spent.
Part of that, it is not spent. Part of that will be allocated for our ongoing debt service obligations, which I'm going from memory here is about $225 million. What remains unallocated from a forecast and planning perspective is about $115 million.
Okay. And because this project really depends on what you call other people's money, but this grant money and other organization money that will be subsidizing to get us to that small unmet need, when is the final decision point? If we do not get that money, how do you, does that in essence mean this project is not doable?
It would be challenging to find other funding sources in those amounts if we do not get that funding.
And when's the point that we say we are go, no go because of not getting that money?
I think, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Duncan or Mr. Zamaya, I'll address the small component first. You know, for instance, the $25 million request to FDEP. My understanding is it's a bit of a chicken and an egg thing. They want to see a contract before they throw good money after good money. They've already thrown $10 million. The contract, I think the no-go or no-go would be after we have the GMP, the guaranteed maximum price. We agree with, there you are.
Okay.
So, which I believe is August, September timeframe, ma'am?
Yes, we're looking to have the public meeting.
Start with your name again, Jean.
I'm sorry, Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure Mobility. We are looking to have, like I said, the 60% plans meeting in August. We're looking September, October to have that guaranteed maximum price. As Mr. Rojero said, it's just the methods of these grant agencies where they like to wait to the 11th hour. It's more surety on their part, where they make a decision on these grants. And so as we get very close to that guaranteed maximum price, we will find out about some of these grants. And so that will help us to make that decision and help you to make that decision when we bring that guaranteed maximum price of what your vote is going to be in October.
Okay, so at that point, we should have the answer on those, I guess, matching, is that correct? Is that a term?
Yes.
Matching funds from those grants to get us to that basically 2/3 amount of other people, or other funding assets. Okay, God, I know I had something else, but I can't think what it was. Okay, so Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since
I'm
you're
sorry.
both here on the PIPES program, that's a big project. That's over a 20-year project that we're involved in, basically 2.9 billion, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
And when you look at that, at the same time you're doing this project, is it possible, if this has not been done already, those streets that are the pipe, this big box culverts going through, you can put the water lines and the sewer lines in to save money?
Yeah, we're definitely doing that planning. We've been doing that planning for a number of years. It's not always aligning the way we would like it to be, but we've done extensive work to see how the water line work and the wastewater work lines up with all of our transportation projects and all of our stormwater projects as well. So in this case, we are going out ahead of this project, and Mr. Zabina could tell me exactly when, but probably any day now, right after Gasparilla, we're going to start the water line construction in this project area ahead of the stormwater work.
And I understand that the PIPE program is a citywide program, and it goes through everywhere, business, residential, wherever. We're putting over 2,000 miles of each underground. So that's a big project compared to this, and hopefully we can work together.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Are we just asking questions
About the presentation, yeah.
the whole presentation or just CFO?
Do you have anything else for the presentation?
This is our presentation,
Okay,
so we're here
this
for any
is-
questions.
It's all open now.
Okay. A few weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, when we were talking about this, we talked about the fact that Palmacia Pines was in the study area, but there was no infrastructure put into Palmacia Pines. A few days later, you all added infrastructure in Palmacia Pines, and I want to thank you for doing that because there are a lot of people here from Palmacia Pines that are concerned about that. Similar to an earlier question, as was testified a few weeks ago, the phase 2, which is mostly Palmacia Pines, would not start until 4 or 5 years from now and wouldn't be completed for a few more years beyond that. So for all the folks that are concerned about Palmacia Pines flooding, why wouldn't we do it concurrent with this and just add it to, instead of having a phase 2, why don't we just have one phase that also includes more in-depth infrastructure in Palmacia Pines, and how much do we think phase 2 is going to cost?
Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. I'll try to answer as much of that question as I can. The project scope does not allow us to really go beyond what we're doing already with connecting to that AMI pond without really rescoping the project. And we're already having a challenge right now with coming up with the funds for the $98 million project. That would really just be too much of the bite of an apple all at one time. So we felt it's more prudent to break it into a couple of components, one for the project scope purposes, the other for the funding opportunities and the cost, to do it in 2 phases. And ideally, we'd like to do it all at once, but the first phase is going to bring significant relief to the area.
On phase 2, do you have any idea how much it's going to cost?
I don't have an idea. I don't know if anyone else does. Whatever idea we have is sort of a dart on a dartboard at this point because we don't have a lot of details, so we hate to throw out numbers that kind of stick.
Also, before I get cut up, Mr. Rajero, some members of the community contacted me, and they said they were concerned that they were told that the vote today is the most important vote on this, and that if we don't vote for tonight, we're only moving $21 million from one account to another, which could easily be moved around again. It's not September, it's not October, it's not the big vote. Apparently, some people were told that if we don't vote to move that tonight, that the contract will be canceled. City Council has not said that the contract would be canceled. In fact, if you all needed to change the scope to include Palmacia Pines, we most likely would vote for that. Who made the decision? And yesterday, when we met one-on-one with the chief of staff, you said that we could have as easily had the decision 2 weeks from now or longer on the $21 million. Who decided that tonight we had to vote today or this project would be canceled? Why were people told that the contract might be canceled, and who made that decision?
The mayor. The mayor.
Even though we could have made the decision a couple weeks from now.
Well, and let me, And please, thank you for asking a question. Let me put it into context. As everybody is aware, there's been a great deal of energy and resources towards this project. At some point, I think the decision needs to be made to either proceed with this nearly, $98 million project or not proceed.
I just have concerns
That
because
point,
there are a lot of people
If I
that.
could continue, sir, that point
I wanna get
has
to that.
come tonight per the mayor.
So thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just have concerns because I know a lot of folks, they lost their houses, their families were upset, and they've taken today off from work for a vote that is not the most important vote. It's maybe a straw vote, but let me ask you another question. The design contract, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, the design contract was clear on our goals. There should be no road flooding in a 5-year design storm. It says we are supposed to reach a level of service A. That means complete removal from street services, no flooding. The flooding was relieved in Parkland Estates, but only reduced in Palmacia Pines. Our stormwater technical standards also say the hydraulic grade line for all public storm sewer systems constructed within the city of Tampa is 1 foot below the road surface. That means any road flooding on this map is not up to our own code. We're paying $7.7 million for the best minds to develop a plan. Why didn't we meet the terms of our own design contract and code? And what would it take for us to meet there? Don't we have an obligation to the public to try to go to our own design standards on this?
Before you answer that, let me step in here for a second. I made a kind of a chair decision to not limit council's questions to 5 minutes.
Okay.
So for a question and ask, I felt like you
Okay.
made. So
All
for
right, I
question
won't
is,
cut you off
now,
again.
once we finish that, if people start pontificating and rambling, then we'll impose the 5-minute rule.
And I just have 2 more
But this is such an important issue. I think that it's good that we vet out with all the questions. So the 5 minutes won't apply to Q&A period. And then if we ask a question, let them finish. But I know why you did it, and that's why I said that.
Yeah,
So-
thank you so much. So the question again is our own standards, the contract and the code say that we need to be 1 foot below the road line, but yet the map, even with this completed, shows roads flooded. Why didn't we stick to our own standard? Why can't we take the water off the roads?
Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure Mobility. I'm really not sure what reference you're reading from, but I can tell you that this design is going to meet our standards. It's going to be signed and sealed by a professional engineer. Multiple engineers are going to have reviewed it, and so we can assure you that it's going to meet our standards. On the other hand, stormwater is sometimes not an exact science. There's dynamics that pull the water in different places. There's different storm events that have different intensities, different durations. So with the best information that we can develop, we're going to remove as much water as possible. Our goal is to make the roads passable at all times. That is the goal. And we do that to the best extent that we can. In some cases, there may be some water left, but the goal would be for that water to drain off as quickly as possible. So I would say that we are going to meet our standards, and we can stand behind that statement.
Just, I would say in the Kimmons contract, it's Exhibit A, and it says the proposed drainage facilities shall meet the needs of the city to effectively and efficiently relieve flooding for the design storm, as well as reduce flood levels greater than 100. And then anyway, I won't go through all that. Let me get to a different question. In the maps, can you guys go back to the maps that it shows a before and after map? Can we see the after map?
I'll get my stuff out.
Could CTTV have the PowerPoint back up, please?
So this question, I'll go ahead and ask the question. If we could show the after map and then blow up.
Sure.
Blow it up.
This
Okay.
one?
Yeah, can you guys blow this up?
Blow
So
it up?
the after, if you look before and after, the blue is flooding, right? So there's more,
Yes.
you can easily see there's more flooding on the left, on the right. Can you blow this up on the right one, just so we can see, you see all the blue there? So that shows what I was just talking about. There's flooding not only on the streets, but there's also flooding, it appears in some houses. Can you just zoom in? Dossie, can you help us zoom in on that maybe, please? Just on the, I don't know if we can do it from the Elmo. Can the audiovisual people help us zoom in on that, please?
While they're looking at that, I can tell you that, yes, there will be some flooding that we cannot accommodate in Phase 1 for this area, but the flooding will be much less, and that flooding will be a much shorter duration than it is now. So
So just for, and this is mainly Palmacia Pines, can you Okay, now we're moving to the Elmo overhead. Can you turn it the other side? Turn, yeah, that way. Okay, so we can see the blue there. That's the flooded street. So we see Audubon, we see Habana. What's the other street, cross street there, the horizontal street?
Armenia?
No, Armenia, it's Armenia, Audubon. Those are the north-south streets.
Habana.
And where's De Leon?
De Leon, I don't know if my finger will show, I guess it'll show right here.
Oh, yeah, it says it on the right, Azil, Horatio. So you see, for the folks who live on Audubon between Horatio and Azil, or Horatio and Cleveland, that's the bottom of the bowl. There's still going to be flooding. And then Habana and Azil. And that goes back to the 1980 studies that recommended a retention pond in that area. So what do we say to those folks? Even after we spend the $100 million, there's still going to be flooding all around their houses. It's kind of back to my other question. Why can't we advance phase 2? Why is it acceptable to allow their houses to continue to flood even after we spend, we're talking about like 5 years from now, their houses are still going to flood based on your map. Why wouldn't we solve that now? Why is it okay for their houses to flood?
Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. As you see from that map, there is no structural flooding on there. The map that I showed previously on the left had the red boxes. Those are flooded structures. This shows no structural flooding, and the flooding that does remain is there for a shorter amount of time. What phase 1 does for this neighborhood is give them relief now, but it also allows for a 10 by 10 box cover to be tied in, to be connected to by other lateral systems, which we plan to do in a phase 2 scenario. We would love to do phase 2 right now, but it's just too much all at one time. We're challenged right now with this big project. To stop and add a phase 2 at this point would really be probably not a feasible thing to do. We want to make forward progress with what we have so far, get the system in place, give everyone relief as soon as possible, and then build on that foundation for more improvements.
Isn't that the same argument, though, that the public is using with us? They're saying, look, you guys have the money, you can move things around, and now the CFO is moving money around. If we can move money around to go from 65 million to 100 million, why can't we add 20 or 40 million to include phase 2 now? Why couldn't we do that?
Well, phase 2 is progressing in terms of us formulating the plans that we'll need to make, formulating the grants that we could go out and get. So there is some activity on phase 2, but just to bake that in, settling into a 30% design that's already underway, that would be too much of a stretch. It was one thing to extend the existing box culvert up north to connect to the pond, but to add the phase 2 piece into that at this point in time with a 30% design, it just really would push us back to square one, which would take more time, and of course the cost will be more when we go to build it.
Dossie, you might want to say. So you talked about this would prevent 70% of structural flooding, which is 200 and something houses. What about the 125 houses that won't be protected from structural flooding? Where can you show us on the map where they are?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
It says that it'll prevent 70% of structural flooding. Doesn't that mean that 30% will still have structural flooding?
That would be in an intense storm, yes.
Okay, can you show us on the map where the
I don't know if we have that
where are the
information
houses
available. We don't have that detail with us here today.
But there might be people in the audience that are in that 30%, and they're here because they want a solution, and we might be able to solve that in phase 2. But right now, why is it acceptable that 125 houses might get structural flooding, not just have road flooding, but if 30% of the houses are still going to have structural flooding, why is that acceptable?
In this scenario, we're not showing any structural flooding with this storm that we're designing for. If we had a Hurricane Milton type event, yes, we may have more structural flooding. We cannot design for a hurricane event, but our systems that we do design for will have a significant reduction in those impacts when we have those type of events.
One last question. There's been this argument set up between businesses and neighbors. The concern of the businesses is really that they're going to have an economic impact, and the city hasn't done an economic impact study. But if you think about other events that go on where businesses are disrupted, we say that we're a city that's in favor of small businesses. We want to support small businesses. Real people work in those businesses. They keep their families up. At the same time, there are people who have homes that don't want their houses to be flooded. So wouldn't a solution be to do like other governments do, other cities and other counties, and just set up a fund that from which the businesses could draw, like the PPE program a few years ago, where they would show their financials and show what the loss was. So if we don't do an economic impact study and we don't set up a fund, most likely they're going to sue us on the back end, and they're going to get the funding anyway, and we'll have to pay their legal fees. Wouldn't it be better? Let's say that we did an analysis and it's $70 million. I don't know what the number is, but let's make it up. Wouldn't we be better off budgeting for that now and setting it up? Because if we set that up and we told the businesses, we're going to make you whole, if you lose money, we're going to replace it, then their argument would go away and this project could proceed more quickly. We take away one of the biggest arguments. Wouldn't it be smarter to go ahead and do the economic evaluation now, figure out what that dollar amount is, and show the businesses that we're going to protect them while we're also protecting the people whose houses flooded?
That is not something that the city has ever done, and we are not aware of any other municipality that has set up a fund in anticipation of potential business impacts because of a public works project. So that has not been our protocol. We don't know that that's a protocol of anyone else, and that's just not something that we think is the solution. Our solution is to minimize impacts, work with businesses, and be as precise with the construction and as sensitive with the construction to minimize those impacts and encourage the frequency of those venues during the construction time frame.
But if we set up the fund now, then the business's argument would go away. There would be no more fighting between families and businesses. Isn't it worth trying to look at that now instead of waiting until afterwards and dealing with lawsuits?
Our decision at this point is we're not looking to set up a fund.
And I'm told that Orlando and Seattle have examples of that. One last question. You showed the AMI pond. Can you go back 2 slides?
We have the presentation, please. Let's see, AMI Pond, I think was,
We get the presentation on council monitors as
It's
well.
the next slide up, after
Next one.
expanded route into Pomona Pines.
this one?
One
It's
more,
The one you just passed.
Oh, this one?
or
Before,
other
right
direction.
there.
Is
Keep
that the one
going.
you want?
Keep going.
Keep going?
Keep going. Sorry.
Sorry.
Keep going.
Wasn't sure which one you wanted.
No, I'm looking for the line graph that shows the
Oh, the line graph, I'm
elevations.
sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that one. Go back.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, so if you
Okay.
look at it, we went over this yesterday. If you look at the line graph on the bottom, so I know it's kind of hard to read, but there are 2 dips, there are 2 bowls there. And thank you all. We spent a lot of time talking about the Pomona Pines Bowl a few weeks ago, and you all have acknowledged it now, and you're including it. Thank you for doing that. And the bowl on the right is the Pomona Pines, and the bowl on the left is Parkland Estates. One of the problems is Pomona Pines floods, and it goes into Parkland Estates. But the AMI, you see between Parkland Estates and Pomona Pines, there's a high point. The AMI pond is at that high point, correct?
No, our information is that pond is lower than the flooded area, and I can get someone else to give that detail. I think you have a map, Brandon, so where's
No,
the
but
map?
I think the
better
AMI
shows
pond,
that.
the AMI pond is about 3 feet above the bottom of, so the corner of Horatio and Habana is the bottom of the bowl.
Someone come up and correct that statement, please. I didn't mean it to sound, I so apologize, I didn't mean it to sound in a negative way. I'm just trying to get the proper information.
No,
for you.
but Brandon and I talked
Yeah.
about this yesterday.
Good morning, Council. Brandon Campbell, Director of Mobility. The AMI pond, the bottom of that pond was designed at 10-foot elevation. And you can see in that graph, we're at 16 and 16 on both of those for the elevation of the low spots.
I think if you go back, we don't have to go back, but if you go back to the map earlier and you show the roads flooded and you think about 30% are still going to have structural flooding, the problem is that the pipe is going to the AMI pond, which is a higher elevation than the bottom of that bowl in Pomona Pines. So the Pomona Pines will still flood, we just saw on the maps. And so I just have some concerns about that. Can we go back 2 slides? Just to show that AMI structure again. My understanding is this hospital, the HCA hospital, is going to expand and maybe expand into that area. Do we know if their expansion, that's the picture of it. So on behind that is a doctor's office, of which some of it is low elevation. They flooded and it was terrible. One of my doctors is there. Do you all know what the plans are for HCA, and are they going to expand into this area? Are they going to impact this parking facility and the retention pond? There's also another retention pond, I think a half a block away. Do we know what impact that's going to have, and are they going to create more permeable surface, and how will that affect the models?
You know, we've met with the hospital. We have a perpetual easement for this pond. They're fully supportive of this project. They're not planning to impact this pond. They don't want to be out in front on the project, but they're shared their traumatic experiences they've had with the flooding. And so they're very interested in doing more to see that pond come to its full potential.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Young, then Councilman Maniscalco, then Councilman Miranda.
All righty. Thank you all so much for your presentations and for being here. Question for Phase 2. One of my briefings received the estimate about 67 million plus for Phase 2. Would that be correct?
Oh, you know, we don't really like to put a number on something we don't have enough information to estimate. Even if we give a ballpark, those numbers become etched in stone. So I really am not comfortable giving a number on that portion of the project. But certainly when we get that information, we can make it available.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's the number. That number was given to me. So I know one of the questions that Councilman Carlson asked was the cost for Phase 2. So that was a number that was given to me in one of my briefings.
It's probably an order of magnitude, not really an estimate that you can bank on to be static.
Okay. My other question is, with this, the route, can you go to the side that has the proposed route?
Sure.
For this?
PowerPoint, please. Thank you, CTTV. This one here?
This one's fine. My question, are there any environmental impacts? Because so I know that part of the plan is to connect with Selman Expressway. So any runoff or anything from the expressway will go also through those culverts into the bay. Is there any environmental impact, especially with all the water untreated going into the bay? Have we looked at that?
Yes, there actually is. There's a benefit to the environment because these ponds not only function for water attenuation, but they also function for water quality as well. So the more runoff we can get to go into the pond first, before it just gets into the bay directly, is going to remove a lot of those sediments and other things that we want to get out of the water before it goes into the bay. So there is an environmental benefit to the project.
Okay. During your presentation, you said there's a possibility that the price could go down.
Yes.
I will, to be transparent, one of the issues that I'm having is sometimes I hear two different things, and so me as a council member, when you're trying to make a decision on something, it's very difficult when one person says one thing and one person says another thing, and then sometimes we get in this space and then I hear something completely different. So during your presentation, you said that there's a possibility that the price could go down once we get to more of a design. In my briefings, I've heard that the cost could go up because we don't know what we'll see once you get underneath there. So can you speak to that? Because it's very difficult when there's no consistency in the responses in regards to this project.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you don't feel like you've been getting consistency. When the comment I made about the price potentially going down at the cost, when we do these cost estimates, as we move through the project, we get more detail. And more detail often gives us more information. Often that information allows us to be more accurate with our estimate. But what's built into that detail on the part of the contractor is the cost of the risk. So as the contractor understands more of the particular details of the project, he can reduce that risk out of his costs, which allows for the cost to often go down. Sometimes, though, the opposite does happen. We go out and we do investigation in the field, soil borings, research, and then under construction, we find out there's a pipe that wasn't known about, and we have to pay to get that removed. So it can go either way. But in this case, the point I was making, that there is an opportunity for, in terms of the risk being known better as we move forward, that could allow maybe an opportunity for the cost to go down.
Okay. I also, okay. So since coming onto council, what has always been presented to me was, it was always South Howard Flood Relief Project. And it's been, there are no other routes. We've looked at alternatives, but they're not gonna, they won't work. And that's kind of just what the blanketed term is. But as I've never seen the other routes as presented in alternatives like how this one has been, and I'm not gonna speak for my other council members, but just me, I know me personally, it's always just been this route. So the alternatives have never really been explained to me in depth to even see, are they possible options? Has that been done, or have we either, I don't know if you all have spoken with other council members, or have you spoken with the public as far as the other alternatives? Because this is literally the only one that I know. But all I've heard is that there have been research on dozens of other alternatives, but I have not really seen them. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, apologize, you're coming a little bit late to the game. We've been studying alternatives for 10 years now. And more recently, we've been studying alternatives under this particular project of what are all the possibilities to address this problem. So we have extensive information we can share with you. We can come over and give you another briefing, show you all that information. We're compiling a lot of that in what we're calling the preliminary engineering report. It'll be a summary of all that work we've done to show that this is the best alternative that we're recommending. So we're happy to follow up with you and give you more information on that. And I'm sorry that you didn't feel like you got enough of that background before today.
Yeah, and the thing with it is, like, I would appreciate that, and I would still want to see them, but for me, I like to see everything before I make a decision, and it's kind of just been, this is it, and you're making a decision on this, and again, the other alternatives haven't really been presented in this way to even, know, like, what, if there's, these are our top 4 or top 5, and, we're estimating a cost of, this, and this route is this way, and this could be this route. This is why, these are the pros and cons of each. I have not received anything like that. And so, for me, when I think, is there really, is there another way? Is there an alternative that has really been explored to the depths as this one has been?
Again, I apologize you didn't get that information. We have extensive information on numerous routes. Some of them were given to us by the public. We analyzed those with as much detail, and we've been studying this particular problem for the last 3 years under this particular contract. And this is a recommended alternative. And we'd be happy to show you all that work we've done over all those last 3 years to show how we came to this decision that this is the recommended alternative.
Okay, and then
If I could add to that as well, again, Brandon Campbell, Director of Mobility. We do have a pretty text-heavy summary of some of those alternatives that were explored on the website. We would be happy to sit down and brief you on that. I think there's probably a little more detail than would be worth taking the time to do here and now. But we have looked in more depth, and it may be helpful as well to look at both this document and that preliminary engineering report in a more focused setting. We'd be happy to do so.
Okay, and then I also had, let me just find my paper. I'm sorry, I lost mine.
Take your time.
I had some in my paper. In terms of the map that has the how much time like each segment will take, how, and I know this, it's only 30% design. How confident are you all with that timeline? Again, no, understanding that it's only at the 30% design, but how confident are we with, this phase can take, 15 days and 30 days? How confident are you all with that?
Yeah, all of those are ranges, estimated ranges. I'll let our contractor, Mr. Zamina, speak a little bit more to that, but that is our goal, and to stay within those ranges, to minimize those impacts as much as we possibly can. We've had an experienced contractor that's done this many other times, so we're pretty confident with the information we've provided.
Hello, John Zemina, Kimmons Contracting. The durations you see there are based on historical other projects we've done in the city with box culverts, Lower Peninsula, Upper Peninsula. We're pretty confident in some they will work. There may be some changes in segments depending what we find as we relocate utilities and come across other conflicts. But overall, we're pretty confident that's the duration is going to work.
And Mr. Ruggiero, in one of my briefings that I had, the statement was made that there were a few state grants that were applied but that were denied. We didn't get them. Do you have any? Can you recall what those state grants were that we didn't get for this project?
I do not recall. What comes to mind is the FDEP grant that we're talking about here, the $25 million. We've applied for it. It hasn't been denied. They need, again, it's, and I hate to say it, but it's a chicken and eggs thing. They want something more substantive, I think a contract, before they'll approve that funding. And as Ms. Duncan said, this is not atypical of grantors. They want assurances. It's a pretty good amount of money, so they want assurances or reasonable assurances that this funding will be well spent. So perhaps that's what we were discussing.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but we apply for many grants, and we get some and we don't get others. So I don't want to give you the impression we get every grant we apply for, but we're very aggressive and successful.
Okay. And again, to be transparent again, everything is always spoken in absolutes. And so in my meetings or in my briefings is this, will not happen. This was denied. And then, but now I say, oh, maybe it wasn't denied. It was that it was, they want to see this. Like, and I'm saying this because just so you all can understand how difficult it is. I'm speaking just for me, not my other council members, how difficult it is to make decisions or to speak to something when in one room it's this, in another room it's that, in another space it's this. When I was told that we applied for grants that we did not get, they were denied, and we don't know why. That's what was said. And so when I ask now, and it's, well, it was that they just wanted to see that there was a matching. That's two completely different scenarios.
If I could respond, it could be that conversation wasn't about that grant. That's the example I have now. Was I the one that said it?
No.
Oh, okay, okay. Just because I do try to be consistent.
You were in the room, but you did not say that. No.
Okay, understood. And I don't give assurances as often as I'd like because, again, as I said earlier, much of what we deal with, what I deal with, is the future. I will give you, again, our best recommendations and our best estimates based on what we know right now. Frankly, candidly, anybody that doesn't give counsel that is not being honest. I can't give you assurances about the future. So again, that's the grant that comes to mind. I've no doubt we have applied for grants and been denied grants. That's what we do. And if you'd like additional detail, I'll happily provide it.
I think maybe about a couple weeks ago when we were, again, they were, presenting on this project, and I had asked if you could explore any grants that could, potentially help any, businesses or small businesses on South Howard that may be impacted by this. I'm not sure if that was something that you all, explored or are still exploring. Is it a possibility of, speaking to Councilman Carlson's point about having something in the event that this, really affects some of the businesses on South Howard?
Yes, ma'am. We are still exploring it. I don't have high hopes, but I'm not giving you an assurance that it won't happen. Typically, those types of remunerative grants are at the state and federal level following disasters. Okay, that's the typical. I'm unaware right now, but we'll keep looking of any localized opportunity for that. I think I shared with you earlier, in fact, I think it was at council, for the city of Tampa to fund it internally would be very challenging based on what I have heard. I don't know, but based on some of the figures I've heard as to the potential impact. I have no hard and fast data as to what that financial impact would be.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Escapo, you had your light on, did you? Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Zaminas, if you could come up. I know this is strange, but you were in my dream last night.
Oh, boy.
No, really, I dreamt about this
Recess,
project.
recess.
I'm sorry, out of order.
I dreamt about this project. The dream was, I was on Howard Avenue and Kimmons, you were there. We didn't talk. We didn't violate any sunshine, but the road was torn up. I mean, that's how much I've been thinking about this. A couple of questions. I'm looking at this route that goes from Swan all the way down to Howard. So you have 10 by 10 box culverts, Swan, and then all the way down to Howard to 2 7 by 7 box culverts that empty out into the bay. Does that create a bottleneck? I know it's only 3 feet each way, but would that cause any problems?
Because based on its square inches, so 7 times 7 is 49, 10 by 10 is 100.
So it's minimal,
equivalent.
it's not going to. And my question was answered earlier because I was wondering, in regards to the gravity of how the water gets pushed out, what if there is a high tide? Somebody said it would have to be a 15-foot storm
You
surge
saw the slide on that,
for
correct?
it to push back.
The head
So
pressure is going to keep the water flowing out.
that answers that. If this were to be approved, we move forward today, and then that later approval in September, I think, and everything is on schedule from start to finish. Well, first, when can you put the first shovel in the ground, and when would the estimated completed date be?
First
3
shovel
years,
in
5 years?
So our first activities would be kind of twofold. We'd be working on the outfall on Bay Shore. We have a conflict structure we have to put in there to get over an existing sewer line. So that would be the first work. And that could probably 3 to 5 weeks after we get notice to proceed, we'd have our materials and be starting that work. I think, and again, it's a little premature for me to give you an exact date but we've probably got 3.5 years of construction time.
Okay.
To get up there, to get in.
So 2030 estimate, or 2029?
Yeah.
And then that would end up at, let's say, the HCA hospital, that area of Palmacia Pines. That's the final step. And then
Correct.
then it now opens up, and then the whole system is connected.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, the system is connected as we construct, because it's a gravity system. So as we cross, I'm going to use Morrison as an example. If we cross Morrison with a box culvert, we tie the storm drainage in that intersection.
So that already starts functioning?
That already starts functioning.
Okay. And I see that there, okay. In regards to, we saw the worst of the flooding in Palmacia Pines and in Parkland Estates. I'll use Swan as a reference, and then Habana. There's Horatio, Arawana, there's, I see a map here. And I hope we never see a rain event or a hurricane event. I mean, we were lucky for over 100 years, but I hope that we never see that again. It eventually will happen, but not in our lifetimes, I just hope we don't witness that again. What kind of relief do they get in the meantime? Because if it's from now till 2029 to 2030 that it gets all the way up there, what if we get another hurricane this season coming up, and then the year after? I mean, do they keep flooding until it reaches that end level of the project, which is at the end of this decade?
I believe Gene's slide kind of showed the street flooding afterwards. So much depends on what the storm is.
Yeah.
It's really hard to answer that question with anything definitive. I mean, they're going to gain relief. There is some, and I call it street flooding. I think it's 4.5 inches, maybe 5 inches of water in the streets. They're going to get improvement to that level. You're going to save 70%, but to state.
But once it's completed, at the end of the project?
Once it's completed, then everything's tied in, and then you have all the, I'll call them feeder pipes, but all the laterals will be tied into the box culvert, and then the thing's completely functional. But that's the end of the project, whether you included that today or waited 3 years, that's at the end of the project, so it's got to have someplace to go.
So let me ask you a question. Looking at this map of Swan as you approach the crosstown, there is like an open field, there's a park there. Has it been looked at, because there's the Swan Pond and the Albany Pond nearby, one on each side of the crosstown. Has the city, or have you been asked if we've looked at that property to create a stormwater pond there that would at least drain the water from that Palmacia Pines down Swan and give them some kind of relief there? Because it's a large area. I mean, if you look at it, it's like those ponds combined and then some, the Swan and Albany.
We looked at it. That's one of the routes we investigated, was to put a pond in there. That required some pump stations, though, because that elevation is higher than Palmacia. So to get the water uphill, we would have to pump to it. And probably a more, and I'm not an engineer, but I'll get the engineer to explain it more. One of the other really confining features is the existing groundwater elevation. You can dig a pond 12 feet deep, but if it's got 10 feet of water in it from the groundwater, you only gain 2 feet of retention. And legally, you've got to give yourself at least a foot of freeboard above that. If that,
Okay.
I hope I'm explaining that well, but the
Well, you
groundwater
have the
elevation
water
is so
table,
high.
You can only go so deep.
You can only go so deep, so you just didn't gain, anything that could touch the volume of water coming out of Palmacia by, I call it the Winn-Dixie, I think it's in Aldi now, but that parking lot where the softball fields are.
Used to be a cash and carry back in my day.
Did, okay.
Yeah.
I grew up in town and country, so I'm a
Yeah.
little further away.
No, okay, so another thing is, these 10 by 10 box culverts, and it goes back to my, I know, that was a ridiculous, my dream, but Howard
You know I have to
Avenue
go
is
back to work
only-
after this, right?
Huh?
You know I have to go back to work.
No. I've known you for a long time
Yes, sir.
because we've had that, remember Estrella and West Shore,
I
and
remember
you're
well.
fantastic,
Yeah.
because, I'm not gonna go into it, but you're great, always responsive, and that was a massive project. In regards to the 10 by 10 box culverts,
Yes, sir.
do you have to tear up the entire width of Howard Avenue?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
and the reason I ask is because where my family's business is at, funny enough, in the last few months up until Christmas Eve, they had pipe construction going north and south. But it was 2 lanes north, 2 lanes south. They left 1 lane open going north and 1 south. And it was bad, but business was good. This is my mother and everything. But at the beginning of this month, in January, they did a complete road shutdown for 2 blocks. And it was a Monday through Friday because they had to now go across the street instead of north and south. Business stopped. The mailman or mailwoman, because they change every day, didn't even come in. And there are access points to her property from the residential area. Yet but nobody came. And the reason I say that because we have residences that were flooded tremendously. We have multifamily units. I see people here that own these properties that had severe damage. And then we have a lot of businesses going down. What's different with Howard is, as you go in segments, a block or 2 blocks at a time, there's the crosstown that creates dead ends, and there's one-way streets back there. How do these businesses manage? And I asked that, and we talked about mitigation and whatnot, because just by coincidence, I saw it with my family's business. Revenue stops. The rent is due this weekend. They're going to pay the rent, whatever. But there was no help. There was no relief. People just stopped coming because it was a complete road closure. How do we manage that? And here you have, I don't know how many employees, but my concern with looking at the business side is you have solid waste vehicles, you have food delivery trucks, you have employees that park. Where do they go? Because it's not easy to park in that neighborhood. There's a lot of no parking. I mean, I know where a couple of the secret free spots are because I use them, but it's a very tricky area. And you've answered my question. Can we keep 1 lane open on Howard to keep things moving? But no, because of the box culvert. Do we absolutely have to use the 10 by 10 box culvert instead of a very large pipe and take up a little bit less space so we can have some kind of movement on Howard? Or and you're the professional, again, you work with a wonderful company, and I've worked with you in the past, but this is it. It has to be a 10 by 10 box culvert. There's no pipes with pump stations to take it down Howard or anything.
If you want to get the best bang for your buck, so to speak, if you want to improve the flooding for the Palmacia and the Parkland Estates and that area, you need to go with the 10 by 10 box culvert. I'm convinced of that. I've seen the modeling. I know it's 10 foot. The box is actually 12 foot wide because there's 1 foot walls on it. And the roads are typically 12-foot lanes, so you think I got 24 feet. But we need access room, and I've got to put new sewer lines because I've got to connect the sewers up. We have to move the sewer. So that's going to be on either side of the box culvert because obviously I can't put a pipe through it. So that just takes space up, and then we're going to come back with a streetscape. But you've really touched on what's one of the most challenging things I've got to deal with is access to the businesses. How do we keep pedestrian traffic going through there safely? How do we try to make provisions for people to have parking? Parking is already a problem down there, I'm sure, because there's no real parking lots. So closing the road doesn't help because you lose the ability to go north and south, but it's not really taking parking spaces away. So I've got a lot of work to do to meet with people and go through and look and see who we can rent property from or not rent property from. What are the special needs? When do the food trucks come? How big are they? Like I said, I've met with several of the business owners already. Intend to meet with everyone that wants to meet with us individually or in groups. We're open for that, and it's kind of a work in progress. We'll work our way along with it.
I mean, my family has just a small retail operation, you know, and it was a total road shutdown of 5 business days, and it's survivable. COVID was 30 days shut down by the state or whoever gave the direction. And that was, you know, my dad said, if you can survive this, you can survive anything. That's 30 days. When you shut down a segment, I saw as short as 15 days to a little bit more. But what is your estimate on, are you doing this 1 block at a time, 2 blocks at a time? And how much time does each segment take?
So the block by block is really for optics. It kind of gives you an idea. We have to set our work zones by where accesses are. And if you're not in the work zone, we have to give you your driveway. We can't put your only driveway in the middle of our work zone and say, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's really, that and existing utilities, what we have to move and shift around, that really kind of dictates the size. If you look at and probably the simplest one is the Epicurean. I think I've got 4 MOT segments through the Epicurean because, and I met with them, and we've actually off Southview, we're gonna come in behind their pool and put a temporary road into the parking garage so they can be accessing off Southview while we're working north of that. I mean, it's part of that evolution that you're going through with each business to look at and see what can we do and not do. Being design built, it gives me a lot of latitude, so I'm able to work with the businesses and shut down an area if they need something going on, if they have a special event coming up. You know, I don't want to age myself, several years back, we did Hyde Park Village. We did all of Hyde Park Village.
Yeah.
And we did that, and we shut the roads down.
I remember.
For extended periods, but we kept every business open. We put wood walkways, whatever we had to do to make sure that people had provisions of the business to stay open and try to, it's disruptive. There's no way around it. I just don't want to sugarcoat it. It's big machines, big equipment, but we're going to work with the people hands-on, and as you said, I'm going to be out there with them. Make sure things are going.
I remember Hyde Park Village was massive. The thing is, you know, each business is different.
Yeah.
You know, I know that, you know, we're not rich, and a worst case scenario, my family, you know, some members will become homeless. I mean, it's separate, but, you know, each business is different. Not everybody is a large operation or a hotel or has 200 employees or whatever. Some people live paycheck to paycheck. I've seen it, you know. The rent is due. You don't pay the rent, you get a late fee, and then you get an eviction. And, you know, so it's people's livelihoods. My last question, and I'll stop here. With the AMI pond, right there where the hospital is at, is there, because I've been to the homes that were damaged, right there in Palmacia Pines and in Parkland Estates. I've seen the damage, and it's horrific. What can we do today? One of the first speakers after the hurricane came and said, I want to see trucks, I want to see pipes, they wanted something. I mean, it's traumatizing. I mean, you don't sleep at night. You know, I mean, when your house is destroyed and all your possessions are on the front yard, can we do maintenance work in that pond, dig it deep? Is there anything that we can do right away? I mean, we're looking at spending close to $100 million, and these folks are going to be waiting several years before the project is completed. What can we do now? I mean, because
I think the city's already started the project. They've already, I think, we did some survey work under the pond, but the city, I believe, has a contractor out there right now, or is getting ready to go in and remove silt.
Yeah.
To get the pond back down to the existing grade so it becomes more functional.
But has it made a difference because we haven't been tested? It was a quiet hurricane
It's
season.
not done yet. It's just now gearing up.
Now, if there were to be a summer rainstorm, as we usually get, are they just going to keep flooding like before? Or they're going to go, oh, you know, it's some water, but it's not coming into our houses.
I'm going to let you address it.
Hey, good morning, Council. Yuan Li, Stormwater Services Director. That's a great question because, like John said, this construction may take 3 to 3.5 years. And during that time, we realized there's something that we can take advantage of the existing system. And I think, you put on the roof, please. Okay. And our engineering team, and also we have internal construction crew that have been working very closely to make incremental improvement in the system in Palmacia Pines and also Parkland Estate. Last time around this time, we finished the Parkland Estate stormwater drainage improvement projects, such as adding the inlets and some of the openings, we increase the opening. All the purpose are just to make the water drain quicker as much as possible. We also have been doing some grading work on the roadway and improve the drainage. Sometimes we also add some valley gutter. Everything we have been doing is to make the incremental improvement to the drainage. And of course, realizing this will not enhance the capacity, but we have been working as much as possible to improve the current situation. And also currently we have been dewatering the AMI pond, just make sure that it cleared out and clean the silted stuff and the debris. And this is, we can do the next exploration to identify what's next step we can improve the pond functioning.
And with these improvements, will it help, I didn't say solve, with Parkland Estates? Because in one of the videos that I saw after Milton was water flowing south down, maybe it was Armenia towards Swan, and then once you get there, it goes into Parkland Estates. You know,
That's exactly right, because currently the supposed drainage pattern for the Pomsea Pond is supposed to go to Cleveland. But during the heavy storms, the Cleveland system already overtaxed, under-designed pretty much first place. And the overflow, the flow will overflow to the Parkland Estate. That's the second pass for the Pomsea Pond. That's what we have been seeing during the 2015 and also during Hurricane Milton.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my comments and questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. Going back to what was said earlier about the concrete sections that are boxes that are putting in that are 10 foot wide, is there any project that anyone from Kimmons or the city knows that it's 100% foolproof?
Well, I'd like to know any project anywhere, for
Because
anything, it's
that's what I'm asking,
100%
because
foolproof.
it seems like we're the only one that knows what we're doing, and to some aspect, and then you keep looking at other areas. If you look at now, right now what's happening in the north, from Carolina up, they never seen what they've seen now. That snow that's killing everybody as far as their lifestyle and things that are doing. It's the same thing's gonna happen in the south. It just started happening now because of the environment. And you can go back, you could think I'm nuts and crazy at the same time, and I appreciate all that. But if we don't solve our own problems, no box carver is gonna solve it for us. And when you look at the things that's going on in this country regarding the environment, it's just been forgotten for a long time. And now we're paying the price. This was not one hurricane. It was really two hurricanes plus two rainfalls, either before or after each one. I forgot what it was a couple of years ago. But it's something that happened, and even insurance companies go bankruptcy. Not that they don't have reserves, is that they can handle one big item, but not 3 or 4 of them at a time. They go bankrupt. That's what it is today. And business is the same way. And we have to understand that business and neighborhoods are the same people, the same ones that work on each other and give business to each other. And that's what it's all about. It's about fixing a problem. So I'm not going to say much more, but the improvements either are made or not made, and that's what the responsibilities of these 7 elected officials are here for. And if it's not made, then give me another answer. That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Vera.
Thank you very much, and a lot of good comments and everything, and we've had numerous discussions back and forth on this. One thing I did want to build on, which is roughly how long are we looking at the disruption? And disruption is can be defined in numerous ways, but significant disruption to the South Howard area from this project. Roughly how long?
Well, again, I'll ask John Zamana, our contractor, to come up. We know it is going to be disruptive, but again, we did give examples of many other projects around the city that we've done with good success, and it's going to continue to be our goal to minimize those impacts as much as possible. So maybe John can elaborate a little bit more on your question.
John Zamina, Kimmons Contracting. The disruption from starting to end, I think I kind of answered this earlier, the total project is probably going to be about 3.5 years. As we work up Howard, because we're going to work with the low to the high, because it's gravity, We'll be restoring behind us, so segments will be being open behind us. So I'm gonna use Morrison as my favorite example. Once we cross Morrison and restore it, then everything south of there is no longer impeded. The disruption area gets smaller. It's still, you can't come south, at least to a point. So it's a tough one to give you an exact answer on, but it's kind of a moving target. So, but total, be about 3.5 years.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, an issue was brought up by Councilman Carlson with regards to, funds being available for people who, suffer losses during disruption, et cetera. I think that's, excuse me, part of a larger discussion that we should have, which is, because this isn't the only project, obviously, that's going to, potentially economically burden workers, small businesses, and so forth. But that is something that I do think the city of Tampa should discuss, is some sort of fund to assist workers during times like this, where large infrastructure and other city projects burden especially everyday workers. I think that is part of a larger policy discussion, perhaps not tailored for this, because again, this isn't the only project that we've had like this, but certainly something that I would be in favor of discussing. Just that's why I asked that. Thank you.
So for that clarification, it's basic, Mr.
Yes,
So it's my understanding, based on the briefings, that you've been able to identify access to every business on this route so that at no time will any business be cut off. So they'll be able to remain open. Is that correct?
That is correct. We
So
may
that-
have to put
that's-
temporary sidewalks in and things like that, but we will make sure everybody has access to each business.
So while there may be some impact because, of course, construction is disruptive, it's my understanding that this really won't be that big of hopefully it won't be that big of an impact on that. So I know Councilwoman Young addressed that, and Councilman Viera just said as well. And that was some of the comfort that during my briefings, is that you've identified ways to access all businesses.
Absolutely, our goal is to minimize the impact of the businesses and the residents along the route.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, first I want to say, I've said this to you before, Mr. Zamana, but you've run several huge projects in my district, and I've never heard a single complaint about the work that you do, and you always are out front talking to people, and I want to thank you and your firm for doing that. And those are very disruptive projects. The Harbor Island one especially huge. And you work with the community on McDill 48 to turn it into a park, not just a retention pond area. Back to the business thing, and again, if the people whose houses flooded or some businesses have flooded, they want to move forward as quickly as possible. The businesses, and it's not just businesses that have concerns, other people have concerns too. But for the business concerns, if we could just say we've set up a fund to reimburse you for your losses, then that would take away that argument and we could move forward without all this divisiveness. And so, or without most of it. I wonder, in the case in Seminole Heights, and some of my colleagues may know better, but to mention a name, King Street, I think they sued the city, I'm not sure, but are there other cases where businesses have recovered funding? And it's not just about access. If a business has, I don't know what their revenues are, but let's say it's $100,000 a month, and people can access it by sidewalk, but now their revenues are $50,000 a month. That means the part-time workers, they have maybe half as many, they're not buying as much food, they're not buying as much drinks, it affects all the economy there. So it seems like it would make sense that we would just offer in advance, hey, show us your books before and after, and we'll reimburse you for so you don't have to lay off your staff. And that takes away the argument. Doesn't that seem like an easy solution?
You're asking me? No, I can't comment on that. I really don't know.
Yeah,
Councilman Carlson, I'll try to comment, but as an engineer, I don't want to get out of my lane here, but we've had those discussions internally, and as I mentioned, it sounds like a very benevolent, generous action to take. And it's not that we don't care by not offering such an opportunity, but it would literally require us to provide that to every single project that we do, and probably every single maintenance thing that we undertake, because someone could find some reason to say that it's impacting their business. And again, we've not seen any other example of this being done in Florida or beyond. It's just not something that we've ever undertaken, and it's just been a policy decision that we're not going to look into that type of accommodation for businesses, that we are going to work on a Shop, Dine, Howard Avenue campaign. We're going to encourage businesses to, welcome their neighbors who are willing to come and be attracted to those venues during this time. And we're going to do everything we can to minimize the disruption. That's our plan for the businesses, and not creating a fund to pay them for what damages they may or may not incur.
Maybe I'll make a motion later tonight to put that on the agenda. But my question really is like with, sorry to mention a specific name, but King State. Haven't there been lawsuits where businesses recovered money? And isn't it better, instead of having to pay all the legal fees and their legal fees, for us to be proactive about it?
I'm not familiar with that particular detail or any cases we've heard. That's probably something more in the legal space. There's oftentimes people do go after us for monies, and it turns out their own business was not very solid to begin with. But I can't really comment on the King State business.
Yeah, and again, my question, just pure negotiation tactic. If the primary concerns are coming from the businesses and the people that work there, if we find a solution for that, the argument goes away, and the folks in the room don't have to come back again, because there won't be as much disagreement about it. So I'm just trying to figure out some solutions so that we can end the divisiveness in the community.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak.
If you can find an end to people's divisiveness, let us all know.
Let there be peace on earth.
But my question is, and I don't dismiss it, because we went through the Southeast Seminole Heights Stormwater Project. That was a true problem of not having good communication between the contractor, the city, the businesses, and the neighborhood. They tried afterward or in the middle to do that. It didn't work very well, which is why that's one of my biggest focus areas that I will be paying attention to, is how the communication is happening, which I'm glad to hear it's already happened. But my bigger question is, if we're going to start a fund, what about all the businesses that lost everything along Swan in Hurricane Helene and Milton? Okay, I'm sorry, y'all can't. I mean, I appreciate that, but we can't.
I'll take care of it.
So
remember, no applause, no booze, no nothing. This is a business meeting.
So that's my thing, is we're gonna have to go back to them first, and no one has offered them anything. And so I think it's one of those slippery slopes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be remiss if I didn't mention those businesses that lost everything and have not come to the city to ask for anything.
Thank you. Well, actually, Councilman Miranda, did you want to say something?
Just along with Councilmember Hurtak just said, everybody's got to do what they think is best for everybody. However, no one's told this council member what it takes, what was just proposed, how many hundreds of millions of dollars is that going to cost? Business can be disrupted at any time in any part of the city by this government or other governments, or caused by nature. Where's the fun coming from? Where's the fun, what we're doing to ourselves? It's not about bonding. What we're being asked to do, not only in this room, but aside from this room, is coming up pretty soon for a vote, sooner or later, I would expect, is building something for somebody else that's going to cost billions of dollars, with no ad valorem tax coming back to you. And I'm not going to say what it is, but I guess we can figure it out right quick.
No, remember, this is time for questions. This is
Not saying what it is, sir.
But I'm saying this is time for questions for staff.
I'm not asking for questions.
But this is the moment for questions for staff.
Okay. Well, staff, let me ask staff, is it true what I'm saying or not? You're not going to get a kid from the hood not to go around you.
Am I allowed to plead the Fifth Amendment on that one?
No, you can't leave the name.
I think that was a rhetorical question.
I hope it was rhetorical.
So I'll move on to Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and that's funny. No, I want to clarify, in terms of at least what I was talking about with the budget isn't specifically related to this project. I do think that going forward, it would make sense for this city and other cities, because, you know, we have large infrastructure projects, and they do sometimes, often, as we've seen, with very significant effects, burden people's businesses, economic losses for workers, and so forth, and setting aside a small amount of money each year in the budget, I think, for that. Similar to, by the way, what we did with the housing funds. We did 2 allocations for that after Milton, which was for all of the city of Tampa. I think as a policy issue does make sense, but not specifically for this project. I guess it's not. So, but I wanted to clarify. I wanted to clarify because it was building on my question. So it is causally related to that. But thank you. Just to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak, and this is going to be the last because it's 11
So
o'clock.
this is just my question for Councilman Vieira then. Do we do that for residents too? And then do we allow people who've had disruptions from projects for the last, 100 some odd years the city's been? And so, I mean, it's a really slippery slope once you open that door. So that was my question, and it's rhetorical.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, and
Y'all are killing me.
well taken.
Councilman Vieira.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I just say that as an initial issue that we should discuss for policy in the coming time and years, probably long after I'm gone in city council. But obviously, points well taken. There's black and white, and then there's gray. That falls into the gray. Thank you.
Okay, it's 11 o'clock. We've got a lot of citizens here today to talk about this issue. They've taken off their time, and I want to move on to public comment. Thank you, staff, for the presentation.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, and for cleanup, for the clerk, she reminded me we didn't take a motion to approve the agenda. Can I have a motion? We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Sorry, clerk. Okay, public comment. If you are here to speak for, against, or something about this project and this project only, this is the South Howard Flood Relief Project. Please line up in the wall. 10 people. All you have to do is 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it right there. Next, everybody else can come up next. Oh, so here's the deal. So everybody settle down. So each person will have up to 3 minutes. We didn't restrict it this morning. I may, depending on how many people show up tonight, restrict it to less tonight. But each person will have 3 minutes. You don't have to fill all 3 minutes. So if something has already been said, you also don't necessarily need to repeat what something has already said. You can just say, hey, I agree with person X and what they said. So I know there's a lot of new people here that have never spoken before council. We have a rule for our clerk. So for the minutes, you have to start with your name. You only need your name. You don't need your address. Start with your name, and then the light will come on, and it'll be green. You'll have 3 minutes. You'll get a 30-second warning before your 3 minutes is up. First speaker in the sweater, start please.
Hi, my name is Linda Meisner. My husband
Everybody
and
settle
I.
down, please. Stop the time and restart, please. Everybody, no talking, please. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Linda Meisner. My husband and I are 30-year homeowners on Davis Island. We also own rental property on the island and commercial property at Deacle and Howard. So we're getting hit from all sides on this. While I sympathize deeply with the Palmacia Pines and the Parkland Estate residents with the flooding, I understand because we flooded. Our home flooded, we lost 2 vehicles, our rental property flooded. We were impacted by this. I have the same photos they showed from Davis Island. I have the photos of the water overtaking our cars, coming into our home, and then all of our belongings on the curb. And we went to all the meetings that the city had afterwards. We asked the mayor flat out, what are you going to do to help the residents of Davis Island? She said, we don't have a plan. You know what? There's still no plan. We have not been helped. There are boarded up buildings that have been left there. My rental property looks out on a decaying, boarded up building. It was boarded up because homeless people had moved in, and it had been left for a year like that. So Davis Island has not seen assistance. I'm looking at the other neighborhoods, and yes, I feel bad for them, but we cannot take $100 million of the flood budget and put it towards one small neighborhood, especially at the expense of the businesses. We own a business at Howard and Deacle, and you know what? Nobody's met with us. Kimmis has not reached out to us. I went to all the meetings. We weren't even allowed to speak. There was no public comment at some of the meetings on the South Howard Flood Project. They didn't want to hear from us. I filled out all the cards. I haven't gotten the email that some of the neighbors got. I haven't been reached out to. They've offered us no business solution. Okay, we don't know how our clients are getting to our business because our business is accessed through a small alley off Howard and a one-way street coming from Howard, Deacle. That's it. So how are our clients and our staff getting to our parking behind our building? It's a commercial bungalow, but nobody, we have a registered business there, nobody has communicated or reached out to us. Our business cannot handle no access. We need a solution. We're not even being offered one. Nobody's talking to us about it. Nobody's saying anything. We're not included in this conversation, and we should be. This isn't a well-conceived project. Nobody has proven to us that this is going to fix the problems. You're already talking about Palmacia Pine's going to keep flooding. For $100 million, I want more than to hear that that neighborhood that's been flooded is going to keep flooding. And I need a business solution. And no, it might not be putting money into a fund for me, but it sure is communicating with me ahead of time and telling me how my clients are going to get to my business. I'm going to say, no, don't transfer this money. Don't move on with this project. There needs to be additional studies. There need to be additional plans for the businesses. And there needs to be more for the whole community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And reminder, when you finish speaking, please go downstairs to the second floor.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
And honoured guests. My name is Jeff Conway. I am the managing board member of the South Tampa Medical Centre. The car park that has been nicely displayed here actually is our car park. The hospital also shares it. They own it, but it actually is our car park. So we have the pleasure of living right next and working right next to this retention pond that's been spoken about. We have over 50 specialists working out of this area and this facility, and many of those specialists are not available outside this region very far. So there's a certain special medical practices that are in our facility that you cannot find unless you go much further away. Naturally, we are here to support the project for lots of reasons. I'll get into the financial in a minute, but listening to all the back and forth of the questions, my history for the last 50 years is in heavy engineering. This project has to do two things. It has to be built to allow stormwater flooding, and it has to be built well to actually works. I've looked at what the city had for other proposed ways to go. It cannot satisfy all of those requirements. We need the most direct route, the one that requires the least amount of digging and gives us the best elevation change from our area and then going down to the bay. That's 100 square feet, and that would be the main storm highway that they're going to build. Then, as a phase two, or hopefully we can gain money to do it earlier, then we can tie into this highway. If we don't have this highway and we take half measures, we will never solve the problem. And this problem has been left for decades simply because overbuilding, inadequate drainage. It's time to catch up, city. It's time to catch up and get this done. Of course, we have sympathy for the businesses on South Howard, but they have the luxury of planning for this event and working with a contractor or someone else to get this done and manage and work the business. Yes, it will be disrupting, but any good business owner can work his way around this to a large degree. Yes, they might lose for several months a certain percentage of their businesses. When we get flooded, we get no warning, no planning, and getting completely under the control of preying contractors that take full advantage of us, delay and cause projects and disrupt. Two other people are following me on the medical field that will talk about the medical impacts. Being on the board, I had to work with the contractors and work through this whole situation. Could I have one more minute, please?
You got 30 seconds.
Okay. When I look at South Tampa Medical Center only for the Milton flood, we can break down $8 million of costs that we experienced after the flood in both remediation, renovation, and loss of business. And yes, loss of business isn't the biggest part that causes problems for the medical community, but even doctors have to feed their families. We had two doctors go out of business. One doctor left the building, not coming back. And just my last comment, this is our third flood in 15 years.
Thank you.
If you add all that, combine it, now we're up to 25 million.
Thank you.
And if you combine it with the last 25 years in the surrounding
your time is
area,
up.
we can cover the cost of this project
Your time
3
is up,
times.
sir. Your time is up, sir.
Thank you very much for your
We'll
time.
try to be respectful for everybody that's here. We'll get 3 minutes at a time. Thank you.
Good morning. David Adams. I live in Parkland Estates. In 2015, I had about 2 feet of water in my garage from a summer rainstorm, and I lost a lot of things that I can't be replaced, my wedding pictures and my honeymoon. For 10 years, I've worked on this stormwater project to get this done. Parkland Estates drains through the Cleveland outfall system, which you heard from our experts today. The Cleveland outfall system was designed in 1956, so it's been 70 years since the city of Tampa has upgraded the stormwater system in Parkland Estates and Palmacia Pines. In 2024, Parkland Estates flooded 10 times before Hurricane Milton. There are some pictures of the flooding. Up to 28 inches of water commonly accumulates at the corner of Audubon, and Swan. Here's a Hart bus pushing a 2-foot wall of water. We need a no wake sign. This is typical. This is water up to my waist, and it just has to be fixed. Over 225 houses flooded during Hurricane Milton. That included Palmacia Pines, and the businesses in that same basin were flooded and closed. The emotional and financial devastation is just unbelievable. We had 33 inches of water at the fence line at my house, and 10.5 inches of flood water invaded my house. We lost everything on the first floor: furniture, kitchen, appliances, you name it. Worse yet, we lost again pictures of our children, pictures of our deceased parents. Can't get that stuff back. Look, we should be safe in our homes. We're not safe in our homes because they flood. No amount of maintenance will fix an inadequate stormwater system. And the opposition will do anything to delay or to kill this project. Every meeting, there's a new excuse as to why you can't go forward. I'm sure you'll hear some more today. But the balance of harms favors the 225 homes that flood over the temporary disruption of the project. There's been a ton of public engagement. I delivered a 123-page report to council showing the myriad meetings that have happened over the last 2 years. The route and the scope has changed as a result of that public engagement. There are 1,890 properties in this basin. The total assessed value is $1,098 million with a B. The taxes on those are about $25 million a year. This council needs to protect those values, not only for the people, but for the city's finances. And we deserve to be safe in our homes. If there were gunshots, the police would come. If there was a fire, the fire department would come. But when flood water comes, nobody helps us. Stormwater is a core governmental function. This problem's been studied for 10 years, and I've been involved in it the entire time. The Stormwater Department, your subject experts, have now given you a project that works. We need your vote tonight to make that project a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Remember, go downstairs after you finish speaking.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Dr. Natalie Verger. I have my doctorate in acupuncture and Chinese medicine. I'm a board-certified licensed acupuncturist. I've been in practice for over 20 years, with most of those years being located in the 100-year-old plus historically deemed bungalow at 1310 South Howard Avenue. Over the years, I have been in direct witness to many changes and tribulations in the businesses in my area, specifically directly on my north property line, and most recently with the fire of Fresh Kitchen and potential new business to my south property line. To say that my practice has been inconvenienced due to construction, congested traffic, parking illegally in my parking lot behind my building, blocking my entrance to my driveway, which is on Howard, for deliveries, and alleyway blockages behind my building for a variety of other issues is a very large understatement. The reason I haven't moved, my practice is simple. I love this historic little area and the space that I've created to do what I've been called to do: help people feel better, enjoy healthier lives, brighten someone's day who's struggling severely. Also, I'm conveniently located to many of my patients. My practice mainly consists of individuals who have very busy, stressful lives, and their health is suffering as a result. This can look like tremendous pain, inability to sleep. For women, it's the inability to conceive. When patients come to an acupuncturist, they need a quiet environment to allow their bodies to downregulate and are in my office for a full hour. I share this background with all of you because thinking about the amount of noise, vibration, disruption that this project going down Howard will bring to my peaceful space truly concerns me. Moreover, I'm a rehabilitative Pilates instructor, and I combine Pilates with acupuncture for an injured population. Those sessions are typically an hour and a half in the office, again, needing peace and calmness. I attended the information session last year at Bayshore Baptist Church. I listened to the council members. I listened to the business owners, to the city, to the residents of Parkland Estates. I, too, am a resident of Parkland Estates. I was not affected by the flooding, but I see it directly from both sides, and I feel for my residents. That being said, I'm in opposition of it running down South Howard. I urge you to please consider another route. Palm Wellness at 1310 South Howard is my livelihood. And not only am I concerned about my daily operations, but I'm also concerned about the structure and the foundation of my 100-year-old building that my husband and I now own and we maintain meticulously. For those that say I can plan ahead and find another space to practice in during construction, that's not very easy. I have very large equipment that is unable to be moved. I'm a very unique practitioner, and no one in the area has a parallel practice to mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Michael Pelori. My family and I were the owners of 2811, 2815, and 2817 West Horatio Street. It's a 27-unit multifamily property. We had a little bit of damage in that 2015 rainstorm. We lost 19 units in Milton. It was about $750,000 in damage, resulting in 19 households being displaced. And then obviously the immediate neighborhood was devastated. On top of the funds to remediate and restore, we had nearly a year of lost rents, and we had no community fund or any reimbursement or anything like that for our losses. The inadequate stormwater drainage, it's been obviously an issue for a really long time. The project is a necessity for the neighborhood. It's not going to get any less expensive or any less inconvenient. It just needs to get done as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your brevity. Appreciate that. Next speaker, please. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Mark Abdoni. I'm a periodontist on 2714 West Azeel Street, and I have been a practicing periodontist in Palma Pines for 25 years now. And I have now had 2 flood events in a period of 9 years. Both events impacted me tremendously from both an emotional, mental, and financial impact perspective. And the one thing that I want to emphasize here is all of these losses that are taking place for all of these residents, and not only the residents in Palma Pines. One council member is trying to make this into like the businesses against the homeowners, and that's not what this is, okay? Palma Pines happens to have upward of 60 businesses located within that community. There are businesses in Parkland Estates. And so this is really, there are far more businesses in Palma Pines that flooded than the ones that are going to be disrupted for a number of weeks on South Howard. So, this is, our community is vastly mixed. And we have all sorts of people that work and live there that need to be able to live under a predictable expectation of safety and order in order to thrive. And every time a community has a setback or a preventable, devastating event like this, you're setting entire families back years, if not forever. You're changing the trajectory of their lives, maybe permanently, okay? This kind of stress that you're putting on everybody has health considerations to take it. Some people just don't handle this stuff very well, and you guys are putting them in a terrible position and have been dragging this out for so long for reasons which I consider completely disingenuous. And so another important fact that we need to discuss is that there is a huge safety concern here, okay? I don't know if anybody knows this, but the transfer switch room at Memorial Hospital, or now what is now HCA, was almost flooded with water. Now it was up to the door, okay? That would have shut the entire hospital down. So if somebody dies on y'all's watch, y'all get to dream about that.
Thank you, Doctor. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Kevin Valdez, my wife Brianna, our 2-year-old daughter, our 9-month-old son, and I live at Havana and Horatio, which has been mentioned a few times today. We moved to Tampa in 2023 after my wife completed her medical training. We grew up near Fort Lauderdale, but chose Tampa because it felt like the best place to raise our family. We saved for years, paid off our student loans, and were excited to buy our first home. During the buying process, we carefully studied flood zones. Although the cost of the home was a financial stretch, we intentionally chose a brand new townhome in Flood Zone X at over 20 plus feet of elevation. We did what responsible homeowners are told to do. When Hurricane Milton approached, I flew home early to evacuate my pregnant wife and 1-year-old daughter. We evacuated, understandably concerned about wind damage and power outages. What we could have never anticipated was the extensive and devastating flood caused not by storm surge, but by preventable rainwater flooding due to an antiquated drainage system. While we were away, a neighbor sent us videos of water rushing into their home. A few days later, my father and I returned to find 2 feet of water inside. Our first home was destroyed, our children's toys gone, our wedding keepsakes gone. The place we believed was safe, destroyed. I did not have flood insurance. Rebuilding took months, added tremendous stress to my pregnant wife, and cost us about $90,000 out of pocket, and completely drained our emergency savings. We love Florida. I'm a Florida Gator, and living in Florida, we accept hurricanes are a part of life. But calling this the storm of the century was wrong. I remember Hurricane Andrew in 1992. Tampa has been lucky, but luck is not a strategy. A larger storm will come. We cannot undo the damage that 300 plus homes and businesses that flooded during Milton, but we can decide what happens next. I'm a capitalist and understand some businesses may be affected by this project, but businesses thrive when residents thrive. If we do nothing or delay, the residents, my neighbors sitting in this room, will not be thriving. The choice is clear. We can move forward with this project today, or we can accept that Tampa will again be in the news for families losing their homes, not from unavoidable hurricane damage, but from preventable failures that we had the opportunity to fix. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your service.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please. And for council's information, we're going to go until 1 o'clock with public comment. Try to be respectful, to get as many as we can in before lunch. So if you need a physiological break or something, grab something to eat, you just get up and go and come back. So just FYI. Yes, sir. Start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes. You start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Greg Campbell. I have been asked to speak today on behalf of the board of the Parkland Estates Civic Club. There are 8 of us who are members of the board, elected each year by the full membership of the Civic Club. All 8 members strongly support the South Howard Flood Relief Project, and that is what they have asked me to say to you. That may seem a little strange because a year ago you could see we were in disagreement among ourselves. There were some who did not want box culverts on the neighborhood streets. I was one of them, and I spoke twice with the caution about the project in that regard. And there were others for whom flooding relief was overwhelmingly important, particularly my neighbors around Fountain Park. Since Mr. Zemaina, he has come up with I think, a superb recommendation for the route. And we had supported the Swan route even before it was announced as the choice. But to go on up Audubon is superbly effective, and I've seen that area for 73 years now. I think I have cleaned up enough trash to know. There is unanimity virtually in the neighborhood for the project. The divisions you saw a year ago have disappeared because there is no proposal to send the box culverts through the streets of the neighborhood. We all want flooding relief, and virtually all of us, there may be a straggler or two, but virtually all of us support the Audubon-Swan-Howard route. Let me say that same thing cannot be said for the businesses along South Howard. Some certainly, we've heard one person having a problem. There are others, obviously, but think of that Swan-Howard intersection. Chase Bank, CVS, Panera Bread, apartments. Have you heard, I haven't heard any presentations, have you heard from Chase Bank? Have you heard from CVS? Have you heard from Panera? I seriously doubt it. That intersection floods in a summer thunderstorm. They have every reason to want to relieve flooding. So it is not a unified group of businesses opposing this project. Starbucks is another example. Let me finally say that this project will create jobs. After it's over, there will be a flourishing business community on South Howard, employing at least as many people as are employed there now. and think of all the people
Thank you very
who will
much.
get money doing
Thank
the
you.
job, putting it in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up to the podium, we're going to pause for a second while people take their seats. And remember, if you speak, please go down to the second floor because we're bringing more people in.
Hello?
Hold on one second. We're going to wait. You can stop this time to let people take their seats.
That's fine.
You guys come in quietly and take your seats, and we'll continue. If you want to come over to the other side of the wall here, you can probably access seats a little easier. Okay, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is David D'Onofrio. I almost had to laugh when I saw the one map you had up there of the red properties that were all affected, and I saw mine was the brightest one. Wasn't the best feeling I ever had. I live in Parkland Estates. Fortunately, my house didn't flood. My car did. But I own a good amount of multifamily units in the Parkland Estates area. I have 40 units that flooded. Several are on Howard Avenue, which again
Can you
flooded.
hold on one second? Y'all, no conversations in the audience, please. Against the wall, please silence. And you don't have to stand up now. We'll call people up as, you know, as other people get called. You can have a seat, relax. We're going to go at least until 1 o'clock to get as many public speakers in as we can. And so don't feel like you have to be standing all this time. Relax, enjoy, and as people start speaking, we'll call more people up against the wall. Okay, start again and we'll continue.
Sure. As I mentioned, I have 40 units that flooded. With the renovations, the loss of rents, I'm currently out about 1.8 million, and I'm going to be out another 400,000 in loss of rents. In 2015, I had 18 units flood again, also 2 feet of water. That cost me about 600,000. Again, not a good feeling. I wish we had a fund, as you mentioned, for people that lost all the money. And I have empathy for businesses who are on Howard. I have been in that situation up in New Tampa. But at the end of the day, the project needs to move forward. This problem needs urgent attention. I don't believe any delays or studies are needed. Our stormwater system is antiquated, and delaying this project will only run the risk that these damages will occur again. Construction costs never go down over time, and if delayed, the project will only cost more. Upgrading our stormwater system is a core responsibility of city government, in my opinion. It's just like maintaining the roads, water lines, and public safety. We need to get it done. I understand dissension, but just look at the damage. You guys drove up and down the streets when this happened. And it happened in 15 also, and here we are 10 years later discussing it. Inaction is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tom Feaster. I'm a homeowner at 114 South Campania Avenue here in Tampa. My home is located in City Council District 6, south of Kennedy Boulevard, and north of the subject project. I'm speaking today in 2 roles. First, as a homeowner directly affected by stormwater issues, and second, as a mediator who works daily with the real consequences of water damage. I still continue to mediate hurricane-related insurance disputes from Hurricane Helene and Milton through the Florida Department of Consumer Services. In that role, I work with both homeowners and insurance companies. I see firsthand the financial stress, the long-term repairs, and this disruption to people's lives caused by water intrusion. So when we talk about stormwater, I get it. My concerns, like many residents about the South Howard project, is the confusion surrounding it. As a mediator, I can tell you that confusion often leads to conflict. When a project grows from roughly 65 million to more than 100 million, people reasonably want clear, understandable answers. How do the stormwater basins connect? How does water move between neighborhoods? And how does this project reduce risk beyond its immediate footprint? Most residents are not engineers. We should not need technical reports to understand decisions that affect our homes and property values. As this project is currently proposed, I do not support it. I respectfully suggest that council, as the stewards of the city's budget, consider a broader, more comprehensive approach to addressing stormwater issues across all neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the brevity. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Marty Milberg. I live on Watrous Avenue, a couple blocks off of Howard, and I'm a professional engineer. The engineering field in which I practice is geotechnical engineering, meaning below the ground. And I'm here to basically convey my belief that this system or this project can be built without the controversy on Howard if you just employ horizontal drilling. I don't invest in horizontals. I don't have a dime in this, but basically similar to how we get our reclaimed water in South Tampa, there's horizontal bores that went all the way from the port of Tampa underneath the shipping channel to Davis Island, then up Davis Island, then back underneath underneath the bay until they hit Bayshore. You could do a similar thing and not have to dig up Howard. It's about a half a mile or so from Swan to Bayshore that you would have an open cut on Howard Avenue. It will be disastrous to businesses. I mean, the project duration is 3.5 years. Maybe it's only 2 years of digging along Howard, but that's going to be disastrous. And all that traffic is going to detour and go through the neighborhoods. Horizontal drilling is also going to be less expensive. I did back of the envelope calculations looking at the volume of soil and everything you'd have to excavate. By my reckoning, when it was a $65 million project, you might save on the order of 10 to 20 million. Now, again, the design team can do that with more certainty. They want to go with gravity system because they don't want pumps, and they want to utilize a piece of stormwater culvert that's underneath the crosstown at Watrous Avenue. Well, as far as not wanting pumps, hey, deal with it. I mean, we have pumps that have to rerun all the time. You put generators, or you have main, very reliable. That's a solvable problem as opposed to destroying Howard Avenue. The other thing is you're going to connect through this culvert that's under the crosstown at Watrous. That thing's 50 years old. It's been in the ground. Who knows what shape it's in? You're relying on that? That's any client. If I had a client contemplating this, I would advise them against him. Anytime I bring it up amongst my engineering brethren and sisters, they all go, what? What are they doing? I mean, this is not 1950 or 1970 when municipalities just plowed through neighborhoods and didn't take any citizen input. You can do this. You can do this project. You do horizontal drilling, 5-foot diameter. You could do 2 or 3 of them if that's what it takes. John Zemaina, I've discussed this with him, and he said, well, when they did that project for the reclaimed water, there were problems. Well, John Zemaina can be on the board, or he can help design this thing. I mean, a person who knows what the problems are is get their input. So anyhow, you can do it faster, or you can do it without disrupting for less money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Edward Dollapart. I'm representing the Soho Business Alliance, and I wanted to talk to you today about cost. I was sitting here listening, very interested in the CFO's presentation on how this was going to be paid for. One of the things that became very, very clear is that they're counting on that $25 million from DEP. And I think in response to Councilman Clendenin, when asked what happens if that money doesn't come in, then he says that we're in trouble. We have to look for something else. He suggested in response to Councilwoman Brown that, well, DEP hasn't denied it. It's still in the works. Well, we actually wrote an email to the head of the resiliency program at DEP. Name is Alex Reed. And this is what Mr. Reed had to say. I would like to reiterate that the 2025 application for additional funding for the project was not approved for inclusion in the fiscal year 26-27 statewide flooding and sea level rise resiliency plan. Therefore, additional matching funds over the initial $10 million would not be required from the city at this time. So That is as clear as you can get, that it's not in the 2026, 2027 resiliency program. If it's not in that program, it's not going to be funded come the time that your GMP comes before you. So that money is not available to you. Now, that's not to say that they may apply for it in the future, but that email from the DEP indicated that it's not. Question is, are you going to be able to get funding from other cooperative funding? Back in 2022, when this project was first proposed, the consultant did a benefit cost analysis using a Southwest Florida Water Management District model. It showed at that time that it had a 0.97 benefit to cost analysis. I had our engineer plug in today the $98 million and then also plug in $120 million to look at potential inflation. That benefit to cost analysis was reduced to a 0.45 for the $98 million and 0.37 for the $120 million. At that range, you're not going to qualify for cooperative funding from the Water Management District, and at DEP, they award their funding based on priority and cost-benefit factors as well. So if you're looking for additional grant funding to meet the needs, it's not going to be there. You need to postpone this decision, and you need to come up with a realistic program to fund this project. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Council. Steve Michelini. A couple weeks ago, you approved an extension of a grant for $10 million with the state for DEP. What they didn't tell you, and you asked the question, what is the city on the hook for? You're on the hook for $54.9 million in matching funds. No one's discussed that with you this morning. Nobody discussed it with you 2 weeks ago. You're on the hook, $54.9 million. You cannot use grant money to match that. That has to be cash money. When John Zemaida talked about, well, you're going to have groundwater if you tried to connect some of the culverts. What do you think those culverts going down South Howard are going to do? They're going to be immune from groundwater? They're going to be the same amount. One of the reasons why Palmacia Pines failed, and we went on a tour and showed the council member that the berm around the ponds is higher than the inlets. So the water could never get to it. It bypassed the AMI pond. It bypassed the what's called the ZOM pond. The engineering on this is just, it's incredible. I'd like to see the engineering wizard who drew this up without looking seriously at the other examples and the other alternates that were available. You have a difficult issue. I'm not here to speak against a solution. I'm here to speak for a better solution. And going down Howard with a 10-foot, 10 by 10, which John just said is 12 by 10, is the ones that originally we saw were 12 by 20 culverts running down the whole length of Howard. They ignored the alternates because they didn't want to use pumps. There are other culverts that go underneath the railroad tracks at Swan. They haven't talked about that. They haven't talked about the force main that exists going down Rome all the way to the Bay Shore. Right now, it exists. We talked about interconnecting the ponds to provide better relief. We talked about using the ball field as an alternate for additional storage capacity. They skipped over that, didn't want to use pumps. We talked about, the cost. You're talking about thousands of jobs. Not just one or two, thousands of jobs. No one's talked about the 1,500 houses on Davis Island that were damaged. Nobody's talked about the 500 or so over on West Shore that were damaged or anything else. We talked to them about providing relief through insurance early on, and it was going to be a one-lane solution down Howard. That changed. This sounds like voodoo economics and voodoo engineering. It needs to stop. Go back to a reasonable solution. Come back with a reasonable plan and stop talking about money you don't have.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Morning.
I have very little to say. My name is Pam Canella. Bay Shore water is already infiltrating the inlets in Bay Shore. It's there. It doesn't have to wait for the high-rising water is just bringing it there, and it's already there. We don't have to wait for a storm. Seminole Heights, they had 4x7 box culverts. Ours are 10x10 that they're asking to put in there. Way too big. That needs to be reduced. As far as gravity, that would be nice, but it's a dream. It cannot always be the only option. There is the inability to control unexpected factors, and we know that, such as new development, paving and repaving without grading, repair and patching of our streets, debris and trash, we know that, and lack of maintenance, high tide or flooding. So those are the things that we need. We need a pump. This right here is the Zom Pond, and nobody has addressed this today, or Kimmons, for that matter. This pond sits right beside the pond we're talking about, the hospital pond. So if you put that 10x10 box culvert somehow into that pond, it has to go over all the drainage system that now exists to drain this pond. We got a lot going on there. And if you put that 10x10 over those streets that contain that drainage, over DeLeon, Swan, Audubon. Audubon is what drains this pond and the water that comes down from Kennedy. Because that water that comes down from Kennedy comes down Tampania, I don't know, all those streets that are there, to Horatio, right at that pond, drains down Horatio and down to Audubon, and goes out to two different outfalls. One at Swan, it even flows all the way down to Swan Pond. The other one goes down to Euclid. Nobody's considered that. How are you going to leave Palmacia Pines with this mess that I'm showing you right here? Okay, because that's going to flood too. It's part of the flooding. Okay, that gentleman that spoke about that medical building, he created the problem. Well, part of the problem. You see all that trash? They don't do any maintenance there. They let it trash, they flows into our drain system, and this is what we have. Right there. And I don't know how they're going to get rid of that because I'm not today looking to see what they're doing. But all that water that was drained into our stormwater drain without a filtration bag. I have pictures to prove all this, and you know I do.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Megan Peekluka. I've been here a couple times. I own a home in Parkland Estates. I own a home in Palmacia Pines. My storage unit that is also in the Palmacia Pines area flooded. I've got a lot of reasons to be here. And the home in Palmacia Pines flooded in 2015. It flooded again in 2025. The problem is structural. It's very simple. The pipes are too small. The pipes aren't getting bigger, but the storm sizes are. And it's a problem that's been studied for 40 years. The system in place is 100 years old. How much longer will the City Council delay replacing inadequate systems? How many times do our streets have to become impassable to make the need for a solution obvious? How many homes and businesses have to be damaged before the situation becomes dire enough to make a meaningful resolution an immediate concern? How much destruction are you willing to tolerate? This doesn't have to be as polarizing as it has become. I do not want the businesses on South Howard to go out of business. They are part of what makes my neighborhood so wonderful. And I can tell you that the other neighbors who are flooding victims want to support those businesses. We want to proactively work with them. It doesn't have to be this contentious. And I will say this, like I said, I own a house, it's on Habana. It is in that small space that could still flood. And by the way, when it has flooded twice, it's sewer water in our homes because the pump station that's approximately 100 yards away, the pumps don't work when the power goes out. The generators get flooded too. The pumps aren't the answer. And I'm sitting here today with my neighbors, and I can tell you that we would rather have something now because the other option is nothing. There is no perfect solution. It is impossible to please everyone. If you have children, you know that. If you're a mediator, it's your bread and butter. If that is what you are waiting for, then the answer will never come. Put simply, we will never get phase 2 if we don't start phase 1. It is immensely frustrating that a no vote tonight means that the homeowners and the businesses who have suffered will be basically told that they will not see relief for a decade, if not more, for a problem that's been studied for 40 years already. And I would leave you with a very simple question. Do you, as council members who give your time and your energy to this city, want to be part of starting the solution or perpetuating the problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Bill Kaliga. My wife Megan, our 3-year-old son, and I live at Audubon and Horatio in Palmacia Pines. Our home is in flood zone X, 20 feet above sea level. During Hurricane Milton, the power went out quickly, but my smart home hobby had unfortunately led me to install power backups on all our cameras. So from a hotel room in Orlando, my wife and I watched in real time as water entered and rose inside our home. We saw every moment. My son's first toys and books, our kitchen, our living room, all destroyed. I wouldn't wish that experience on anyone. So I'm here with one question. When will Tampa fix what's been broken for a century? Over 300 homes and businesses in our neighborhood flooded during Milton. Not 30, not 50, 300. It's not just hurricanes either. Water rises to my doorstep from regular summer storms, and a few inches of rain turns into feet of flooding because the 1920 system can't handle what we're facing now. Some of the opposition speaking against this project are paid lobbyists, paid consultants, and paid engineers, hired to manufacture doubt about decades of engineering work. They're creating the appearance of dueling experts to justify delay. They're repeating the same false claims, like this drains our entire stormwater budget, here and online, even though meeting transcripts and project documents easily disprove them. I turn 32 tomorrow. I spent way too much of my 20s at the Soho bars. My pregnant wife still lets me sneak out over there every few months. We walk to the Epicurean for Christmas Eve brunch every year. We even showed up at Burns on reopening day in 2023 after they voluntarily closed for over 3 weeks for renovations. I've supported these businesses for years, just like my neighbors. Now I'm asking to support their neighborhood through 5 to 7 weeks of road closures. But even if they continue to choose not to, this is a public safety emergency. Council doesn't need a few restaurants and bars' permission to protect families. So you have a choice. You can be the council that fixed a century of neglect, or you can be the council that chose lobbyists over residents. And when the next storm hits, and it will, and the national news cameras show the same streets flooded again, voters will remember. They'll remember who stood with residents, and they'll remember who stood with special interests. They'll remember who had the courage to act. Your choice here will define your legacy. I want to tell my sons the city they grow up in chose their safety over special interests. You have the power to end this and make that true. Use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, Tampa City Council. My name is Amanda Lavac, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my fiance Daniel and other tenants of our quadruplex, where we rent on 411 South Havana Ave. I only make $64,000 a year as a graphic designer. I'm not a wealthy person or business around here, but I'm just here to express why I support the South Howard Flood Relief Project and to paint a picture of how important it is for the city to approve this project. On September 20th of 24, Daniel asked me to marry him, and it was a huge step in our lives because we've been dating for 7 years. We graduated from USF, grew as adults, and we moved into South Havana Ave to make our first home. Unfortunately, our engagement bliss was cut very short because not even 3 weeks later, Hurricane Milton made landfall and left our apartment and community in shambles. We live in a first-floor apartment on a block that is not in a flood zone and still floods during a normal heavy storm. So we did some basic prep, sandbagged the doors, brought the plants inside, and then evacuated to our friend's apartment in Lutz, and thank God we did. Because I remember the moment when the news broke that night into footage of West Horatio, and it was totally underwater. My heart sank as I began to accept the fact that Daniel and Sandy and I would not return to the same apartment we left. The next day, we came back to muddy doormats, broken planters, soaked furniture, shoes and trash that had floated across the room, Daniel's cello from his childhood destroyed, and a water line that measured 13 inches from the floor. This is just all the flood water that was in our fridge. I spent the days that followed alongside our neighbors, cleaning up our homes, salvaging what we could and throwing away the rest. A lesson I learned that day, that is nothing is sacred to gray water. Mother Nature decided what we had to throw away, and there was no option to bargain. Piles of furniture, drywall, and trash formed along the street, and you've seen the photos, but you cannot replicate the smell. Renovations forced Daniel and I to live apart for months. His parents' home also flooded, so he stayed in Tampa while I stayed with my family in Jacksonville to care for our cat. What should have been a joyful time for our engagement became months of stress, worry, and tearful phone calls. The storm lasted for hours, but the lack of proper drainage affected our lives for months. It crushed our physical and mental well-being. We are counting on you, commissioners, to approve this project because killing it would bring us back to the 1900s when these drains were originally built. We are a strong community, and this is not an experience anyone should have to live through again. Please vote yes to approve the remainder of the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Go ahead, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Beth Steinwell, and I live in Palmacia Pines. I'm here today to respectfully ask you to vote for yes for transferring the funds to the South Howard Flood Relief Project. I've thought carefully about what to say in the time that I have, because there are so many emotions tied to this issue and what my family experienced. But I wanted to focus on 2 things. First, I'm a civil engineer at a local engineering firm. My background is structures, so I'll leave the details of stormwater design to the engineers that specialize in that field. But I do want to speak to what it means to be an engineer. I've heard concerns that the proposed design isn't thoroughly vetted or it's not the best option. I don't believe that. I don't believe that because of the process and accountability behind engineering. To become a professional engineer, you must complete a formal education, pass comprehensive tests, work for years under supervision, and meet strict licensing requirements set by the Florida Board of Engineers. Once licensed, engineers are required to complete continuing education, including ethics and understanding Florida law. When a professional engineer signs and seals a design, they assume personal and professional responsibility for it. Their license and livelihood are on the line. This system exists to protect the public, and I trust it. The second point is more personal. I'll try to get through this without crying. I'm a cancer survivor. I had just rung the bell after 20 infusions. One of the hardest chapters of my life. I was also recovering from my 5th surgery. When my own blood, I was at the end of treatment. My husband and I were planning a trip that fall to celebrate the survivorship, being alive. But instead our home flooded because the storm monster system couldn't handle the rain. What followed was devastating, emotionally, physically, and financially. Flooding in a brand new home, living without a kitchen. Unlike everyone else in the area, I lost my entire first floor, the kitchen. I was the lucky one that had insurance because I purchased it, even though I was in floods and zags, because of the rainwater and flooding that came up that I experienced. I had to navigate insurance. I'd never done that before. Contractors, permits, delays. The stress of recovery. Well, the stress of reconstruction, while still recovering emotionally and physically, was almost unbearable. It took about a year and about $100,000 in damaging. Surviving cancer is hard. Recovering from the flood was overwhelming. I'm asking you to vote yes, not just as an engineer who believes in the process, but as a homeowner who lived the consequences of inaction. This project matters. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jane Simon, and I'm here to speak in support of the project. I've lived in Parkland Estates since 2011. Parkland Estates, as many of you know, is one of the oldest neighborhoods in Tampa, and Palmacia Pines is its wonderful cousin next door. At the moment, we are living with infrastructure that is from over 100 years ago. And during the 2024 hurricane season, over 200 homes and several more businesses were ruined because of the flooding. This isn't just because of storms, this just happens on a regular basis. And we've had years of studies, we've had engineers look at this, and they have a solution. It's time that we move forward. Tampa's growing as a city, the weather isn't gonna change, the threat of storms isn't gonna change. We need this now, we don't need it yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
My name is Ashley Moran. I live in Parkland Estates. I've lived there for 26 years. I live in a one-story house, which means my entire house was inundated with water. I was trapped in the house for 9 hours with my pets and my very elderly in-laws. It was very, very traumatic. You know what is also traumatic is having to come back here again and again and beg for help. I just wonder why potential impact on businesses outweighs actual impact on homeowners and businesses. We were harmed. The storms aren't getting less severe. We deserve to live safely in our houses. We hope you'll consider a positive vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name's Romelda Das, and I'm a homeowner in Parkland Estates. I actually didn't flood. My garage flooded, but thankfully my home that we spent 2 years renovating and just moved into a year before the storm didn't flood, but I saw the devastation when all of my neighbors did. And what I asked myself is, what is the city's directive? It's to provide a safe place for people to live. That's number one, safety. Everything else comes after that. So since 2015, we know that there's a safety issue in this water basin, and there's a well-studied solution that's provided, and that's the only solution we're gonna get, and it's been studied by all the engineers. So let's stop kicking the can down the curb. Let's take the solution now and let's run with it. And I'm here for one more thing today, and I've done this before, and I'm here to pledge my support and the support of all the moms I can gather in the area, which are a lot, and to these businesses on South Howard, because I know they'll be hurting for that time period, and we will support them. They're our neighbors. We're not mad at them because they're opposing this. We understand it. They're doing what they're doing, and we want to support them during that time. So I'm here to pledge our support and hope that, you know, all of these neighbors coming in and supporting their businesses, even despite the construction and everything at that time, will make them feel a little bit better. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Dana Coberly, and I'm a board-certified plastic surgeon in private practice in the building, the medical office building on Habana next to the pond. I'm here to ask for your support of this project, not as a business owner, but as a physician advocating for my patients. During the hurricane, more than 20 inches of water flooded our medical building. My office was forced to close for over 4 months while we completed a full renovation, but the real harm went far beyond damaged walls and floors. Patients continued to show up, walking through a damaged building for weeks after the storm, trying to find their doctors. Many had no idea where to go, and others assumed that care had simply stopped. Because of medical licensing laws, we could not receive medications or medical supplies at our facility or our temporary address unless that location was already licensed as a medical facility. Short-term furnished medical offices are not available. They don't exist the way medical or the way regular office space does. As a result, patients were unable to receive medications, and we were forced to delay medical procedures because we had only limited access to borrowed exam rooms. This is not elective inconvenience, it was delayed medical care. Even after the building reopened, the problems continued. Our elevator was out of service for more than 2 months. Patients in wheelchairs, both pediatric and adult, were unable to access their physicians on the upper floors. Post-operative orthopedic patients were climbing stairs to third-floor offices. Some patients simply could not be seen at all. During the flood, the HCA hospital became an island, operating on emergency generators for days, and that should concern all of us. Flood insurance does not cover loss of income, the cost of temporary care arrangements, or the countless hours that physicians spent away from patients while managing emergency renovations. But more importantly, insurance does not restore lost access to care. I understand that concerns about construction impacts on Howard Avenue businesses, but I ask you to weigh that against the alternative. Emergency displacement of medical services, delayed procedures, patients unable to access medications, and physically unable to reach their doctors. A short planned inconvenience is nothing compared to the chaos we experienced and will experience again without meaningful flood mitigation. This project is not just infrastructure. It is patient safety, it is healthcare access, and it is community resilience. I respectfully urge you to support this relief project and the reallocation of the funding necessary to support this vital medical community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Louis Calvo. I'm the office manager, pediatric epilepsy neurology specialist. I snuck right in behind her as we're in the same building, and she did a great job of depicting the picture of what was going on. So pediatric epilepsy neurology specialist, I'm representing Dr. Jose Ferreira that's been practicing in Tampa Bay area for over 25 years now, and in the South Tampa Medical Center since 2004. And that practice has dealt with multiple floods, including the one in 2015 and the most recent one as well. And pediatric epilepsy neurology specialist provides care to over 20,000 different families in the last 3 years. And we provide ongoing neurological care with children with epilepsy, seizure disorders, severe autism, and neuromuscular diseases that cannot wait to be treated. And as stated before, we had to delay care during the storm. We were fortunate enough that we're on 3 different floors, but the first floor is our biggest one. It got wiped out completely, and even then we were without an elevator. So a lot of our patients that come in that are wheelchair bound, come in on stretchers, weren't able to receive care. And there's a real safety issue happening there. The flooding has got to get under control. I think if everyone can look at this issue with certainty that it's going to happen again. For example, if we said the next big storm is coming in 2030, I feel like it would get everyone to work together to find a solution. I don't think anyone would agree to just leave things as is and let it happen again. And it might be alternatives, but also it would force everyone to kind of get the ball rolling to make these decisions, because it will happen again. And I feel like it hasn't been taken as seriously because it could happen. It could be another 10 years, it could be another 20. But if everyone has the mindset that it's going to happen again, I think we could all get a lot more creative and get it done. That's all I have, and thank you guys for all the work you do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Samantha Abe, and I'm a physical therapist in the Tampa community. I reside at 409 South Gomez Avenue. I'm here today to share my support for the South Howard Flood Project and explain why this work matters so much to us that live there. October 9th, the night that Hurricane Milton made landfall, is something I can never forget.
Yes, no. Hey, if you're wanting us to see that, turn it up on the other way. There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah, silence your phones, please.
So I actually remained there through the hurricane. We were told it was not a mandatory
Pause for
evacuation.
1 second until we get the distraction taken care of. It's in the bag. Oh, I'm sorry. Please. Please check your phones and make sure they're on silent. Okay, continue.
We did not evacuate, my fiance and I, because we were, believed that it was not a flood zone or a mandatory evacuation area. Our closest family is in New York, so I was committed to staying there. I work in a hospital, so I need to be there the next day to relieve the hospital emergency team. Around 9 p.m. is when the storm hit, and unfortunately, we watched as the water seeped through the walls. The area, as was described as a bowl, that night I experienced firsthand what that truly means. In less than an hour, our home became the bottom of that bowl. From the moment it was pure fight or flight, we had to raise what we could to hire services, hoping that maybe we could save something. The water did go so high that we actually had to evacuate mid-storm. We live on the first floor of a quadruplex, so during the storm, we went outside in the high winds and rising water, carrying our 75-pound golden retriever up the stairs, thankfully to a warm unit in the quadruplex. Without it, I do not know how we would have made it through the night. We stayed awake all night, waiting till the storm passed until 7 a.m. when the water receded enough to go downstairs. Just show some of the photos. The weeks that followed were some of the hardest that I've ever endured. We were suddenly displaced with only a few belongings and each other. The financial burden was overwhelming. The emotional toll was even heavier. We spent weeks living couch to couch at friends' homes, ultimately taking a month to find an Airbnb that would take a dog and paying 3 times our normal rent. As a healthcare provider, I'm trained to show up every day for my patients and put my personal life aside. I did just that, and I provided the highest quality of care to those in our community while quietly carrying the weight of losing my home and the sense of stability I had. I share the story today to respectfully ask for your support to vote yes on this project. I would hope that that this would not impact others in the future as it did to me and my family.
Thank you very much. And only somebody that has a golden retriever understands that you have to carry them out of the storm.
First off, I'm not sure I'm Suzanne Fernandez, and I own and I am a small business owner in the Palmacia Pines neighborhood. I have 53 units in South Tampa, 38 of which are in the South Howard neighborhood. 8 of these units suffered considerable damage from Hurricane Milton and were uninhabitable, displacing 11 of my residents. You heard from 2 of my residents, Amanda and Samantha, about their losses, including their sense of well-being. I'm here today to implore you to approve the reallocation of the $21.5 million within the storm bond series for the South Howard Flood Relief Project. This project has been needed for over a decade. In the summer of 2015, stormwater started filling the intersection of Horatio and Habana. Each rainstorm filled the yard at my property at 411 South Habana. Just for your reference, this is a property that's directly across the street from the hospital storm drain, the AMI storm drain pond. In fact, when I built this property, that property was a soccer field / football field. There was no vault underneath the parking lot. Okay, so when the rain, and at that point, the building sustained about a ½ inch of water in the bottom floor, and it was just a matter of drying it out. It was no big deal. The city went door to door. They were aware of the extensive flooding. They recorded the damage. Between 2015 and now, the city has successfully attempted to budget and plan for remediate this issue. Each time the city attempts to fund the project, the commissioners did not act or fund any of the comprehensive projects to improve the stormwater drainage in the South Howard area. But during this time, the commissioners continued to approve more urban infill projects. Each project reduced the amount of permeable surface for the absorption of rain and groundwater, which has only exacerbated our problem. There's no funding approved for substantially improving the inadequate storm drainage system. I implore you guys to quit kicking the can down the street and let's address it. This lack of planning and bowing to special interest groups created the perfect storm for the catastrophic damage caused by Milton, October 10th, 2024. My business wrote checks for over $250,000 in the next 6 months to restore the flood damage to my rental units. An extra $52,800 of rental income was also lost during the restoration project. Insurance covered none of these costs. As a small business owner, this is an enormous loss that will take years to recover. The city has presented a fully funded plan that will protect 70% of the properties from experiencing this type of damage in the future. Now is the moment for the South Howard community to unite and back this project, which has already faced significant delays. At the end of 2.5 to 3 years of construction, we'll all be in a safer, more beautiful neighborhood.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time. My name is Amy, and I'm a resident of Parkland Estates. When looking for a home in 2022, we specifically looked for a non-flood zone. That was our number one criteria. We did not choose to live near West Shore. We did not choose to live on Davis Island because those are flood zones. They are, in those cases, you're living at or below sea level. So I understand people that flooded there, they're like, why haven't we had support? We aren't supposed to be in a flood zone. So this project is long overdue for our century-old pipes and dragged out with complete filibustering and just needs to get done. You've heard everyone else say the statistics. You've also heard opposition on the economics. Anyone who understands economics knows that it will only get more expensive every year that it's delayed, and that this is our only chance right now before it gets killed and delayed for a decade or so. So we're gonna do all we can to try to continue to support the business on Howard. I chose to live in my neighborhood. Another reason was because of the proximity to the beloved businesses on Howard. I am a small business owner, and if I were in those shoes, I have thought hard about it, and I would still do this project and move forward with it for the greater good of the neighborhood. And if there's traffic and whatever needs to get detoured into Parkland because of the project being underway, that's completely fine. We just have to ask, if the Howard business is flooded next, which is a non-zero risk factor, would they still want this project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the brevity. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Maddie Kay. I'm a hospitality worker for Burns Steakhouse. I would like to start by saying I appreciate everyone's commitment to public service, and I understand the choices presented to you can be difficult. That in mind, I would like to personally thank the council members that have voted against the project. You've exhibited compassion for working families, small business owners, and are acting fiscally responsible. You're very brave to stand up for those who depend on the thriving commerce of South Tampa and understand just because someone is the loudest in the room doesn't make them right. To those who have voted in the favor of the dig, I would like to express to you one thing. It isn't too late to change your mind. As the cost of the project balloons and timeline expands, I would expect you to have the flexibility to reassess. I understand that the families in this neighborhood were devastated by flooding. I too was displaced from my home in South St. Pete from Helene. I made it through financially because I'm blessed to work for Burns Steakhouse, where my income is above average for service industry workers. I made it through mentally because with my employer-provided health insurance, I went to therapy to manage the stress and loss of property. I also understood when I moved to that neighborhood, I was in a flood zone, and it was a risk I accepted. I can tell you right now from experience that I would rather be displaced from another home 100 times over than lose this unicorn job. The negative impact of losing this job or experiencing a drastic decrease in income would be far greater than when I lost my home. The storms were terrible, but as public officials, we trust you to see the forest through the trees and to not let one traumatic event cost the city millions of dollars and cause so much suffering. There are 300 employees at Burns Steakhouse, which by my count includes people from 15 different countries. This job is rare, singular in the world. There is no comparable place for me to work. The South Howard Business Alliance estimates 1,500 employees will lose their job throughout the proposed corridor, affecting 4,500 folks from working-class families. A cursory internet search described Parkland Estates in Tampa as a relatively small, exclusive neighborhood with approximately 480 households, $100 million, over 1,000 jobs lost for 480 exclusive addresses. A layman would see that as a city spending $200,000 per household, although I'm sure your opponents in the next election will put a finer point on that. It has become clearer who's going to be paying for this project, and most taxpayers find it unfair, some laughable. The cost of living crisis isn't leaving the minds of voters. In fact, it's more on the forefront than ever. Do you really want to stand in front of your constituents from other parts of the city who need your help and tell them, too bad, we spent all our money on Parkland Estates and Palmacia Pines? Voting against the dig doesn't mean you have no sympathy for the homeowners who experience flooding. It means you're voting to find a different way forward that doesn't devastate the economy of a tight-knit community. It means you see the fear of those whom this affects negatively. I truly believe another solution can be found, and we need to move away from this plan that costs so much to taxpayers, business owners, and working families so we can find a better solution. It's not too late to change your mind, and it's never too late to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time, and thank you to my wife who said she wanted to stand next to me. She's been through a lot as well. My name is Michael Stewart. I'm a Tampa business owner and a lifelong resident. My grandparents were here. My parents were here, and I've lived here my whole life. I own Ava Restaurant on South Howard Avenue, and in 1 month, I'm gonna reopen the Landon, which was formerly the 717 South Restaurant. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, that building was destroyed by fire. I had a choice at that time, and I had many choices. I thought about maybe moving it to St. Pete, out of the area, to walk away or just reinvest in real estate. But I had employees, and I had chefs, and I had a lot of people that depended on me, so I chose South Howard. I invested millions of dollars to reopen this restaurant, which I'm proud to say will be open in about 30 days. That's why I'm here today, to say I oppose this project as currently designed. First, this project is not proven. We are being asked to accept years of disruption without clear evidence that the proposed solution will actually fix the flooding. I know this firsthand. A culvert system was installed on my own street in South Tampa, off Estrella, as part of a flood mitigation effort. I endured years of destruction, construction, and just trying to get to my house with groceries from Publix with my kids in elementary school. I had to take a golf cart over people. Finally, we all agreed just everybody drive over everybody's yard just to get home. And I say that not out of disrespect, but because when the hurricane came, and I think that's where all these pictures are mostly coming from, every single person on my street flooded. Honestly, look at it. It didn't work. If I want to talk about the budget as a taxpayer and being born and raised in Tampa, it's a very expensive project that just sitting here today, I don't think, no disrespect, I don't think anybody knows what it's going to cost. If it fails or underperforms, the cost is going to be paid by me and small businesses on South Howard because we probably won't survive it. There's alternatives that I think should be reviewed. The gentleman earlier talked about horizontal drilling, alternative routes. I mean, one of you council person said, do you really have to shut down both lanes? That sounds insane. I live off Manhattan. I see what they're doing. Maybe McDill, with four lanes. You just can't shut down. And for the people that say they're going to support us, I greatly appreciate it. It's very hard to get to a business. For one, the access for Alva, I don't have a side street. I don't have an alley. I have no rear access. So I do want to get with you, and you can tell me how you're going to get all of my deliveries on all my customers because I only have frontage on Howard Avenue. I can't support this. I do support flood mitigation. There's alternatives. And I just think it's too risky right now to make a vote.
Thank you,
Thanks
sir.
for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Kelly. I've lived in Parkland Estates since 1986. I'm a past president of the Parkland Estates Civic Association organization. I've lived on Fountain Boulevard since 1994. Fountain parallels Swan, 1 block to the south. My historic house is 2 houses in from Fountain and Audubon. Audubon dead ends at Fountain Park. Audubon functions as the spillway across which all the water from Azeel sheet flows to the south down into my neighborhood, flooding Swan Avenue at the same time it floods Fountain and the park itself. We didn't have flooding when we first bought our house. That was 3 decades ago and prior to all the development that's occurred on Howard and Armenia since then that the council has approved. There never was any upgrades made to the stormwater system. As Gene Duncan told you, this is a capacity problem. It's not a maintenance problem. The capacity needs to be improved. This project will improve the capacity. Milton was a terrible event. My house flooded. I had 4 inches of water in the first floor. It took me 9 months to rebuild, and every penny of the $300,000 flood insurance policy I was dumb enough to buy to do it. But Milton is not what's concerning me. What concerns me is the day in, day out flooding that occurs in the summer from typical afternoon rainstorms. It floods Fountain. It floods Swan. It impedes access. Many times Fountain Park floods. It looks like a giant lake. You have to see it to believe it. This is an issue of public safety. People can't get to the hospital. I can't get home from work in the afternoon. I have to call my wife and ask her, is the street flooded? I wait 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours for the water to subside before I can get back to my house. The lack of this project, the lack of infrastructure, is taking access from my property. Council has done a great job over the last several years hearing testimony from residents like myself, business owners, experts, and weighing and balancing the interests. And you have a difficult job. But when it comes to people over profits, I think you have to go with people every time, and people is public safety. I did hear a comment during the council members' questions about potential claims against the city by business owners on South Howard. Well, my day job is practicing law down the street at Hillward and Henderson. I've been an eminent domain lawyer for 40 years. I can tell you that there is no liability through eminent domain that the council will be subject to by building this project.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name's Amy Govindaraju. I own a business on Howard Avenue called the Dry Bar. I'm not going to repeat what a lot of what people have already said, but Howard has a bunch of not just restaurants, service-based businesses, healthcare practices all up and down Howard. And so when we chose this location on Howard about 10 years ago, we chose it because of the community, Parkland Estates, and all the neighbors and communities around us, and our co-tenants that are on the street. The loss of business with this project is inevitable. It's a 2-lane road, closure of both lanes. Either way, it's going to stop the flow of traffic going up and down Howard. That is our biggest concern. I'm not saying that flood mitigation is not necessary. I'm just asking the council to please, please, please look at other alternate routes, other ways to make sure that we can mitigate some of the loss of business to the businesses there. It's not just going to be a 5 to 6 or 5 to 7 week closure as they go up Howard Avenue. So we're asking that you please just look at different options before making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
I'm James Flynn. My wife is Dr. Linda Flynn of South Tampa Dermatology, and she's closed her office twice to have it torn down to the studs and rebuilt because of storm sewer problems. So we're out about $250,000 so far. The other doctors who are impacted on this on Swan probably aren't here today because we honestly thought that this was resolved in November of '24. But there was some sort of California turn that happened, and the power prevention is still hanging over this project. The current situation is that the roads to the hospital and many of the medical offices are often impassable just due to summer showers. Patients can't get to the doctor's offices, employees can't leave on time. And big storms mean the threat of rebuilding the offices again still remains. Now, we realize that the traffic along Howard Avenue is going to be an awful mess not seen since the construction of the Epicurean Hotel. That was a mess, but it was temporary. We adapted, and we are happy that the hotel is there and thriving. But we did not give them the opportunity to pull up the ladder of success and progress behind them when they opened their doors. The hospital on Swan is currently owned by HCA, Hospital Corporation of America. They are a publicly traded $100 billion company. When they announced their Vision 2035 or whatever their strategic growth plan is for that site, they are going to want unencumbered access to their property even on rainy summer days. But they don't make 3-minute speeches to council members. They generally start off with the governor or a senator or something like that, because that's what $100 billion companies do. If you want local control of this project, which I think you do, now is a very good time to act. We can fix this, we can move ahead, and you can start by authorizing the transfer of funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is, how are you guys? My name is Ria Diasti. I am a dentist.
and my husband is a physician, and we both have offices on Swan Avenue. We're actually right next door to Dr. Flynn. And the back of our office, we're on Swan and Audubon. So literally, it was just one storm and one hurricane that twice we got flooded. It was literally like a river that ran through our office, and we had to rebuild the office twice. So there needs to be some sort of resolve for this flooding. I do appreciate everything that the Howard businesses would be affected, and we do want to make sure that we minimize that effect on them. But the effect of our medical practices shutting down, or a hospital not having, patients not having access to a hospital, limiting their access to medical care for weeks at a time until we rebuild, that is also heavily affecting the community. It's not about just the surrounding homes. There is a big impact larger than just some residents, which of course, you know, our house got flooded during the storm. So I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about that it's far reaching beyond a few homes. It is affecting access to care, access to medical services. And, you know, hopefully there could be a way that we could do this by mitigating, you know, and minimizing any, you know, collateral damage to any other business in our neighborhood, because we are here because we love the neighborhoods, you know, we support all our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Laxer.
Hi, David Laxer, second generation restaurateur in Tampa. Been on South Howard Avenue for 70 years. This is our 70th anniversary for our restaurant. I just want to say thank you for listening to everyone. This is certainly a very important topic, and we appreciate the residents that have gone through so much and the businesses in the Parkland and Pomsey Pines area. Let me state that I'm in favor of a stormwater solution, but this is not the proper solution. We've gone over this and over this again with the city staff, and they will not listen to look honestly at other solutions. This is not the solution, and if you can go through the numbers on a cost basis and a deliverable to our city, it is just doesn't pencil out. A question for the city financial officer, and it would be, if we get all the pending proposed and hypothetical monies for this project, can you show, or can the city show, what stormwater monies are left in the city budget for other areas and neighborhoods in the city without raising taxes? Will there be a tax raise for everyone after this money is spent? If the Cleveland system is failing, Pomsey Pines, and impacting Parkland Estates, why not fix that system first? We've heard many, many times over, it starts from Kennedy, comes down Pomsey Pines, and then storms into Parkland Estates. Why can't that system be addressed first and solve that? Immediate relief to Pomsey Pines and immediate relief to Parkland Estates. In regard to access, having sidewalk access without parking is not access. You've heard Michael Stewart mention that on his businesses. It's not access. It's not access for our customers, not access for this vital life safety vehicles. It's not access for our staff. It just doesn't work. We need to have parking, not only for our staff, but for our employees, and we need to be able to offload our deliverables that come in, and then we also be able to service our businesses with with our grease traps and such like that, our trash. The trash behind the Post Apartments, they have a dumpster right there that serves that whole apartment complex. It would be blocked out, so where does that get accessed? There's so many questions that have not been addressed, and it's great that John Zemina, I've met him, he's great. Everyone speaks much accolades to him and his company, but there are too many unknowns in this project, and it's too expensive versus looking at other means to address this problem. It is a problem in our city, but there's a better solution. This solution is not the best solution. It's not even coming close to solving the problems for most of our neighborhoods.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jared Dyer. I'm also second generation restaurant owner.
Bella's Italian Cafe. First, a quick first note, which is the South Howard businesses have repeatedly stressed that we're not opposed to a project to help our neighbors. What we're opposed to is completely shutting down Howard Avenue. If the project were undertaken with a guarantee that there would always be one lane open to traffic, I would bet much of the perceived opposition would evaporate. The budgetary issues, the tax issues, those are all valid and legitimate for the whole city, but as far as the South Howard businesses, that aspect of it is just, we can deal with one lane of traffic, we can deal with disruptions, we can deal with construction, all those things, that's plannable, it's totally different than to say, we're gonna shut off access to your business for anywhere from 15 to 60 days. Completely different situation. So it would be, I really wish you all just find a way to make that happen, and a lot of this problem goes away for our perception. But I mainly want to talk about the specifics of our restaurant and restaurants in general. Restaurant profit margins are not great in general. You know, they're just not. It's not like you're not going to become a billionaire, you know, owning a single restaurant. And they've shrunk considerably since we've come out of the pandemic. The cost of goods has risen, continues to be volatile. Labor costs have risen due to the annual state minimum wage increases the past 5 years and a few other factors. People in general have become more cautious about their spending. And one of the easiest ways to save money is to dine out less. So we've had to scale back our hours of operation because people don't go out to eat as much as they did before the pandemic. So for all those reasons, our revenues are consistently less than they were for the first 35 years we were open. We roll with the punches and adapt to the best of our abilities, but now there's going to be this massive construction project that will impede access to our business for years, and we're pretty much powerless to do anything about it. We currently have 53 employees. A quarter of them have been with us between 10 and 35 years. We already have staff asking about the flood project and if they should start finding a new job now. This is without an actual start date. They're worried now. They're scared now. They can't endure an extended period with no income, and as owners, we don't have the resources even to cover them for more than a week or two at most. If we want to take on that responsibility, it might be easy to dismiss our concerns by saying that we're overreacting, that the disruptions of the project might not be as bad as we expect, and maybe that'll turn out to be true, but that's a pretty cavalier attitude to take about another person's livelihood. What if we're right? We won't know until it's too late. It might also seem like that we're being selfish and we don't care about our neighbors. That's not it. We're looking out for our best interests just as they look out for theirs. I'd be negligent in my responsibilities to my employees and my partners if I didn't do everything I can now to prevent as much disruption to our business as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Natalie Wilson. I am employed along South Howard Avenue. Was not planning on speaking. My heart is racing, so bear with me. First, I want to welcome Councilwoman Young. I am a new homeowner in District 5, and I'm very excited to everything that you have planned for our district. I deeply sympathize with everyone that was flooded within 29 days of owning my first home. I had sewage overflow, so navigating that has been very interesting. So I deeply empathize with you guys. I'm just going to go through some notes that I had quickly. We've heard from the team of engineers and the construction workers that they can't build a plan off of hurricanes, and everyone that has spoken, a majority of people that have spoken, all of their examples have been from a hurricane. So that was just something that stood out to me. It was something that was very clear and stated earlier this morning. And then public safety, there was a presentation that was played in the beginning that said floods affect road closures, resident displacement, no hospital access, slowed emergency response, decreased property values, costly repairs. This is all the same if you shut down 2 roads or 2 lanes in a 2-lane road. And like it was mentioned earlier, putting plywood down for sidewalks is not access. So all of those things will still be restricted. And then Councilwoman Hurtek, I know you mentioned earlier that your main focus for this project was clear communication. And I very, very vividly remember the last meeting earlier this month where almost everyone on the board either said something along the lines of, let me just repeat myself because I want to make sure I know what I'm voting for, or, you know, I just want to know.
Just remember, you're not addressing one, you're addressing the entire council today. So,
Correct, yes.
But so don't call out any council members, please. Thank you.
Heard, thank you. So multiple council members mentioned that they want to be clear with what they were voting for, which does indicate a very poorly communicated plan. So if that is a focus, then I really want to make sure that that is recognized, that if a question is asked and then it's a circular answer and we're all coming to the same thing of, I just want to make sure we know what's happening. That is just something that I wanted to point out. So I just urge, as the vote later today, to transfer funds to make the project happen, that there is a clear line of communication between everyone, businesses, homeowners, everyone affected, the construction company that is doing the project, that have had many successful projects. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of what is happening and that is clear to everyone. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
I'm just here for support.
Okay. Good morning.
Happy New Year's.
It's okay. Start with your name, please.
Michelle Mastro Totaro. As you all know me, I was affected also in a different aspect with overbuilding and lack of maintenance in my area. I feel for everybody involved in this all, but I oppose. $100 million is unacceptable. The efforts will drain the city stormwater funds for years, leaving nothing available for anybody, not even my neighborhood, who really needs addressing. South Tampa especially, Port Tampa, Tappan Park community continues to suffer without help. Even worse, the city has shown no public any detailed maps, drainages, plans, engineering data, proving that the project is actually not going to work. There has been no transparency with no evidence that is a real solution, only vague representations designed to make residents feel temporarily saved. Tampa deserves honest, not optics. The South Howard project, the area naturally, geography makes this project nearly impossible to succeed long-term. No amount of pipes, pumps can permanently fix what the low-rising tidal flood zone. The water has nowhere to go. Spending over $100 million and probably more, because I don't think people really realize it's not going to start till 2030. You might have nothing left. Meanwhile, this project will devastate local businesses, community, constructions will be forced out. The corridor to close their doors permanently, costing people their jobs, their livelihood. These are family-owned establishments. We gotta make sense, make fairness around the whole South Tampa. It's not fair just to pick one area. There's so much devastation. And I had wastewater, so 7 feet. If you can only imagine 7 feet of wastewater and a surge, not counting all the other floods that we had endured from the overbuilding. Please just really consider, and I understand all of you may not be here when that time comes, but diligently put your heart into this and know that it's not just one area that needs attention. There's so many areas. And I'm not going to go into the sad sobbing of my life because I think all of you know my life.
Thank you very much. Time's over. Thank you.
Make it right. And
Pause for 1 second. How many are still seated that are planning on speaking? Okay, if you guys could line up, please, and then the last person in that line will be the last speaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Council members, for those of you I don't know, my name is Travis Horn. I reside currently at 3703 West Dale. I'm wearing a couple of different hats today. I also am commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post at 2010 West Morrison, a business owner, also a dad who has to transit South Tampa with a little girl who back and forth to school and after school activities. So, you know, I really don't envy you all having to make this decision. It's obviously some very powerful arguments on both sides and very emotional. Thankfully, I'm just going to take a little less emotional standpoint. I'll spoiler alert you. I'm opposed to the project as it's currently constituted. And a lot of that's related to the timeline as currently laid out, utilizing the gravity-fed box culvert system that you've got the plan in place for this. I think it's an onerous timeline. I mean, it only took 6 years to build a tunnel from Dover, England to Calais, France. So it's like 4 years is what I'm hearing. I've heard 2.5, I've heard varying, but anyone in construction will tell you that when you hear those timelines, a lot of times they really get blown out and their cost overruns as well. But so in context, I think, and some people have said it as well, and I want to reiterate it, professionally and personally, COVID impacted my life immeasurably. And this is an extinction level event potentially for a lot of these business owners on South Howard. It's not a home that they bought and knowingly bought maybe in a low-lying area that was subject to localized flooding that they can simply get away from. So it's going to impact their livelihoods, and not just their livelihoods, but just like us, we have 220 plus members who are going to have to transit through the South Howard corridor to get to our VFW post where we help with disabled veterans get their ratings, get their services, and even feed veterans. We've got everybody from the younger professional global war on terror veterans to the older, elderly, infirm, and needing healthcare services. So we've got a wide range that are affected by this. Again, my biggest problem is the timeline, I think, and that concern's really only been exacerbated by the gentleman from Kimmons who was seemingly a little bit flippant about it takes as long as it's going to take. Well, maybe come up with the gentleman who was the engineer talking about new tech, different ways of drilling, different mechanical pumping systems that could be implemented that might be better and not entirely shut down this corridor for 4 years, 4+ years. Let's see. Also, you know, there's the DEP angle and the funding angle is a big one that I think it's underexplored. First off, you're not treating this water. You're dumping more pesticides and chemicals, oil and gas, things like that. That's something I think you haven't talked about. And whether that funding is going to be there, the gentleman who raised that issue, I think that's a big one for the city to look at. So I just wanted to raise those red flags and speak my piece, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. The two in the back, I know this is or we'll have everybody in the back there. I know it's crazy, but this room's acoustics are magical. Even whispers bounce right up here. So if you want to talk, please, there's a big old hallway out there. Okay, here we go. I know it's fine. I don't think people realize how good the acoustics are from back there. But I just want to bring it to your attention. It's crazy. Okay, start with your name, please.
Victor DeMille, 1205 North Franklin Street. I'm here today to try to separate a little fact from fiction. Number one, all of the business owners, restaurants, even people who live up and down Howard Avenue, we want flood relief just as much as anybody else. What we're opposed to is the fact that, as it is, tearing up Howard Avenue for 4 years, spending $100 million to do that, is not the way. He's been here several times before, David Lowe's from Orlando. He's a certified stormwater engineer, been in business 30 years, has a 30-page resume. He's told you, we have options that are faster, quicker, and easier to build for the city. It's just that the city doesn't want to hear it. We tried. They don't want to. They've got their head stuck in this tearing up Howard and dumping it in the bay. The second fact is, everybody knows that if you have this pipe going down Howard Avenue from Swan to Bayshore, and it's high tide, and I know a couple of people that live just off Bayshore, and you know when it's high tide and it's a storm, the water comes up over the balustrade, across the sidewalk, and all of Bayshore is flooded, completely flooded. The road, you can't even pass it. So where is that water gonna go in that pipe that's sticking below on the seawall into the bay? It's gonna go back up to Parkland Estates, and it's not gonna solve the problem, okay? The second thing is, if a contractor tells you something's gonna take a certain amount of time, and I know people up here have had experience with contractors, and they say it's gonna be 4 years, you could probably add a couple more years on that, because when you start digging and they hit water, because it's a high water table up there, when we built the Epicurean Hotel and had to do the elevator shafts, we had to pump water for 6 months. 6 months. Think about it, you're gonna be putting a pipe as big as this room, 20 feet into the ground, and you're digging and you hit water at 10 feet. What are you gonna do? You're gonna start pumping water, and then that cost is gonna be higher and higher and higher. The other thing is, and there's a couple of members who are smart enough to realize we're gonna have losses. You're gonna have a couple of thousand people. The people in Park Estates, they're gonna be in their homes. But the people that work in all the restaurants and bars, they're laid off. We're not gonna allow what happened in Seminole Heights, where there are restaurants that no longer exist because of the damage that happened to them. You're gonna be facing the largest class action suit in the history of Tampa, because everyone here is gonna be applying for relief. And so I would, if you go to put $100 million into building this thing, you might as well put a similar amount aside to pay for all the damages, because that's what our estimates are now. This was what's gonna cost us and what we're gonna lose. And all of our employees live all over the city in every single district. And lastly, there is no relief for the rest of the city if you use all your money up for this. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. See, you try to leave your cage for 1 minute. Okay. Start with your name, please.
Hi, Council. I'm Elizabeth Dinwiddie, also known as my married name, Liz Arcadu, and thank you for hearing us today. So I would like to just talk a little bit about the maps that we see for this project. And this is in today's agenda. Kimmons has gone to great detail already in showing how this project moves up Howard. And as you can see, they show that it is like an inchworm. It inches up Howard. So, you know, what we hear said in here, that this is going to tear up Howard for 4 years, what it actually looks like is, if you look at this section here, sorry, I'm not manicured.
Yeah, just drop it on the thing and then it won't
Yes,
move. We can
yes,
see
sir.
it.
I was just kind of.
There's a wheel on the top you can zoom in.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to use this machine. So anyway, this section here says 40 days. And so I just want to show you what that actually looks like. So this is the South Howard project in action. Once the job starts, once the pipes start going in the ground, it only looks like this. So, you know, there's been a lot of scare tactics going on, a lot of dramatization. And what is actually the case is this moves in sections. So this is all open. Everything's open. You can park everywhere. You can access the businesses. You can park here. It's all open. And then, you know, once this moves, this closes up and it leaves a beautiful path behind it. And it's going to move up and it's going to do this section. But this is the South Howard project in action. This is showing us the whole project. This is showing us what South Tampa and Tampa as a whole will experience. And what we need to really do is come together as a community and just love on these businesses while they're helping save our homes. We need to come and eat at Bella's, okay? We need to do yoga at this yoga place here. We need to love these businesses while they love us. This is the only way forward. We have got to come together as a community. We've got to stop this. And the only way that we can stop this is by you moving forward. Because these people will never stop fighting for their homes and their families. And these businesses can survive this if the community comes together and eats and drinks and enjoys these happy places that have been the place of our gatherings for years. We love these businesses, and we need to show the love while we save these homes. Both have to win, and I do believe that that's possible. Please say yes today to funding this project, and let us go back to eating and dining in these restaurants that we love.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Tina Adams. Safety and health is important. Everyone's safety and health. The homeowners, the families, the restaurant workers, the patrons, the owners, but everybody has to get to South Howard, and you can't get there when Swan is flooded. This needs to be fixed. The city says its mission is to protect its citizens. This is your moment to prove that right, to live that promise. Your moment to shine. Protect your citizens and vote yes. Vote to replace 75 to 100-year-old pipes. How many 75 to 100-year-old cars do you see? I mean, driving down the road, used 24/7. I haven't seen a Model T in a long time. So we need to replace them. We need new pipes. Okay, I brought something to show you. My daughter is a third-year medical student, and she wrote, whoops, that's me, not her. She wrote you guys.
At the very top, there's a
on
wheel.
the top. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm used to the really old ones. The really old ones didn't do that.
Turn it up, turn it around.
Oh, I got it the wrong way. Thank you guys for all your technical help. That's me in labor. That's her. She wrote you guys a letter. She's a third-year medical student, and she wants to come back, and she's doing her clinical rotations. She wants to be a pediatrician, which we need in Florida. There's a critical shortage. Please give her a safe, dry home to come home to. She believes in this city just like her dad and I do. Please help us be safe. And we want to support these restaurants. This was her take-home picture. You can see it's ruined. She was the third child, so that was her baby book. And I can't bring myself to throw it away. But that's not important anymore. What's important is the way forward. We need to support each other, just like Liz said. We need a solution to this problem. It's been studied ad nauseum. I believe in these engineers. They're experts. They've done it before. Let's let them do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, afternoon. $100 million.
Start with your name, please.
Staggering. I'm
Start with-
Joni Corneal. I own Bella's Town Cafe. And I appreciate everyone that is for you voting yes. I understand where they're coming from. But I just want to give kind of a synopsis without being too repetitive. What will happen if Howard Avenue is closed and, having wooden sidewalks, that's not going to work. As you all know, and we all do this, when you know that there's an area of town that there's construction on the street, what do? You find an alternate route. Maybe it's a mile away, maybe it's 6 blocks away. You avoid the area like it's the plague, and that's what's going to happen. And not only that, and I believe David mentioned this, about access, the emergency vehicles, the delivery vehicles. Our products come in on 18-wheelers, and it's difficult enough to get one of those on Howard Avenue as it is, let alone I'm on Mississippi. David has even less access than I do, and so does Michael at Ava. What's going to happen to the neighborhoods, a lot with brick streets? What are those streets? What's going to become of those streets when they're being traveled by that kind of traffic day in and day out? I can tell you right now, the residents that live on those streets are not going to be happy. It's going to be a nightmare because, as you know, like on Estrella, Mississippi, people park on both sides of the street, where they do all over Tampa, all over South Tampa. How are those how's a fire truck gonna get down there? How is a dumpster, solid waste trucks, how are they gonna get through all of this? I mean, there has to be some sort of a compromise or a different project that can be guaranteed, okay, we're gonna spend $100 million and by golly, that's gonna work. It's being said that it's going to work, but is it worth voting yes on this project and get 4 or 5 years, 6 years down the road and it's not working and Howard Avenue is still closed to regular traffic? I'm sorry, but I really want you to vote no. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Steve Garish. I live in Parkland Estates. I wasn't planning on speaking right now. I was going to speak later. I think I probably will as well. I just got up now because I noticed a kind of an unusual phenomenon going on so I wanted to say something about it. I'm looking up here. I see Brendan. I see Brett.
You have to talk this way.
Sorry. You guys are engineers, correct? You didn't just stay at a Holiday Inn Select last night?
All right. You're talking to us.
All right, so we have engineers. The CFO for the city, I'm presuming, is an actual CFO. And the strange phenomenon that I'm seeing going on here today is we have restaurant owners, homeowners, business owners, lawyers, lobbyists that seem to be also engineers and CFOs because they're saying this project won't work. There's no way we can pay for this. Why are we not giving any credibility to the people that are hired to do this job? They have studied this for years. The CFO is saying, we have money, or we expect to have money, mostly through grants. So why are we all of a sudden saying, these people have no credibility, they don't know what they're doing? What happens in the future? Are we gonna say with every project that comes up, well, they don't know what they're doing? So maybe we just don't do any projects in the city because they don't know what they're doing apparently. Because every armchair engineer and CFO knows better. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi there, I'm Tara Bluma. I want to try to answer the previous gentleman's question about why we are questioning the credibility of the administration and of the stormwater department. And one reason I am is because they claim that the drainage pond underneath the hospital is going to be the main centerpiece of starting this project and that they can build things around that and fix things. Yet they started the plans for this project back in 2022 and they just started cleaning out this pond like last week. So why, when they wanted to make this particular area of drainage a centerpiece of $100 million project, did they not like peek into it 3 years ago and say, this is really clogged. Maybe we should clean this up and see if this helps anything. So no, I don't think that those people present credibility. I also want to point out that the administration did exactly what I thought they were going to do a few weeks ago when one or more of you, and I'm paraphrasing, said, well, I'm supportive of this project, but not at $100 million. That would be outrageous. So, what did they do? They made it $98 million. And that sounds better, I guess, but what is the likelihood that this project is actually going to have a cost that goes down? How often does that happen? What is the likelihood that it's going to take less time and cost less money? That really never happens here. And we know that also in a lot of the money we're going to be paying interest. So this is well over $100 million. You're being sold the story that you asked to hear. And I also question why the administration is pushing this so hard. Why does it have to be this project? And why are the taxpayers paying to develop commercials and run ads in support of this project? Is that a good use of money? The project should be able to stand on its own merits or fail. Finally, the people south of Gandy flooded
just as bad, if not worse. People all over the city flooded just as bad, if not worse. The difference is that many of those people could not afford to stay in their houses or to rent somewhere else for the last year and a half. They sold their houses at a steep loss and they're gone. So that's why you're not hearing from them, but that doesn't negate the problems that we have all over the city. Spending $100 million on one project in one area is not fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Next speaker.
Hi there. My name is Giovanni Arcadu. I live in Palmacia Pine in South Habana. I apologize for my accent, but when I pay taxes, it's not an issue, so you have to deal with this.
We like your accent.
Thank you so much. I'm here to tell you just one message. I have a speech actually prepared because it's difficult for me to talk in front of you right now, but it's just my message is enough. Enough with this talk. Enough with this workshop. The question you guys are asking to the engineer behind me, those are questions you can pick up the phone, and in the past 15 months, you can ask those questions, and you're gonna get the answer. This is a little bit of political show to delay this project. And I want to say thank you to the engineer. The person who just spoke before me said like a false information. The city was active since day one. We saw trucks and people working on the maintenance of the system that we have right now. The engineer failed only on one answer that Mr. Carlson asked. What is the difference of South Habana, my street, that is going to flood even in 6 years maybe? Without the project, the water is here. That was here like almost a year ago. With this project, we're going to flood again. But the water is going to be here. So that means it's going to basically flood my garage, not my entire house, and I don't have to rebuild everything. So please, enough with this charade. You have all the information. You have the solution. We are talking about an emergency. You're going to vote about an emergency 2 years after the emergency happened. I don't know, guys, what you're doing. I mean, move on. You have the people. You have the answer. My only message to you guys is enough. I will not trade my job for yours because it's a difficult job, but please move on with this project.
Thank you very much. The show ain't over until Stephanie Pointer sings. This will be the last speaker, and then the public comment will be closed.
Good afternoon. Stephanie Pointer. I don't even want to talk about this project. You know what I want to talk about? Last time I heard, during a workshop, we don't vote. Did I miss something? Is there actually a vote going to happen today? Please let us know, because there's a lot of people here today thinking that y'all are going to vote on something, but this is a workshop, and generally within a workshop, city council does not vote. So the question I have for you, and you know, I mean, I could be totally wrong and there could be a vote, but that's not what it says on the agenda here. And this is indicative of the problems with this project. The misinformation, the crap that is swirled up and thrown at the wall is absolutely uncalled for. I have never seen anything like it. And honestly, I mean, I've been around here 5 or 6 years now, and what disturbs me about this entire situation is the push. The city works like the little engine that could, like Station 24, okay? Unless, by God, the mayor wants it. And then it is a Japanese bullet train, and yet here we are again. How this got moved up and jacked up and everybody in town has all been out of shape about it, not really sure. Because if you're not voting, and here's the thing, the money tonight, guess what? Even if you move it into that column, that accounting column, you can move it back. Why has the push been from staff and the administration to make this into a circus when it doesn't have to be? Why did they waste all these people's time if you are not going to vote today? Why did they waste all these people's time and your time, not once today, but twice today, on something that isn't going to happen? If you're not going to vote on it, why are we just dragging this out? And I still don't see anything that I like. I asked Mr. Zamina and I asked Chief Bennett this morning for a side-by-side with the McDill 48 project and this project. I want to see how much acreage is covered. I want to see how many buildings are proposed to be
saved. I want to see how long Himes was closed and which segments were closed for how long. I don't remember that off the top of my head, and I agree. Kimmons did a fabulous job with that project. They did amazing things. What you guys don't know, just as a little tidbit, you know, my neighbors on Manhattan, they complained because the dump trucks drove by their house every day, 24 hours a day, it seemed like. And they said, this is crazy. And you know what? Mr. Zamino went out there, he looked at it, he said, well, there's huge potholes. That's why. Well, guess what? He brought him back and he filled the potholes. So he fixed the problem for the neighbors. That really wasn't his problem, but he fixed it anyway. So I'm supporting Kimmons.
Thank you, Ms.
But I
Pointer.
wonder,
Thank you,
are you
Ms.
going to
Pointer.
vote?
Thank you, Ms.
That's the
Pointer.
real question.
Okay, that concludes public comment. I'll wrap up that part of our conversation with this. Ms. Pointer is correct. This is a workshop. There is no vote this afternoon on this project. The only vote today will occur this evening, and it is about transferring the bond funds from one fund to another, and that's happening tonight. I want to emphasize it's the same 14 ears that are hearing you right now for tonight. So if you spoke today and you said everything you needed to say, there's no real reason that you don't have to speak again. This is an opportunity to, to speak to the project and your concerns. You're welcome to come back and speak, but don't feel like you're obligated to, because we all heard everything that you've said. I think that's all I had to say to that. Now, I have a question for council reference the agenda. We have 2 items that are still unresolved. Normally, our workshops are over at 1 o'clock because we have a night meeting tonight. One of those conversations is about salaries. We've deferred that to we've sent that issue to the Charter Review Commission. Is it still pertinent for conversation?
Yes. I have a 1 o'clock call. It is not. I'm sorry, I wasn't.
So Councilwoman Hurtak, you were the second to this motion.
Yes, it is not solved. We can solve it ourselves, so I still want to try to solve it ourselves. I just want to eat lunch because I have a massive headache, but I'm happy to come back.
That was going to be my next question.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move item number 3 to a future, to the next workshop or some future workshop.
Anybody here to speak to item number 3? Besides staff and Steve Michelini. And Stephanie Pointer, besides the usual suspects. So we have a motion to move item. Okay, let's pause for a second.
Okay, y'all, we are still in session. Please stop talking. Sometimes you gotta be loud.
Now, see, I do that. I get yelled at. Okay, so Councilman Carlson, you're recognized.
No, I make a motion to move, and apologies to staff, to move item number 3 to February workshop, February 5th? 26th.
26 is full. It's got 7 items.
What's the next available date for the workshop?
Not until like May.
Could this be done as a?
What is the anticipated length of this presentation and discussion? What do you think, Kamara?
That's really up to City Council. Just have a brief information. We've already addressed this motion during the last City Council meeting when an ordinance was changed. So my presentation is very brief.
Well, how about Councilman Carlson? Would you entertain withdrawing that motion? I'm going to call us for a 1-hour lunch, and then we'll come back. Hopefully, we'll be out of here if we come back at 2, we'll be out of here by 3, and that'll give us a little bit of a break between now and the 5 o'clock meeting.
Considering that we gonna have long public comment tonight, can we?
If I could, Council.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, we have not called you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So how about this? Since all you have is something brief, if it's not too late, could we put this on a regular agenda since she just has an update?
And what is the next regular agenda?
Okay, the next regular that has space would be, February 5th has 9, which is way too many, and we should count. Regular session, unfortunately, February 19th has 9. How about March 5th? And I will be happy to move the conversation about salaries to March 5th as well, if we just want to have a brief conversation about it. So how about we move both of them?
We have a motion to move both remaining items from today's workshop agenda to March 5th regular session.
Oh, this is for an in-person or is this for a written? I'm just wondering.
This is for in-person. Yeah. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Before we hear that, I'll hear from the public. Mr. Michelini, you're recognized.
Just briefly, these folks have flown in from out of state to testify at this workshop regarding the code enforcement issue. So I guess they can come back in March, but it's up to council.
Hold on. Okay, anything?
I can,
anybody-
you know I'm gonna be here.
I understand.
The
Anybody else
problem
from the
is-
public who wishes to speak this item? Councilwoman Young, you're recognized.
If it's a short presentation, can we just do it really quickly if it's short?
I mean, I have a motion and I have a second. That would be up to the
Like,
maker.
are we
That'd be-
talking like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 8 minutes?
Mr. Chair.
I would rather spend 5 or 10 more minutes now instead of having to come back because we have to
saying,
go
like,
through a
if
long
it's
time
only
tonight.
5 minutes.
If we set the time for 15 minutes, I'm willing to stay.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. The motion maker is still here. The person who seconded is not. So I'm going to end up having to call for a vote. So a vote to, and the affirmative would be to continue this item. A vote to, and the negative would be to not continue this item and hear it today. All those in favor say aye.
May I ask you to
Yes.
put a limit on the conversation?
Well, that will be the next
all right.
motion. Okay, if you are supportive of continuing this item, say aye.
Aye.
And if you are opposed to continuing this item, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so this item is not continued. So now I entertain a motion for.
15 minutes for the conversation that we're going to have.
Maximum.
So we have a maximum, we have a motion to make the maximum of both of these conversations 15 minutes. Is there a second? We have a second, motion for
Wait,
Councilman.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Random made a motion to cap the conversation at 15 minutes for each item. Councilman Maniscalco seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, the ayes have it. Okay, so we will now hear item number 3 regarding the possibility of pausing code violations.
Mr. Chairman, did you
Yes.
want to have the timer set for that purpose? Or do you want to
Yes.
set it for speakers? Because I believe there are speakers individually.
No, it's 15 total.
Total 15 minutes.
Total of 15 minutes. Okay,
Are we doing it now?
we're doing it now.
Thank you. Sorry for the bouncing.
Kamaria Pettis-Nagle from the legal department. This is the motion that was made that I'm here to respond to. And I'm switching up my presentation that was already submitted to City Council. So when this motion was made, that same day, City Council amended Chapter 9 of the City of Tampa Code. Chapter 9 is the process that governs code enforcement. When City Council amended the code, Chapter 9, it allowed for property owners to file a motion with the clerk's office to request a hearing to modify the deadline for compliance. That is important to know that the deadline for compliance ties to when a fine amount starts on a case. So I wanted just to quickly go straight to that slide because City Council, the day that this motion was made, amended the code to allow this process to occur. And I want to update City Council that just 2 weeks ago, we were able to have the first kind of hearing regarding this matter. The property owner was able to respond to appear in front of the special magistrate along with city staff to weigh in on the request to modify the deadline for compliance. The hearing was great. The special magistrate heard all parties and granted the request to modify the compliance date. The fines that were running on that property stopped running because a new order was put in place, giving a new compliance deadline. So the concerns from the public, City Council addressed those concerns with the modification and the amendment of Chapter 9. The fines can be adjusted if a property owner requests a modification of the deadline for compliance. So that's what I wanted to quickly go to. I wanted to remind City Council, based on the motion that was made, this is the code sections in which neighborhood enhancement, which is our wonderful director, Susan Winrick, is here. These are the code sections in the chapters that she addresses. In the alternative, this is construction services. Our building official, J.C. Hutchinson, he is online if you have any questions. But this J.C. Hutchinson deals with permitting. Susan Winrick deals with the other sections of the code. but not with construction services building permits. And I just want to clarify that. I gave some timelines in the presentation, in the PowerPoint, but I want to go straight to this quickly. So when your constituents or when the city staff sees a violation, they give a property owner 21 days at a minimum to come into compliance with the City of Tampa code. If they do not come into compliance, those cases are presented to the special magistrate for a hearing. If the special magistrate determines that there is a violation of the City of Tampa code, there is given another deadline for compliance before fines start to run on a property. If the special magistrate assesses fines, he's given them a deadline to come into compliance. If they don't meet that deadline, a lien is recorded on that property. And liens are governed by, just as Chapter 9, liens are governed by Florida Statute Chapter 162. A lien is recorded on a property to incentivize a property owner to address the violation that your constituents have complained about and that city staff physically sees a person violating the City of Tampa code. Then, as soon as a person, yes?
Excuse me, back conversations out in the hall. Thank you. Sorry.
I'm sorry. As soon as a person, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
As soon as a property comes into compliance with the code, the fines stop running. As I've stated before multiple times, fines are reduced and by the legal department with the executive order, or fines are reduced by making a request by the special magistrate to reduce those fines. As soon as the fines are paid at a reduced cost, the lien is released against the property. But to go back to the original motion, which was made by Councilman Carlson, the day that City Council made this motion, City Council amended Chapter 9 to address the very issue about modifying or stopping fines. This process works. We have more hearings coming specifically for this process to modify the compliance deadline. Now, I want to go back and talk about the public comment that's been given to you. Those are two different things that we're talking about. What I just presented to you is regarding fines that are assessed by an order of the special magistrate. What the public comment in the alternative is talking about is before it gets to the special magistrate, if city staff can pause an action before it gets to the special magistrate. Susan Renwick can tell you that without a doubt, if there is a zoning violation and they're in the application phase, she already pauses, her staff already doesn't present that to a code enforcement special magistrate. She already takes care of that. She doesn't need a code amendment in order to do that because she takes care of that. She acknowledges that property owners are trying to address the violation. When you have cases that go to a hearing, it's because your constituents continue to complain about a case, a property that is not doing anything to take action to address the violation, or the application may just still be in awaiting client reply for so long, city staff sees a code enforcement action at a special magistrate hearing to push and encourage a property owner to address the violations. And J.C. Hutchinson is also online to address this, but as the motion that was made, the code already addresses what is going on to allow a property owner to allow the special magistrate to amend the compliance deadline so that fines don't run, and allows a person to have more time, even more time to come into compliance with the code. And I got that done before.
What time is?
8:02, 8 minutes or less.
Excellent. Okay, very good. So now is the time for public, unless anybody have questions. Public comment. Well, your time is to discuss, not really have questions. So your time is to present to council.
Are you ready for me?
Yes.
The issue is.
Start with your name, sir.
Steve
Is this
Michelini.
your first time here?
Yeah, sorry. I am facing the council though, you see. The issue is fines are running while you're in the process and they shouldn't have to go through an extraordinary additional process to request that fines not run. It creates a hardship on individuals. These folks have flown in from out of state, and I'll let them tell you their story, basically what's happened. The magistrate, you know, when the city staff gets up and they'll say, well, we recommend 60 days, or we recommend some other time limit. I've had to appeal to them and indicate that a zoning takes 6 months, a variance takes 3 months, it takes you another month to get surveys, and all of it. In the meantime, they haven't met that deadline, and the fines are running. So anyway, Nora Rosen, get up and tell your story.
So Nora, before you start,
Yes, sir.
you reset the time, please. Before you start, I heard you say you had a question. If you pose the question, perhaps one of the council persons will ask that question when you're finished, but go ahead. Start with your name again, and you have 3 minutes.
So I have 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask your question.
My question was for her, so I won't ask it now.
Well, you can ask it, maybe one of the council members will.
I'll ask it after my 3 minutes.
No, that doesn't work.
Okay. I
Well, unless
won't
you want
ask it.
privately.
I'm
ask
not
it.
going to ask it.
You can privately ask her if you wanted to.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Start the timer.
Okay. I'm just going to read my statement.
Start with your name.
Good morning. My name is Nora Rosen. My family owns a home in Tampa. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I flew in from Atlanta to share my experience navigating the city of Tampa's after-the-fact permitting process over the past 2 years. A year ago, the mayor's office reached out to me to have a press conference regarding our ADU conversion and how to work with the city. If we had that conference today, I would say the process is impossible to navigate. My family still cannot begin work despite spending 2 years and $40,000 out of our savings on professional fees and consultants. In addition, we are now getting fined $3,000 a month for noncompliance. In parallel, many city employees have been kind, professional, and eager to help. The problem isn't effort. There's been lots of effort. It's a system where rules are inconsistently interpreted, decisions are reversed without notice, and no one owns the whole process. Here's how it unfolded. In December 2023, I was visiting my daughter, and I put a house under contract knowing it had unpermitted work. Before closing, I contacted multiple City of Tampa departments, zoning, building, tax, and was transparent. I told them what my situation was, and they encouraged me that there was a straightforward process that I could, in fact, cure and fix, which was my goal. Based on that guidance, I purchased the house. Early in 2024, we learned that only an owner-occupant, a primary resident, is allowed to get a homestead exemption, and only that party is allowed to face the concerns that we faced. So we had to give the house to our daughter. We did that we owned it in a trust name, but equitable title provided for that. Because we followed the city's legal process to grant equitable title to my daughter, we showed the documents in person, we were told we could have the exemption. Over the next several weeks, that exemption was approved, revoked, reinstated, revoked, and again, finally reinstated by 5 different people, each time without coordination or crunchy. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess.
I might make a motion for her to have time to just finish reading the letter. We received it by email, so I've read it.
Just finish reading.
Thank you kindly. Once that hurdle was cleared, I was directed to apply for the wrong type of permit, losing weeks of work. Then I was told to start over with a special use zoning permit. That process stalled due to internal disagreements that I could not see or resolve. Only by hiring a third-party consultant were we able to move forward. That permit was finally approved, and since then, since this process, I've hired 4 different general contractors. 2 quit after discovering the complexity of the process, keeping my funds despite doing no physical work. Another provided an engineer with suspended license. During this, the city has made conflicting requirements of us, each change adding cost, delay, and duplicated effort. In May 2025, despite continuous unceasing effort, code enforcement, the special magistrate hearing found us guilty solely because the property was still out of compliance. There's still a stop work order on it. Fines are imposed. I've accrued $15,000 in fines, which maybe you're gonna waive or reduce them, but I'm compliant. I'm just doing everything I can. The process feels punitive. I can't navigate it. I can't control it. I want to be clear. I respect the individuals working within the system. Many are doing their best. I appreciate Councilman Maniscalco's suggestion to pause code enforcement while permit applications are actively in review. I don't want other people to be deterred from fixing other people's problems. I didn't do this work. I'm trying to fix it. I've shown, I think, with broad strokes, how difficult it is to navigate the correction or permitting process. Your voters know this. The review process is not under our control. Please do not punish us for that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to speak to this item? Come forward, start with your name, please. That's all, you can sit down now. Thank you.
What is a fine for? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll talk about it when it's done.
Good afternoon. I'm Brent Taylor. I'm the owner of Taylor Construction Group here locally in Tampa. I've helped many clients through the past few years navigate this process. And to say it's a daunting process, that's kind of an understatement, I feel. These properties that I've worked on have ranged from commercial properties within the city down to residential properties like the Rosens. Most of the issues were issues that actually were inherited by the current property owner. It was work that was performed prior to their ownership, and unfortunately, due to just how the state laws and city ordinances work within our jurisdiction, they've inherited these issues, and now they have to bring them within compliance. My opinion is that we're going to see quite a bit more of this over the coming years due to the fact that so many residents have come to Tampa since 2020, and the Code Compliance Division of the Building Department cannot realistically keep up with the volume of unpermitted construction work that is being completed within Tampa on a daily basis. As most of you know, the permitting process can be daunting enough when you knowingly choose to complete a construction project, but when someone is thrown into the fire due to non-compliance, it is exponentially more cumbersome and stressful. The process can be lengthy as the property owner needs to hire a professional engineer. They need to have plans completed. Sometimes surveys are required. And of course, the general contractors needed to be hired to help the owner navigate the process, as well as pull the construction permit. Once plans are ready, which can be many months from the start of the hiring process of all of these different professionals, a permit can be applied for. This process can take months at minimum, and in most cases, a year or more. The plans get reviewed. I can't read my own writing here. And to date, I've never witnessed one making it through the review process the first time without comments. The plans are revised per the comments, and the process starts again. In many instances, the reviewer is not the same person as the previous review. This creates circumstance where human error and/or bias can take place because this person is not familiar with the project as the original reviewer, and then this creates another set of comments. This process is ongoing, cumbersome, and can get very expensive due to the fact that the client is incurring daily fines, even though they are doing everything right, trying to resolve the non-compliance issue, but the timeline is out of their hands because of the permitting process and the lengthiness of it. I understand levying fines against property owners that knowingly complete work without proper permits or owners that ignore the notices.
Thank you, sir. Well, we're beyond our time. In fact, I was going to ask this next gentleman, do you have anything new to add to that?
Just one point, sir.
Okay, go ahead and start with your name.
The reason we bought this property.
Start with your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Spencer Rosen. We own a property in Seminole Heights. We bought this property so our daughter, who works at the Florida Aquarium, nonprofit, doesn't make much money, could live close to where she works. She was driving 2 hours a day for work in a place she could afford. concurrent with all this process, because she has a homestead exemption and she owns this property in equitable trust, she's also applied to the My Safe Florida Home program and has been approved after 2 years to get wind mitigation inspection reports that have been done, and she's been approved to get a grant. So we're trying to improve this property. We've always been trying to improve this property. And this is just another effort on our part to get that home up to grade, up to standards.
Thank
We're
you.
trying everything. we can.
Again, this is a workshop. We're not votes, no decision-making is done today. But,
I had 2 minutes left. I don't want 2 minutes, but I was just gonna ask the council.
Didn't you already speak?
I didn't use up my one time.
This is one bite of the apple, my friend. One bite of the apple. We already have, I've passed our 15. I have a question for staff. You want to go first?
We need a code change.
So that's my question. So I heard what you said, Kamara, but I mean, obviously, when I hear these stories, this is where I go government run amok, that we can't inject common sense into our, what can council do to help you guys with common sense to provide relief to people like this?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the legal department. I don't think I understand your question.
Well, I mean, I've heard the story. In full disclosure, Mr. Taylor is a contractor on my house, for flood relief and flood damage for me as well. So I've been hearing this story for a long time. And without being refuted, it seems like the city of Tampa is not doing well by this particular couple in this particular house. It seems from my perspective, it seems extraordinarily frustrating that. And I get procedures and I get all this stuff, but sometimes, again, government run amok, bureaucratic process run amok. I hear Abby Feely jumping on the screen to chastise me, correct me. Let's go to Abby because I think Abby has some input. Ms. Feely?
Morning, Council. Abby Feely, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. Today's discussion, and it was our understanding today's discussion is focused on the ability to look at or understand staying of fines while people are in permitting. And I think what Ms. Pettis-Mackel explained to you is that that is the incentive for compliance, under which at this time, like the Rosens could go and explain and ask for that reduction. We also were engaged in this process. I think Ms. Rosen discussed that. We too have our own evidence, but I didn't think this was a hearing today to talk about the 613 North Bay, which people clearly have differing opinions on. But our goal is always compliance, compliance for safety, compliance for code. I personally spoke with Ms. Rosen and Mr. Michelini on this many a times. So I really want to stay focused on our current process. I don't agree that governments run amok, but that's another discussion for another day. This is part of the process in which once everything is completed and compliance is achieved, there is a process to ask for the reduction. They're not being asked to pay fees now. They're accumulating these as an incentive to get it done. They had time to get it done. So this is only one instance. We're permitting 23,000 permits a year. We're continually making process improvements to that. You no longer get different reviewers. That has been clear. That has been changed. You get the same team. We've actually now have residential and commercial teams. So I'm listening. I want you to know I'm listening and I'm available, and we'll work with what council believes is the best path forward. But there is relief and there is a process. And I don't believe that we sit and argue when people go for fee reductions that they should then not get them. So, I'm here, I'm listening, and we're always seeking to make our processes better.
Thank you. I mean, I would urge you guys sometime between now and our next discussion to try to resolve this one particular situation. So I'd urge you guys to do that. Secondly, at this point, I think this is worthy of further discussion. And I think we should entertain adding this to that next workshop that was available with maybe an in-person appearance by JC.
The March regular meeting or the May workshop?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, there are two parts of this that have come up, and Ms. Feely is right. There's been a whole discussion about
Right.
permitting.
And
which-
permitting's they're
which
doing
we've-
much better.
We've had other discussions about that, and maybe at some point, Ms. Feely wants to give an update on the changes she's made, which sound
Yeah.
good. And so that the public can hear about that, and we can hear about it. But we need to make sure that we narrowly focus this on what happens when somebody's in the permitting process trying to change something. Why are they accruing fines? And I agree that we can make it simpler, going to a magistrate and all that seems like it's a complicated process, but I think we maybe ought to have I'm happy to have a phone call with anybody to talk about that in the meantime. I wish the staff could just say, if you're in the permit process trying to change something, that they could have some leeway, but privately, I'm happy to hear all your arguments, why we should leave it the way it is.
Happy to be a part of that, because it's a simple, send an email to ask for a hearing. It's very simple. People do it all the time. I respond to those emails all the time. All they have to do is send an email asking for a hearing to modify the compliance date.
May 20th. Okay, so I would entertain a motion to continue this item to May 28th with the addendum to ask JC to appear in person.
Can you give more clarification on what you want
Yeah, I was
presented?
just gonna
Well,
say,
whoever the maker of the
well,
motion can do that.
Here's what I would say. Sorry, I'm eating, I'm starving. What I would say is, whoever's taking this on, I think this came from you, Councilman Carlson, if you would spend some time before tonight talking to Kamaria to get like specifics, maybe you can come back with a specific motion, because I agree, I think we all agree this is a problem.
Yeah.
I hear about it all the time. It's one of the biggest complaints I get is trying to get through the system. So I think we do need a conversation, but Ms. Pettis-Mackle isn't wrong. We need to give her some specifics.
I concur. So Councilman Carlson, will you take that IOU and bring it back for new business tonight?
Perhaps.
And if we can't talk this afternoon,
hold on,
maybe we can
hold
do it for next week.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest.
Mr. Shelby?
If the councilman cannot do it by tonight,
Yeah,
he
that's-
can make that at the
it's-
next regular meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's
But
not.
we will ask you for that IOU. Okay?
And to follow up with that, with item number 4 on the salary discussion, I am happy to, and the thing is, we want to get this solved so that it's for the next council. We don't want to push that too much further. So if you want to wait until the Charter Review Commission comes back with their findings, that's what, September? August?
If it depends on how, it could be quicker, but we'll see
Okay.
how they work.
Well, then, how about this? For now, I will move it to August.
Okay,
The August workshop, and if we can get it on sooner, but that way, but I'm telling you now, this is the last time I'm moving it.
okay,
Because look at all these movements.
I know.
We have to solve this before the next council.
You would think it was
We owe it.
controversial. I'll be right back with you.
So,
Is this about this issue? Okay, Mr. Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're going to be asking city council to forward these questions to the.
That's in new business.
That
yes.
isn't, but it's,
But I'm not
I just want you to know that contained within that is this question.
We already talked about
And
that.
I got.
we've already talked about that.
You might have been out of the room when
Yeah,
that happened.
we did.
Yeah. We did.
Okay,
You have anything else to add?
no.
No, we haven't voted on this yet.
No,
So
we
I
haven't.
moved
Okay.
to move this to the August. Oh, it doesn't, we don't even have a calendar for August yet. The August workshop, whatever that date might be.
Okay, so date to be announced.
CM 244658.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Vieira to move item number 4
For the last
to
time.
the be announced workshop held in August of 2026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Shelby, you want to say something else?
No, thank you.
Are you sure? I won't shut you up that time.
Thank you. I have a quick
Yeah,
question.
go
I
ahead.
know we're taking motions this evening, correct?
I've got some things right now. so-
Okay.
I got
Oh, no,
some
then
things.
great. Then
I've got some
good.
things now.
Oh, even better.
New business, Councilman Carlson. Councilman Vera.
I have a couple really quick ones, if I may. So I want to sort of lay a foundation or a preface with this. We've had a lot of conversations on the future of digital signage here in the city of Tampa. I'm bringing this item forward to address activation or movement on arena signage. It's something that's very, very narrowly tailored, and so I wanted to just lay that preface for it. We're having a larger discussion on downtown. I've been very, very supportive of it. My capacity back when Councilwoman Gwen Henderson was taking this up, and so I'm going to do a motion for a very narrowly tailored amendment that would only impact arenas and stadiums. Again, it's for very, very small, minor, narrowly tailored changes, especially with our arenas, something that I think does deserve some unique consideration. So before we discuss, I want to make the motion, if I may. I motion to include in the January 2026 text amendment cycle a revision to the Land Development Code to clarify and update the definitions of electronic message sign, activated sign. The proposed amendment will allow a limited period of animated or full motion content up to 15 seconds per message cycle on electronic message signs located on properties with principal uses arena, and I have all this stuff for you written down, stadium or civic event venue. So again, you'll continue to have the citywide prohibition. This would be a very narrowly tailored exception for something that I think we all agree is unique while we have that larger conversation. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
We have a motion from Councilman Vera, a second from anybody? No. Anybody second? I will second it.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
First of all, no. Second of all, we don't have any more cycles. There are no more cycles. The reason there are no more cycles is because we're doing it in the Land Development Code. So these people are just going to simply have to wait till the Land Development Code, because we've been clearly told by Ms. Feely's team that there are no cycles. So, I mean, we'd have to create a cycle, and that would add to the drama they have. They're already working really hard on Land Development Code. If you're allowed to do this, then I got things I want to put on too. And I just don't think that's okay.
Okay, any other further discussion?
No, first of all, Councilmember Henderson put the downtown digital sign on the agenda. And then a representative for that area that you're talking about started calling and lobbying and even making threatening comments about me and others to folks, and it was very inappropriate. I contacted people in and around SPP and the Lightning. It appears that they were given some kind of exception, and it may not have been legal the way that was done. This needs to be discussed in the overall context of downtown signage, because their representatives anyway are opposed to anybody else having downtown signage when they somehow got a deal that may not have been legal in the way it was allocated. I'm 1,000% in favor of SPP and the Lightning, but I don't like these behind-the-scenes shady deals, and I don't like being threatened by lobbyists. So if, again, this was Councilmember Henderson's idea to talk about this at all. I'm not somebody who cares about any of this thing, but I don't like playing dirty, and I don't like playing hardball behind the scenes. This sounds like a way to circumvent that whole process, and again, go back and approve the sweetheart deal that was probably given. They need to be discussed with everybody else on the agenda item we have coming up. I don't know the date of it, but whenever we're discussing it with the downtown partnership, that's when theirs needs to be discussed. And we need transparency into why the city approved it and what they approved.
I'll discuss. Anybody else going to discuss? Councilman Moran?
I didn't support this in the beginning, and I'm not going to support it again. What's there is there. Well, I met with some folks from the area, and they said, well, we're only going to have 6. And I said, if you're only going to think you're going to have 6 legally, you're going to have 60, because somebody's going to sue you, and they're going to want the same thing somebody else got. So I said, I'm getting out of this. I just don't believe in those signs. I don't want to be Vegas, and I don't want to be New York City.
Well, I think the problem is that I understand this correctly, this actually gives them standing for what they have now, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that this is institutionalizing what they have now.
No, but there's another one proposed at Water Street. That's the problem, which I think was, again, there's no transparency into what the deal was, but apparently they were offered some kind of.
But it's got to be an arena. That's what, isn't that motion?
Yep.
That arena is only crafted for the arena.
Can you restate?
Sure, yeah, let me read, because since you were out, if I may. So, and this is long. May I, Mr.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you very much.
But there's no cycle.
There's no cycle.
Well, there was a
It is
there
to
was a
put it
January
on the
26th.
January 2000, and by the way, I've spoken to staff on this. We've had communications. We're fine with this.
Well, yeah, 'cause she wants it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Hold on.
for board member-
Listen to what he reads.
I motion to include in the next text amendment cycle, January revision to the Land Development Code to clarify an updated definition of electronic message sign, activated sign. The proposed amendment will allow, sorry, my vision here, for a limited period of animated or full motion content up to 15 seconds per message cycle on electronic message signs located on properties with a principal use as an arena, stadium, or civic event venue.
I'll second it because it's a specific,
And I'll,
it's that.
on second round, I'd like to.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Who owns the arena?
we
No.
do. Well, the county
The
does.
county does, well, you pay county
Yeah,
tax.
county does.
County.
So let me say that, again, what he just read is only for what it currently exists and also what is on display. I have to tell you, I drove by it the other day. They had the coolest 3D thing. And it was
Illegally.
well, no, it's not illegal. What we did is we negotiated a lease
Okay.
that gave them permission
No.
to do that.
The problem is they're asking for something before anyone else gets it. And I'm sorry, but you gotta wait your turn.
The Tampa-
Period. This is a no for me, and
They
let's
want
just get the vote over with and vote it down.
They want it after the fact. They want to be approved after the fact because they got caught doing it illegally.
No, okay, I gotta set that straight because I'm
The
on.
city, not the lighting didn't do anything wrong. The city should not
That's what I wanna
have
make
given
sure.
them approval.
Okay, the city negotiated, or the county negotiated, they negotiated a lease that allowed them to do this. I think it would be inappropriate for government to go back and and have them do something that the government told them they could do this. So and they just renegotiated a new lease agreement with Benchmark. There's a lot of complexity behind the scenes on this. Councilman Vieira, then Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you very much. Couple of things. I think it's not on. Again, I think this warrants this because this is very unique circumstances for a county-owned building, number one. Number two, for something that does have such a major stakeholder influence here within Tampa, within the larger Tampa area, such that it does warrant this consideration. And I also come to this, again, supporting everybody else in this endeavor. So this in no way precludes anyone else. I understand, and by the way, I didn't know there'd be such objections to that. And so I appreciate people's oppositional views and everything like that. And I know, and Councilman Carlson, when you talked about behind the scenes, I know you were talking about stuff that happened before today. Nothing, because this is why we're having this discussion, right? To have it out in public so that we can weigh the benefits and everything. But again, I say this as somebody who supported the larger sign changes, and this does warrant this additional movement given that unique stakeholder status, I think.
And just further clarification real
No,
quick. This
I-
also includes Raymond James Stadium.
it's-
Because Raymond James already has
okay,
these big
my turn.
gigantic displays. Okay, well, not
So-
until you're recognized, ma'am. Councilwoman Hurtak.
So here's the thing. I have no problem if someone heard our conversation and was like, oh, we were given this, but this isn't quite legal, so we're not going to do anything. We're going to wait. But instead, they have gone forward, and every time I pass by, it's a motion video that is not related to the lightning. It's an advertisement. So what that says to me is you aren't taking this seriously. You're just gonna keep on barreling through and then ask for permission afterward. And I'm not okay with that. I feel that we're moving this forward. If they really want this badly, then they can help us move the full sign issue forward. Because once we move the full sign issue forward, their problem will be solved. But until that happens, oh well.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman Carlson.
I think we should, and sorry you got dropped into this somehow, but I think we ought to have, the problem is there's been, the public is upset about this, and we need transparency into this, whatever deal was done. You may know because you sit on Sports Authority. The rest of us don't know. All I know is people are getting threatening calls from a lobbyist threatening me about approving any other signs. And I don't even care about the other signs, but what they should do is call and and brief us on this, and let's have an open discussion on it. So whenever the downtown partnership signage thing is coming back, let's put an adjacent item so that there can be transparency into what they're doing, and then this motion can be made to put it on whatever cycle if there is one. But at least there'll be transparency to it. Once there's transparency into what happened, I might be 100% in favor of it. But right now, because of all the shadiness and the threats behind the scenes, I'm totally against it.
But, okay, so a lot of that stuff is not pertinent to the issue before us. I mean, I understand the motion behind it. But again, as somebody who's involved in the Sports Authority and understands the background of some of the stuff on the lease agreements in the beginning, I would tell you that it would be really, in my opinion, very highly inappropriate for us to retroactively go back on our word as a city because again, they just renegotiated a contract with Benchmark. This is an important economic driver for the city of Tampa, and I think that, unless anybody has anything new to add, I think we've exhausted this conversation. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, I do, because I think it's also important for all those buildings who are also going to get.
We're still working on that.
Yeah, but this is part of that. And
It's really not.
But it is, because this is Councilwoman Henderson's big thing, was that the zoning department has been slow rolling this because they want to not include them in the rest of the downtown. So just based on that, and Councilwoman Henderson was so passionate about this because it was all about equity and fairness. And this is not equitable or fair.
Well,
So
good
that
thing,
is new
good
business.
thing it's not their department, their decision to make, it's ours.
Can I say one last thing? Councilmember Carlson.
Beat that dead horse.
Councilmember Henderson, one of the main things she was stressed out about in the days leading up to when she passed was this item, because she was arguing with somebody about it. And I didn't know because of sunshine, but I could tell that she was stressed out all the time. And it's unnecessary. All we need to do is have transparency and then decide on a process. But why is it being slow rolled? It's because people that already have a contract, we don't know why, are opposed to it, everybody else getting it. And it's not fair. Let's have one discussion. Let's be transparent about it.
We have a motion, we have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman
let me
Ramey.
just say this. I don't know. I'm not opposed to Lightning having it. I'm not opposed to the aquarium having it. I'm not opposed to the convention center having it. Whoever's there, they've got them now to some degree.
And a yes on this would.
But what I'm opposed to is a system that, and I told, at the time I voted against it last time, you can check the record. And I said that you're not gonna have 3, you're gonna have plenty more, because somebody's gonna sue you, and you're gonna lose in court, because narrowing it down to just whoever applied at that time when there was no application process, and you're gonna lose this thing, and now you're gonna have downtown like Vegas and New York, and I don't want downtown to be Vegas and New York.
Okay. Councilwoman Young.
So would this only be for
exit.
Emily?
Emily and Raymond James. They're the only two arenas. Well, I guess USF is technically in the city too, so.
Yes, and the history of this is we don't allow these. And so it was snuck in when the SPP development was done without council's knowledge.
No, it's when, no, before that, it was Emily.
Well, fine, but either way, it was snuck in, it was not known about. And so Councilwoman Henderson was trying to fix it by making sure that we had an entire district where that would be, so the whole thing about this is revenue. You make a lot of money with these signs. And so what they're saying now is that they want to go forward and be the ones to get that revenue instead of having a plan for the entire district. And that's what we're trying to do, is have a plan for the entire central business district.
Ms. Hurd,
Yes.
Councilman Hurd, respectfully, that's not what this says. This doesn't exclude the rest of the district. It only talks about the one issue.
Correct, but what
That's up to
what
us.
her point was why should one group get it before everybody gets it? It was an equity issue.
Also,
Yeah, this is a workshop, so we're going. Go for it.
The other question is they've announced a building across the street, and is that gonna be considered an arena? Is that gonna be allowed as well? If their representatives were not against everybody else getting digital signs, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Is that true?
Yes, it's been delivered to me very, very directly.
I haven't heard
So
that.
if what's gonna happen is, as soon as this is approved, then they're gonna come with even more force to oppose anybody else, and it's not fair to everybody.
Okay.
Is it?
Councilwoman Young, you have something else?
Is it possible that we could could you bring the motion again at a different time so we have more time?
You could have a motion to continue this.
What we could do is bring it.
When is it coming back?
Yeah, when is the next time that signs are coming back? We could just absolutely tie it to that. I would be fine, Councilman Vieira, having this discussion if and only if it is tied to the other discussion.
So, may I?
I'll give a
And
quarter
the
to the
next
first person
one
they can find
is-
when it's coming back. Clerk, you're involved in that bet too.
Can I just,
I mean, a quarter isn't much, so you gotta bake that to $25 and you're in,
You don't know what a
but.
quarter of what? Councilwoman Young.
and I just, it's not whether I'm for or opposed. I just need more, I just would like to have more knowledge before I
How about-
vote. That's it. It's
How
not
about
for
this?
or opposed.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, this
Councilman
would,
Bureau.
how about the reason I was making it now is because I may potentially on something dealing with my
February
family
26th,
leave
workshop.
around 9 or so, but how about this? There's plenty of time between now. If you aren't able to vote on this right now, because if I'm reading the room right, it's gonna be 3 to 3, and then you feel like you need more time, and we obviously wanna be respectful of it, how about I bring it back this evening?
How about, well, the workshop that's gonna be talking about all of this stuff is on February 26th. So conveniently, it's not that far away. So if you were to add it to that, even though we have 7 items on that workshop, 2 at least of those, 1, 2, 2 of those
I got it.
have to do with that. So I would be fine bringing that to the February 26th
So
workshop.
we have a motion and we have a second. The only way for that to happen was for the maker of the motion and the person second to voluntarily withdraw that motion.
Yeah. And I'm sticking with January, but however, and by the way, I interrupted you, go ahead, sir.
You know, that's
There is no more time in January.
Council.
So,
January's
what,
over.
if I may, for Council Member Young, if you would like, ma'am, I can bring this back this evening so that you can have more time on it. If,
I'm sorry.
but wait, I mean,
I
let
have a
me.
question.
Yeah, hold on.
Let me,
stop.
if I may,
Here, let's-
I'm glad to withdraw the motion if you feel like you need more time for tonight, and then we can explore it further. I'm fine with that.
I would like a little bit more time. Again, it's not that I'm a for or against. I just, I would like a little bit more time to know exactly, because I'm not familiar with the history as like all my other council members.
Yes.
Marty,
So-
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Okay, Mr. Shelby,
For
go
the
ahead.
purposes of some greater understanding, it sounds like what Councilman Vieira's motion is to direct staff to, as a result of what this motion is tonight, is to come back with a fully baked proposal to be placed into
Yeah,
the code.
it's not-
So but that's what the motion is. If
Yeah.
a motion was a proposal to discuss that proposal, that's one thing. So I just wanted you to know that the original motion would have started the process based on what you vote on right now, is to whether to have staff put the effort to create something to bring back to the council fully baked.
So, and Board Member Hurtak has been waiting. I don't want to.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So, but you said you wanted it in January. There are no more meetings in January. This is the 28th.
For the January cycle.
Yes, but the whole point is we're talking about signs at the end of next month.
Is-
Why
is there
wouldn't we want
staff-
to just
Is there
talk
staff
it?
still listening to us at this hour?
Mr. Chair, could we, if you could change your motion to say, to have a discussion on this item for February 26th, I'll support that, and then we
Yeah.
can decide.
How
We
about
can make
this?
that decision then.
If I may, let's do this because we have a board member who I think needs more time. I'll bring this up this evening, okay? I think that's probably the best route to do, is I'll bring it up this evening because it sounds like the way that it's going right now, it's gonna be 3 to 3 and then a board member that needs more time. I'm fine with that.
But
Okay,
no,
hold on.
she's not going to be able to learn all of that. She's got other stuff to study for tonight.
So, and
Okay,
I'll.
let's let, first place, stop. Let's let
This is-
Councilwoman Young speak for herself. We don't need people putting words in other people's mouths. Councilman Vieira, what I'm hearing you say is you're withdrawing this motion for today's meeting.
And yes, sir, and I'm gonna bring it up again this evening, and if Councilwoman Young needs additional time, then we can address that at that time, that's it.
Okay, we have a motion, Councilman Vieira would like to, Councilman Vieira would like to withdraw his motion. Are you okay with that, Councilman Maniscalco? Okay, the motion is no
So-
longer on the table. Do you have any further new business, Councilman Vieira?
Yes, these are things that I have to do in the event that I have to leave early tonight. Excuse me. The selection of Officer of the Month is unavailable for February 5th. TPD is asking us to reschedule the commendation presentation to a future meeting. Our options are as follows: February 19th or March 5th. On February 19th, we have 2 presentations, but we would be asking our gift givers to come additional time. March 5th, We have 4 ceremonial items, including Officer and Firefighter of the Quarter, but we can have an additional one. Does council have a preference on that? Yes.
Okay, you have to give that to somebody else. I'll do it. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
So I would be fine with March 5th as long as we don't add any more staff reports to March 5th. We only have 3, but we also have a public hearing. And then we have 4 commendations. One of them is a presentation by Clarion on the Land Development Code. So I have no problem with that, having 2 police officers of the month in March, as long as we had no more staff reports.
Would anybody entertain having the meeting start at 8:30?
No.
Okay, never mind. Well, I mean, you know me, I hate mornings, but I'm just saying to try to, get us out.
Well, but there's only 3 staff reports.
If I can, I'm sorry.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you. I believe the reason there are staff reports, if I recall correctly, is you have already made the decision to limit it to 3 staff reports.
Correct.
Why?
Because you have the Clarion issue.
Yeah.
But
But one of those staff reports is replacing the Clarion. Or Clarion's replacing that staff report. That's Abby Feely's monthly report.
so that was added.
Yeah, so there's only 2 staff reports.
Okay.
So what's the motion?
So, I mean,
I'll second it.
Is it March 5th that council's
Yeah.
looking at? Okay, so if I may, I motion to continue the February 5th commendation of the Officer of the Month to March 5th.
We have a motion from Councilman Vera, second from Councilwoman Hurtak, actually.
No, actually.
Well, you did, I think you said you
okay.
seconded it. And all those in favor say
No,
aye?
I will second it only if, with the addition of the fact that there are no more staff reports added.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have a motion to move the commendation to March 5th, 2026, and no additional staff reports will be added to that agenda. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
And that's it.
And
That was time limited.
We're probably gonna have to move the ATU one too, but FYI.
And that's it, thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, do you have any new business?
Nope, that would be me.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman
young.
Young, do you have any new business? I've looked right at her.
She's been called all sorts of different
I
things
know.
today. That was bad, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do these because I have a feeling we're gonna be tired tonight. I move that council schedule discussion under staff reports for the February 19th, 2026 regular council meeting to receive a presentation, on the July 2025 Land Development Code amendment cycle and to consider whether to transmit the proposed amendment language to the Planning Commission.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second from Councilwoman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
19th.
February 19th?
Then-
I'm sorry.
I want to rescind the following motion that I made on January 23rd, 2026, and remove it from the February 5th, 2026 agenda. File number NCA 25-18998, that staff be requested to present a rewritten resolution correcting the amount of money specifically for the JBL attenuator dock repairs project. And the reason I'm pulling it is because the other things were already funded and I don't want to fund this, so I'm pulling it.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. Is there a second? We have a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Any further new business? Councilwoman Hurtak. Councilman Maniscalco, new business. Councilman Miranda, new business. Yeah, I'm gonna hand,
Okay, I have,
Madam Chair.
yes.
I'll pass the gavel.
Can I just say one thing real fast? A recent case demonstrated that we need to separate land use hearings from comprehensive plan changes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not going to make a motion now, but can somebody think about that and figure out how to make a motion to do that? Because it seems apparent that we need to do it.
I would prefer to do that, but I think when I've talked to a lawyer, the legal staff, they've said that it is, I guess, based on state law somehow, that it's up to the applicant. So I would chat with someone from the legal or Mr.
Or we can, yes, and that might be an appropriate motion to have legal come and explain that, if that's, or a written report for that, and we can work on that, Mr. Carlson. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I have two motions and a bunch of informational items that are pertinent to our discussions. From Mr. Cotton, I motion to place the noise study on the April 23rd, 2026 workshop hearing. We have a motion.
I have a motion from Chair Clendenin and a second From Chair Miranda, I'm sorry, Councilmember Miranda, what is it?
The city has conducted a noise study, and they want to brief us on it. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so all in favor?
What was the date again?
April 23rd, 2026, there's space.
Yep.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes.
Okay, I would like to provide, do a written commendation for Crew Tampa Bay in recognition of the 30th anniversary, a date and time to be determined.
Okay, I thought I was gonna do that, but
did you? Oh.
yeah, but actually,
I'll give it to you.
I'm cool. No, Ms. Sharf and I are working on that right now, so.
Oh, well, actually, I will hand it off to you, because it would take it off my plate.
Okay, well, we'll have our aides talk and
Okay, good.
figure that out.
Okay.
So there's a motion from Chair Clendenin and a second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Passes?
Next thing, as you're aware that we were responsible to provide our list of questions to the Charter Review Committee in the month of January. Those questions have been condensed. You should have gotten that email. I would like a motion to transmit our memo with the questions to the Charter Review Committee.
Okay, so I have a motion from Chair Clendenin, a second from Councilmember Vieira. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, from Johnny Wong, the TPO Director, on Tuesday, February 3rd at 10 a.m., the Suncoast League of Cities will be hosting a workshop to discuss how less populated cities around the Tampa Bay region would be represented on a merger TPO board. While the city of Tampa is not one of the least affected, the most populated city, the decision about how to provide representation to the Pinellas 24 cities and Pasco 6 could impact our preferences for apportionment. All are welcome to attend, and the event details will be emailed to each council person via the League of Cities Executive Director. The location is going to be in the City of Pinellas Park Community Relations Building, 6051 78th Avenue North, Pinellas Park, Florida 33781.
What was the date?
It's February 3rd,
3rd.
which is, we've got some stuff going on
Yeah.
February 3rd. But is there like, could we just send a representative? Could like one
I mean,
of us go?
it's an open meeting, so but it's very informational, and let you know, all know that that's happening, and so that it's not happening behind our back.
Well, but that's what I'm saying, is
Yeah.
like, would
Yeah.
one of us be willing to go? Because I think we have a lot of stuff here that day, don't we?
Yeah, I'm not able to do it, but yes.
Yeah, me either.
Okay, so from, that could be talked about outside. From our budget analyst, Ms. Kopesky, who I see leaning on the wall. A couple of reminders about where we are right now, because this is pertinent to the next meeting next week. I want to remind everyone that during the budget process, I can actually take the gavel back, this is just information. Remind everyone that during the budget process, council approved $1 million to support social action arts funding. That was council action. And I have a duplicate on that. Acknowledge that there is a desire by some council persons to suggest adjustments to the social action funding. The appropriate time to do that is on the February 5th during the 2025 surplus allocation discussion. Acknowledge that there is a desire by council to suggest adjustments for the funding, that the appropriate time to do that is during February 5th, 2025. Let's see. Additionally, if you have until tomorrow to submit to Ms. Kopesky your combined list of priorities so that she can combine it and try to condense that down. I also want to remind folks that, so we passed the 1 million, we handed it off to the administration for them to divvy up that money based on the applications and their vetting of those applications, which they did. So any changes to that, again, that question for what happened, that question has been asked and answered. Our only opportunity to change anything is with the leftover 2025 money during that discussion next week. So if you have that desire, it's the last bite of this apple.
Of which there's only $5 million.
Which there's only $5 million, and actually a portion of that is probably already kind of like obligated because we have some needs that have to be addressed.
Oh, no, that was 10 million. They obligated, yeah, so there's
Okay.
5 left. That's what we have to pay.
There we go, okay. So the goal is to come to a common decision next week on the 5.4 million, I guess, on February, so staff can be directed to create a resolution for the mayor to review and approve. So that, again, that is for you to set in your brains that next week, be prepared to come in here to talk about that $5.4 million and understand that if there is any unmet needs in the Social Action Fund, that is your only time to address that unmet need. Councilwoman Hurtek, or did you have like first?
She went first.
Councilwoman
So
Hurtek.
I just want to make sure that we're not conflating the two. So we're talking about social action and arts, like filling in, but really what we're talking about is what we want to do with the extra $5.4 million. And we're supposed to have all of that information to Ms. Kopesky by tomorrow so that she can create a list. So we have a focused discussion to have. Although if we come up with something afterward, it's not like verboten, but at least that way we have a roadmap. Am I getting that correct?
Ms. Kopesky, you are recognized. Start with your name, please.
Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst. Yes, so you will all remember that you did already provide maybe 2 weeks ago those priorities, and they were accumulated and resent out, but time has passed, and now we're getting closer to this meeting. It's a good time to refresh on those, or possibly now, if there are folks that are interested in considering additional funding for social action, that was previously not included on that circulated list. So it was an opportunity for you to supplement and have that brought in. So the idea of tomorrow's deadline was that I would bring back probably 90% of what you've already seen. And then potentially, if you've given me anything additional, that would come back as well, so that you could all have an opportunity to look at it before next Thursday.
Councilman Carlson, then Vera.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Vera.
Yes, no, thank you for that. That is important. I learned, I don't know if this is true, that the funds that we had motioned for, that I had believed from the portico, were going for their housing project, in fact, may not be there. That's terrible. Yeah, and that's terrible. So in other words, I do think that's important, including some of these cuts. I saw the Penguin Project got a 75% cut, so I do look forward to this, and I thank you, sir, for making that motion, because that's important. Thank you.
Well, I want to, so it's $5.4 million, and that was Councilwoman Hurtak's motion about the leftover money. And again, the emphasis of bringing this up today is say that is the only bite because of how we deal with budgets. We passed a budget, $1 million. They divvied it up based on the applications and how they did it. So if there's any unmet needs that we feel like council should address, it is the only money that we have access to that we can actually make that recommendation at this point for the mayor's review and then come back to us. Now, that being said, I want to say that I only submitted 2 items, by the way. I submitted the Silver Springs issue, and I submitted the Tampa Ballet because of economic impact and all. They got severely cut, majorly cut, which Silver Springs really disappointed me because this council had already made a decision about the importance of that right now because of the loss of the pool. So that was distressing to me. I'm not going to be here next week, so I'll make sure Sam submits a memo to Ms. Kopesky so that you guys could, if you guys would be champion of that, I'd appreciate it, to fully fund those issues out of that 5.4. The next thing is, what I do see though, and it doesn't affect me because I only took a little teeny bite of this apple in my request. It was very modest. I see that there's a really disproportionate bites of the apple in the request. There's a lot of differences between different council members of what was submitted in this. So, and in the interest of parity, and understand that when you come to this, you don't have to allocate money out of to social action fund. You could say, I believe in parks. I want to support playground equipment at this park, or I want to do X, Y, Z. There's our entire budget is open to receive supplemental funds. I had actually, and I know you guys are going to hate this idea, but we could allocate 1.4 at the 5.4 divided by 7, 200,000, and then each council person could come to Ms. Kopesky, and again, it doesn't have to be to supplement the social action funds. It could go to, I support all access playground equipment at a park, or I support something XYZ in one of our parks budget, or anything that you see fit that you feel like, or I think the 200,000 should supplement stormwater, any of those things. So I would actually, and it makes a nice round figure because we got 5.4. Ms. Kopesky brought this to my attention. 5.4, that would give us $4 million still to deal with the other issues, and 200,000 per each council office to fix issues with the deficits that they observe in the budget. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Problem with that is, like, we're gonna start to get inundated by the public. And I just,
know.
so here's the thing. We have to stopgap it. We already have a discussion that I put on for the May for the May workshop, where we're going to discuss how to solve the Social Action Arts Fund. So I think that if we just plug some holes this year and then discuss the entire thing, but the whole city has needs. It's not just the Social Action Arts Fund.
And that was the intent of my request. My statement is that because there's other, not just social action. There's things that we could do. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be here to guide the discussion, so this is going to be your baby. But what I see is that I'm looking at you, Councilman Vera. You're coming for the whole apple. So so we're going to see a lot of things get plugged in. So I was trying to figure out a way to bake into the process a little bit of balance. So as we go to, and maybe Councilman Vera could barter some babies, to be able to get what you need. Councilman Carlson, I see your light's on.
Yeah, I've gotten feedback from the public that a lot of people think looks like political patronage or something, and I think the better thing, and maybe we can't do it this year, but it would be to set some objective criteria about the issues or the kind of impact that we want to have. Now, we've delegated a lot of it to the staff so that they can tie it to the mayor's objectives, but maybe at some point we ought to try to figure out what our objectives are. Like one of them, I think we have consensus around is Sulphur Springs, and there are a lot of different nonprofits that can help Sulphur Springs. And so if each of us came up with an idea there, Councilmember Vieira has been a leader on ADA accessibility. That's also an issue in South Tampa at Interbay Park. We need ADA accessibility there. But if we come to some consensus, then it won't look like we're just picking people that we know are favorite organizations.
Well, I think that's what's intriguing. If you guys decide next week to do that 200, then you could, like that South Tampa Park. I'm not saying $200,000 to the person that you like. Let's say there's a need in your district or the need that you've identified in the city that aligns with strategic goals of the city. It's a way we don't really have a really great opportunity to do that very often. And it's I won't say only $200,000, but it's $200,000. Sometimes $200,000 can go a long way in the Sulphur Springs or in a park. A $200,000 can buy a nice piece of equipment for a park for ADA accessibility, or it could improve bike racks or something like that. So I'm just, I look at it, go right to bikes. But it's one of those things that it's just, I'm not going to get in, because again, this is something you guys are going to have to deal with next week without me. I'm going to request that you guys handle my two things that I've asked for as diligently as you can. But other than that, I'll defer it to next week's conversation.
Just one last thing.
Yes.
I think especially as we're getting closer to election time, it's better for us to set some objective criteria so that
we kind of did that before, because we talked about had to be the strategic goals of the city, and that's what was the vetting, what they did supposedly did. Now I don't know exactly what that process looked like. We did kind of hand it off, and we did. That was the group of us did hand it off to the group in the city to do that. Councilwoman Hertek.
And
last comment, and we're going to adjourn.
I've been working with Chief of Staff on this. Like, we've had meetings, and as you know, your former, Andrew is now that is his job now. Like, he's been hired. He's been hired to be the one to corral this, and we didn't have anyone before. So they're making steps, and that's the whole point of the May discussion, is for us to talk about that, to talk about what are the priorities for social action arts? How do we do this going forward? So this is just filling up for now.
I think I have finished all of my new business. I entertain a motion to adjourn. A motion to adjourn from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. A motion to receive and file. I'm sorry. Well, we need a motion to receive and file. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We have a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned, AC.